Chapter 160. The Chang family has done all kinds of bad things. The steel bar is coming. Although this speed is not as fast as a bullet, it is still about 20 meters per second, which is something Chang Yingxiong can't avoid. Not to mention that he has only enhanced his body once. Even if Xiao Ran has obtained a total of about 9 superpowers, his current maximum speed is only about 20 meters per second unless the superpower is to enhance the body. Like the mutant era, even if it is only in its original state, its speed is far superior. What should I do? What can he do? He can only fight back. Chang Yingxiong gritted his teeth. He could only rely on his crisis warning to avoid the vital points as much as possible. Then, he used his black flame ability to its full potential. The steel bars struck, and the tips visibly melted and turned into molten iron. Under the life and death situation, he also performed above his normal level, and 5 black flame points appeared on his body at the same time, melting 5 steel bars, while the rest fell to the ground. Only the last one broke through Chang Yingxiong's defense, and it pierced his body with a pop. Under the crisis warning, the steel bar he ate was relatively harmless, only piercing his left shoulder and not hitting his vital organs. Bang! At this moment, the door was kicked open and several people rushed in. There were old and young, men and women. These were the rest of the Chang family, including several women who served as concubines. Second son. Chang Baolong was still in good spirits. He was clearly in his 70s, but he was still walking briskly, so he must have been exercising a lot. Of course, otherwise how could he still have the energy to sleep with 2 women at night? They were all shocked. Because in their eyes, Chang Yingxiong should be an invincible being. But now? He is too miserable, pierced through by a steel bar. Then, their eyes locked on Xiao Ran. Because from their perspective, they could clearly see Xiao Ran hiding behind the sofa. Without hesitation, Chang Baolong already raised the gun in his hand and aimed it at Xiao Ran. Hurry up and help the second brother, beat this bastard to death. They had hurried out of the room when they heard the commotion, but these days, who isn't on their guard, as if facing a great enemy? So even the waitresses had a gun. Although there was some hesitation, everyone raised their guns. The target was Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran pounced, changed his position, and then adjusted the spatial door to separate him from Chang Yingxiong, Chang Baolong, and the others. With the size of the space door now open, as long as he is not attacked from the front and back, he can be completely protected. It is still very dangerous to be attacked from the front and back. After all, Xiao Ran's body, even if it is equivalent to 9 enhancements, is still far from being able to withstand a bullet. It is estimated that he will be hit by Chang Yingxiong's fireball. There is no way around it. This is the drawback of spatial ability users. At least they lack the ability to protect themselves. In fact, the spatial gate is definitely the strongest defense in the world, but it has various limitations. People are never easily satisfied. The best is what you can't get. Xiao Ran thought for a moment, and his spatial awareness had already taken in everyone's position in his mind. Bang bang bang, Chang Baolong and the others didn't even grunt, all of them were shot in the forehead and died a violent death. Including several beautiful women with good looks and figures. What's wrong with a pretty girl? If you aim a gun at yourself and pull the trigger, you are the enemy. Be kind to the enemy? Silly. Xiao Ran never denied that he was a womanizer, but in this apocalyptic world, life naturally comes first, and then comes enjoyment. Shoot, 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 a few more steel bars have been shot out. The target is Chang Yingxiong. He had not forgotten the main goal of this trip, and would not give the opponent any time to catch his breath. Facing this blow, Chang Yingxiong was already unable to dispel it. His superpowers were exhausted. He gave a miserable smile and said, "Who are you?" "Why?" Pop. 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 He had been pierced by several steel bars, but he seemed to be completely unaware of it, staring at Xiao Ran with a deathly look in his eyes. Xiao Ran walked over and pressed his hand. A warm current surged through him, and he knew that the power had been obtained. Change the situation. The maximum size of the spatial portal has increased by 5 meters, but the casting distance has not increased, it is still 5 meters. Spatial perception has increased by 1 meter, and now it can completely reflect everything within a 16-meter radius, and the maximum distance of spatial cutting has also reached 9 meters. Xiao Ran put all the bodies into the other dimension and threw them all on the road when he returned to the villa. The aftereffects of absorbing the power had not yet arrived, so he was in no hurry to go to the 4th floor. Instead, he carefully searched the 5th floor again. There were no living people. He did find a bunch of USB drives, and when he opened them, he saw that there were many different types. There were those that were used by the Chang family to coerce the residents of the demolished houses into giving up their land. The most extreme ones were those in which the husband was forced to watch his wife being humiliated, and in the end, he had to sign the agreement with humiliation. There were also bribes and secret filming, as well as the Chang family forcing women to do things for their own pleasure. Finally, the Chang family dealt with their enemies, torturing them to death in secret chambers. This was done before the end of the world. This family is really damned, and everyone's hands are covered in blood, with countless lives lost. Xiao then regretted that they should not have died so easily. But at the time, he must have been thinking that safety comes first, and every bullet was shot into the brains of those people with incredible precision. Who would have thought that he would see these videos now? He knew that the rise of nouveau riche would not be clean, and their hands would definitely be stained with blood. Especially for the Chang family, which had gone legit, they would definitely do the worst things, but seeing these videos still somewhat destroyed his views. It turns out that people can be so evil. After the end of the world, the Chang family has no more worries. Can their evil deeds not be magnified tenfold or 100-fold? But it is strange that most of the owners of other villas in this community are still alive. Don't rabbits eat grass near their nests? How could that be? So why didn't the Chang family go after these people? Xiaoran felt strange, but the doubt only flashed past. Because his body began to feel hot. The side effects were coming. Xiaoran went to the 4th floor and woke up the 4 remaining beauties. Without him having to say anything, the 4 women enthusiastically and actively came forward to greet him. Obviously, their job is to cater to men, just like Yan Qin and Bai Rui in the Qinghong building. Xiaoran got dressed and got up, and once again surveyed the huge building. One was out of caution, lest there be any fish that escaped the net, and the other was to master the building structure. He was sure that it would have to be repaired. Before he knew it, the long night was finally over. Chapter 161 Moving, Add 1. A new day dawns. Every time it gets light, the fog will disappear like the ebb tide, and after the heavy snow, there is no fog at all during the day, and the visibility is still very high. It was already the 42nd day of the end of the world. Xiaoran had been busy all night, but he was still full of energy. After absorbing the supernatural power, he was full of energy, as if he had taken a shot of adrenaline. Not sleeping for a night was a piece of cake. He had already fully grasped the structure of the manor, and the next step was to make adjustments. Some of the things he didn't like had to be torn down, such as the beauty contest hall. Is he the kind of person who would do that? From a defensive point of view, this manor is far inferior to the villa. Not to mention explosives, even a hammer could easily break in through the windows. However, the insulation is really good. It has excellent insulation, and it has air conditioning, underfloor heating, and a fireplace. In terms of warmth, this manor is really impeccable. There are also plenty of entertainment facilities, and the sports facilities are also sufficient. The only drawback is that the safety factor is not high enough. Xiaoran thought for a moment. It was freezing cold, and the place was very remote. The possibility of someone coming over was very small, so it was not unacceptable that the defense was not very strong. Are you not afraid of the Hope Base? First, he was also thinking of the Hope Camp, and it was very close to the West Mountain from here. But what about starting from Jiufu Community or Qinghong Building? It would take 2 to 3 hours. Second, would the Hope Camp come looking for them here? It is possible, but the Hope Camp has already searched the entire city. Didn't Xiaoran meet the youngster number 9 and Hua Mingli and their group? This shows that it is still possible to encounter them even if they live far away. Moreover, both the Chang family and so many other residents are still alive, which shows that the Hope Camp has not yet paid attention to them. Third, the snow is so deep that cars can't drive on it, so even though the distance from here to Xishan is only about 10 kilometers in a straight line, it's really not easy to find. There are no landmarks in Taihu Lake at all, so it's easy to lose your bearings and not know where to go. Moreover, he couldn't strengthen the main building, but there was still a huge manor that could be transformed. For example, the mines he got from the military camp. If you sneak in, you'll be blown to bits. In addition, I can place machine guns in each room. If I can combine infrared capture with automatic targeting and shooting, won't that be a way to improve defense? Of course, how to combine infrared surveillance and automatic shooting is not something Xiao Ran can solve. He's not an automation or mechanical engineering major. Well, I can keep an eye out for the right talent in the future. I have plenty of materials in my space. I'll ask Han Yun and the others if they know anyone with the relevant expertise. But Xiao Ran looked at the villas not far away. Why were there so many living people here? He's not anti-human, he can't stand to see others alive, but it's strange. How could the Chang family allow these people to exist? In the past, it was fine, but now that the end is near, why not loot and enslave them? Could it be that there are also superpowered people there? Xiao Ran thought to himself, superpowered people are mutually deterrent, so no one dares to do anything? No. From Chang Yingxiang's reaction, it was clear that he had never encountered a superhuman before. He thought he was the only superhuman in the world, so his reasoning just now should not hold. Then what is it? Xiao Ran racked his brains, but he couldn't think of any other possibilities. Maybe I should go there myself? Xiao Ran knocked on the table and ultimately rejected the idea. Let's observe for a few days first. Besides, as long as no one bothers him, he doesn't bother them. There are thousands of neighbors in the community. Before they bothered Xiao Ran, did he bother them? He is actually quite reasonable. After a while, the four women from last night finally realized that something was wrong and came out to look for someone. Xiao Ran simply told them that the place now belonged to him. You can leave, I won't stop you, he said calmly. Could the four women leave? The snow outside is higher than 2 floors, and even if you wear thick clothes, you will still die after going out for 10 minutes. So, no one would be so stupid. Besides, they were already selling their bodies for a good life. Who they sold it to was not important. In comparison, Xiao Ran is not only young, but also somewhat handsome, and his body is even more robust. They all experienced this last night. Without even thinking about it, they decided to stay. As long as Xiao Ran is willing to support them. For the time being, Xiao Ran will indeed support them, but he has other ideas. Last night, everything happened quietly at Chang's manor, and with the weather being so bad, no one could go out, so even though it was a residential area, no one noticed anything unusual. The Chang family estate has changed hands. Except for the 4 women in the manor, but in fact they were also confused. How did all the Chang family members suddenly disappear? Xiao Ran was in no hurry to leave. He had left enough food and water at the villa and at the Qinghong group, so he didn't have to worry about people starving to death if he didn't go back for a few days. However, it was freezing cold, and no one came out. After guarding for a day, Xiao Ran found nothing. Forget it. I'll go back to the villa in the morning. That night, Xiao Ran went upstairs to bed alone. One should always be on one's guard. The next day, the fog had cleared, but the sky was still overcast. Xiao Ran ran outside first, took out the hovercraft, and drove it over to let the 4 women sit on it. He decided to make this manor his new home, so the 4 women naturally had no place to live here. Where would he take them? Qinghong Mansion. Do the 4 women have the right to refuse? After driving for more than 2 hours, Xiao Ran finally arrived at the Qinghong building, handed the 4 women over to Bai Rui and the others, and then returned to the villa to inform the women that they were moving. In fact, the girls didn't want to move. After living in one place for so long, they naturally have feelings for it. Besides, it's so comfortable here, with such good conditions, why should they leave? But what can they do with Xiao Ran? Not to mention, if Xiao Ran doesn't give them food and water, they'll be finished, right? Let's go. Fortunately, the cabin of the hovercraft was large enough for all 9 of them to fit in, so Xiao Ran once again acted as the driver and drove for about 3 hours before they finally arrived at the Chang family mansion. Well, from now on, this will be called the Xiao family mansion. When they entered the mansion and found that the conditions here were better than the villa, the girls were all overjoyed. The villa is nice, but it's too small. Especially the leopard, running around the house with its legs wide open, was overjoyed. Xiao Ran smiled. Since the underground garage collapsed, the leopard had been cooped up at home for many days, and was about to get sick from boredom. Now that it could run around, it immediately felt better. Wow, there's a private theater here. Badminton court. Yoga room. And a swimming pool. The women kept screaming in excitement. If Xiaoran said at this time that he wanted to move back to the villa, the girls would probably all pout and beg him to change his mind. Xiaoran smiled. From the perspective of enjoyment, this place is indeed much better, but it also consumes a lot of energy. The villa is only so many square meters, but here? Fortunately, the heating can be solved by burning wood in the fireplace, which is the biggest consumption. Xiaoran's wood supply, is not average at all. Therefore, the fuel that must be consumed is actually used for lighting, as well as some entertainment and fitness facilities, such as a private theater, treadmill, etc. The consumption is actually not very large. Xiaoran roughly estimated that the fuel in his hands would last at least 3 years. Therefore, he can easily solve the problem of fuel. Who among you knows about mechanical automation? Or electronic information? Xiaoran asked the 9 girls. Chapter 162, Proper Arrangement. Han Yun and Yunwan Tong are both teachers, but they teach liberal arts. Su Qingmei was arrested while she was in college, and she studied law, so even if she finished college, she couldn't help. Su Xinran and Zhou Yansu are also liberal arts majors. Girls seem to have a particular preference for liberal arts. Zhang Yuning is the same. She is a clerk, a publicist, and is a world away from mechanical automation and information engineering. Wang Lulu? Sorry, she was taken care of in her freshman year and dropped out in her sophomore year. Zhang Jingya and Zhong Lei are both science majors, but they are not related to the 2 majors that Xiaoran is looking for. So when Xiaoran asked, all 9 girls shook their heads. Xiaoran was naturally disappointed and had to give them a simple task. Reinforce the doors and windows. Xiaoran had a minimum requirement, which was that if someone really broke into the house, he could at least hear the noise, rather than waiting for someone to kill him in front of him and only reacting to the crisis warning. He is used to having everything under control. He took out a large amount of iron plates, screws, nails, and the necessary equipment, and then let the 9 women get busy. They can't just sit around and wait to die every day. The 9 women had no complaints, because they lived here too, and it was also for their own safety. It wasn't long before it got dark. So they had dinner first. After dinner, Xiaoran went to the pool. He had filled and heated the pool before leaving in the morning, so the water was now warm and inviting. It was great to be able to swim and bathe in the pool. He had been looking forward to the pool for a long time. The night passed. Early in the morning, the 9 women continued the work they had started the day before, reinforcing the doors and windows, while Xiaoran left in his hovercraft. He had not had enough time yesterday, so today he would move the people in the Qinghong building to the villa. The villa has 4 floors and can accommodate 16 people, which is not really crowded. Xiaoran didn't want to give up the villa. In case of an emergency, it would be his escape route. Therefore, Xiaoran occasionally returned to the villa to replenish supplies. A small villa, and only 16 people live there, so for Xiaoran, this consumption is of course a small matter. Bai Ruei and the others were initially a bit reluctant, but after they came to the villa, they also felt that this place was much better than the Qinghong building. Not to mention the better heating, you can even take a bath here. And it's more homely here, with a feeling of being at home, making them feel like human beings. After settling them in, Xiaoran left a large amount of food and water, enough to last them for half a month, and left as soon as it was dark. If he had stayed any longer, he would have had to spend the night on the hovercraft. Sure enough, when he arrived at the manor, it was already dark after half an hour, and a thick fog had suddenly appeared, quickly covering the entire world. Xiaoran and his family were warmly eating dinner around the table. It was still made by Wang Lulu, and the women were all helping out. During the day, they were busy reinforcing doors and windows, and everyone had expended a lot of physical energy, so they ate very well and a lot. How could Xiaoran be stingy with food? He ate as much as he could. After dinner, Xiaoran began to exercise. The equipment was of no use, so Xiaoran first practiced running, and then practiced boxing in an empty room. He didn't have any particular method, just using the power in his body recklessly. In addition, he was strengthening the use of his superpowers. In the future, the effects of bullets, kinetic steel, etc. would gradually weaken, and the only thing he could really rely on was his superpowers, so he had to develop them well. There are definitely more than 3 types of spatial abilities. He hopes to have a 4th, 5th, and more. Chapter 163, A New Neighbor Visits. Early in the morning, Xiaoran stood by the window, watching the fog quickly dissipate. The fog dissipates during the day, but it is dense at night. This seems to be related to the sun, but he is not an astronomer, so he can only guess at the results. As for whether it is true or not, and why, he has no idea at all. In fact, even if he knew, what would he do? Can you change extreme weather? What he is concerned about and curious about now are his new neighbors. How did you survive? Why didn't the Chang family try to take advantage of you? Just as he was thinking, someone came out of a villa and headed in a strange way towards the manor. It was a heavily armed man, dressed in a way that made it impossible to tell his gender, who was sliding along on a canoe. It really was a canoe. The snow surface was slippery, and the canoe provided good buoyancy, so the man only needed to use the paddle to propel the canoe forward for a long distance. Human ingenuity is truly boundless. Because the walls were buried under the snow, the man was able to row over unhindered. Xiao Ran had also done something yesterday, which was to clear the snow from the front door, so that he didn't have to climb through the window every time he went out. The windows had been reinforced and locked with iron plates, and in fact could not be opened. So when the man arrived at the door, because he didn't find it or think that there would be a ramp here, the canoe slid straight down, and with a thud, it hit the door hard. Fortunately, the Chang family is a wealthy family, and the front door is like a signboard, so it is naturally well made. It is not only large, but also heavy and extremely sturdy, so it was not knocked open or damaged. The person in the boat was a bit unlucky, and was thrown out and also hit the door. Fortunately, he was wearing enough clothes, so he didn't get a black eye. Xiao Ran was curious about these new neighbors, so he came to the first floor. Opened the door and welcomed the guests. The door opened, and Xiao Ran opened the door to space at the first opportunity. If you dare to do anything bad to me, I will kill you immediately. In addition, he observed this person with his spatial awareness. Unlike walls, which are completely impenetrable, fabric is not completely impenetrable either, but it is just that the human eye cannot see through it. However, with spatial awareness, it is completely permeable. Through the layers of fabric, he clearly knows whether the person is carrying weapons, what their body shape is, and whether they are male or female. He closed his spatial perception after a brief scan. First, the man was unarmed, and second, he was a man, so there was no need to scan for details. I'm sorry to come uninvited, the man said, and it was indeed a deep male voice, quite magnetic and quite pleasant. He smiled and said, "May I come in?" Xiao Ran made a gesture of invitation, and the man first patted the snow off his body at the door. He had fallen into the snow when he crashed into it earlier, and naturally the snow had stuck to his body, and then he walked into the door. This behavior showed that he was a careful person. Xiao Ran closed the door behind him. It was too cold, and leaving the door open would let the cold air in. Even if he had a lot of firewood, he couldn't waste it like that. The man took off the things covering his head, which were layers of scarves and goggles. Finally, a middle-aged man's face appeared, looking to be in his early 40s. He was quite handsome and tall. Xiao Ran's mind suddenly came up with a lot of words: old white face, soft living. Indeed, even though this man is already a middle-aged uncle, he still has a strong charm, especially mature women, who should be most attracted to this kind of half-old man. It's the end of the world, why are you so handsome? Bad review. He thought to himself, but his face remained expressionless. You said you were just dropping by to say hello. Ha, do you think I believe you? The handsome middle-aged man smiled and said, I'm sorry for being so forward. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Zhuang Jiechen. I live in this community and am the owner of Building 16. I used to be the chairman of the Xinluan group, but, I won't mention my previous identity. Xiao Ran nodded, my name is Xiao Ran. It's that simple. He had no intention of making friends. Zhuang Jiechen was obviously very reserved, and Xiao Ran's cold response did not upset him. At least on the surface, he did not show it at all. He still had a warm smile on his face and said, I'm a curious person, so I'll just ask, there's a large group of Chang family people living here, but it seems like they've disappeared. Xiao Ran gave a faint smile, how do you know the Chang family is gone? You have a lot of questions. Zhuang Jiechen kept his smile and said, because I observe this place every day. In the past, I could always see a lot of people through the glass, but now they're all gone. Instead, there are you and some beautiful ladies, so that's why I said that. You observe the Chang family every day? Xiao Ran shrugged, the Chang family sold this place to me, so they naturally moved out. This is obviously a lie. But Zhuang Jiechen didn't look humiliated. On the contrary, he looked surprised, as if he was shocked. When did they move? In the evening. Xiao Ran replied indifferently, so you didn't see it? It was foggy at night. Could they have moved? No, this is a ridiculous way to sell a house. Zhuang Jiechen suddenly burst into laughter. It took him 10 whole seconds to wipe the smile off his face. You're really funny. But since you don't want to talk about it, I can't force you to. I'll just say one thing, the Chang family are not good people. They can disappear. The owners of our community are very happy and welcome Mr. Xiao to move in. Xiao Ran nodded and finally asked his question. It's been more than 40 days since the natural disaster, how have you all survived? Chapter 164, A Capable Person. Zhuang Jiechen revealed a look of recollection, his expression a little agitated and a little scared. It took a few seconds before he said, there is a capable person in our community. A capable person? A superhuman? Xiao Ran couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. He had guessed as much, but then dismissed it. Now, however, Zhuang Jiechen was saying that there really was a superhuman here, which was truly surprising. I'd like to hear more about it, he said. Since Zhuang Jiechen had already opened his mouth, he didn't want to hide it anymore. This was also the purpose of his trip, so he said, this talented person is called Xia Lingcheng. He was in the military before he retired, and he held a very high position. Seeing Xiao Ran looking at him, he smiled and made a gesture that was taller than he thought, taller than you think. The old man is from Suzhou, so after retirement, he returned to Suzhou in seclusion. The entire city of Suzhou knows the old man, but there are not more than a handful of people. Of course, things are different now, and many people know of the old man's existence. On the day of the disaster, an hour in advance, the old man received a call from the top, reminding him that there might be extreme weather, because it was too late to move the old man, so he could only ask the old man to stock up as much as possible and prepare for the disaster. However, the old man had been a soldier all his life and naturally did not want to be left out. So he used his influence to call on everyone in the entire community to prepare supplies. It so happened that a family in the neighborhood was getting married, and even more coincidentally, there was a resort hotel right next to our neighborhood, and their wedding was held there, with 500 tables. Under the leadership of the old man, we distributed all 500 tables of food. Sure enough, an hour later, the poisonous hail fell. Xiao Ran was stunned. So, this capable person is not a supernatural being, but a powerful person. He was disappointed. Because there was enough food and water, the entire community survived this natural disaster and lasted for more than 40 days. Xiao Ran suddenly felt a surge of anger. Why didn't the government notify ordinary people to prepare supplies? Only a very small number of people were notified? Is the life of ordinary people not important? However, he quickly calmed down. First, the government only confirmed the extreme weather an hour in advance, so even if they had issued a warning as an emergency news report, what would it have accomplished? Second, in reality, only a small number of people actually die directly from natural disasters. On the contrary, the real doomsday is the crime and viciousness that are triggered by panic. Therefore, once the country issues an early warning, the entire society will become a living hell. Just look at the Shaoran housing estate. There were no deaths in the early stages of the disaster, and it was only in the later stages that people started to die. Third, the state doesn't know how long the natural disaster will last. What if it's only 3 or 5 days, or half a month? If the disaster only lasts for 3 or 5 days, or half a month, then the chaos caused by the announcement will be followed by an even greater disaster. Therefore, the state did issue a notice and warning, but only to a very small number of people to avoid causing panic in the whole society. But no one knows how long this disaster will last, and judging from the current low temperatures, it may last for a year or even several years. Xiao Ran couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Does the power of the state really still exist? The people's armed forces are indeed the most disciplined force, but as the natural disaster continues, food and water are major problems. The amount of food consumed by an army every day is huge. And Xiao Ran took a deep breath. There are also the existence of supernormal people. At first, the superpowered people were no match for the heat weapons, so they had to lie low. But as they became stronger, would they still be so obedient and so well behaved? Will they be thinking of seizing power and taking over? Xiao Ran couldn't help but sigh in his heart. There is no going back, everything is gone. Unless there are no more supernormal people in the world, this group of people will definitely become the masters of the world. A great man once said that power comes from the barrel of a gun, and in this apocalyptic world, the supernormalists represent the barrel of a gun. Mr. Xiao? Seeing Xiao Ran lost in thought, Zhuang Jiechen couldn't help but call out softly. Xiao Ran nodded. He had been using his spatial awareness the whole time, even if his mind was wandering, but if Zhuang Jiechen really made any sudden movements, he would kill him in the first instance. He hates people who are more handsome than him. So, what is the purpose of your visit? Xiao Ran asked. You can't be bored, can you? Zhuang Jiechen smiled. I don't know what kind of person Mr. Xiao is, I'm just going to talk about the agreement our community reached with the Chang family. Huh? This raised Xiao Ran's second point of curiosity. Why doesn't the Chang family eat grass from the edge of the nest? Not to mention that the Chang family is considerate, this family has no heart at all. Please. Xiao Ran said indifferently. Zhuang Jiechen said, after the hail stopped, the Chang family used their fleet of cars to get away, and even got guns from the police station. At first, the Chang family even thought of attacking the owners of the community, that is, us. It was the old man who warned the Chang family. He had a satellite phone that could contact the authorities, and he made a call every day. If he didn't, the Eastern Military Region would lock down the Chang family mansion and level it with a missile. The Chang family immediately backed down and have since kept their distance from us, the owners. Mr. Xiao. Zhuang Jiechen looked at Xiao Ran with a solemn expression. I don't know where the Chang family went or what happened, but since Mr. Xiao is living here now, I hope that Mr. Xiao can replace the Chang family and continue to fulfill this agreement. Xiao Ran smiled. Well, the well water doesn't bother the river water, right? Yes. Zhuang Jiechen nodded. So, this is the reason why he came here today. The Chang family had all mysteriously disappeared. Could the entire community not be surprised and scared? The Chang family had guns, and not just a few of them. But now that such a powerful force had disappeared, as if they had evaporated, the Xiao family that had moved in was extremely suspicious and very frightening. These residents are afraid that Xiao Ran will do something to them, so they must let Xiao Ran know that if he does anything to them, the consequences will be very serious. Missile cleaning the floor, are you afraid? Others may be bluffing, but there is a big shot in their community. So, if you don't want to die together, you'd better live your life like the Chang family, minding your own business and never crossing the line. Xiao Ran laughed. Don't worry, I've always gotten along well with my neighbors. Just ask the people in the Jiufu community. Has Xiao Ran ever taken the initiative to offend anyone? No, not one. Everyone speaks highly of him. Zhuang Jiechen couldn't believe that a ruthless person who would probably wipe out the Chang family wouldn't even trust him with a single punctuation mark. However, he believes that Xiao Ran is not a fool. I have explained the stakes to you clearly, and I believe you won't do anything stupid. Then I'll take my leave. He was about to leave. Wait. Chapter 165, A Visit. Mr. Xiao, is there anything else? Zhuang Jiechen asked. Xiao Ran nodded and smiled. I think it's okay to visit my neighbors, right? Zhuang Jiechen was stunned. It was so cold now, and he had only come to warn Xiao Ran. Otherwise, who would go out in such cold weather? He thought for a moment and said, as long as Mr. Xiao abides by the agreement that the well water does not violate the river water, we should be very happy to have Mr. Xiao as a guest. Okay. Xiao Ran smiled. Oh, I almost forgot. Zhuang Jiechen slapped his head and took out a walkie-talkie from his thick clothes. Now that the communication is cut off, we can only rely on this thing to contact each other. After all, it is too troublesome to go out. Xiao Ran took the walkie-talkie and couldn't help but smile faintly. Did you really almost forget? If I hadn't said I was going to visit the neighbors, would you have taken out the walkie-talkie? Now that we have walkie-talkies to communicate, why do you still need to go door to door? After all, a person who can make the entire Chang family, including those lackeys, disappear is really a bit scary. It's best not to have any dealings with them. I've already set the frequency, you just need to turn it on. Zhuang Jiechen added one more thing. Then I'll be leaving. No need to see me off. Well, I didn't plan on seeing you off. Zhuang Jiechen left, still using the canoe. Xiao Ran, however, was thinking about how much of what Zhuang Jiechen had said was true. If you move that Xiaoliancheng, there will be missiles washing the ground? If it were true, Xiao Ran would not live here no matter what. He couldn't accept having his life in the hands of others. However, the natural disaster has been going on for more than 40 days. Does the Eastern Military Region really still exist? Or, can it still maintain its operations? Also, Xia Lingcheng has a satellite phone. Is it real or fake? No, it is doubtful whether this person's identity is real or fake. Although Xiao Ran has never been an official, what are his usual entertainment activities? Thanks to his ex-wife not giving him any pocket money, Xiao Ran could only read free novels, and he loved officialdom novels, so he had some understanding of them. Could a person who has risen to a high position in the military live here? A person of this level would definitely have a large number of guards, and the security level would be either the highest or the next level. Therefore, in order to facilitate security work, the state would not allow the old man to live in this kind of community. But if Xia Lingcheng is not a big shot, how did he know the end was coming in advance? Xiao Ran tapped the table with his finger. Could it be that after going around in circles, Xia Lingcheng is actually a psychic, and his ability is to foresee the future? However, I was reborn, so I had superpowers before the disaster. How could Xia Lingcheng have superpowers in advance? But Xiao Ran didn't believe that Xia Lingcheng was a big shot who had been demoted. Why think so much? Just go and ask him. Xiao Ran laughed, thinking that he had made the problem too complicated. A gentleman does not stand on a dangerous wall. If Xia Lingcheng really could summon missiles, he would never have stayed here for a day. He would have moved out immediately. He picked up the intercom, turned on the power, and said, "Hello, hello, hello. I'm Xiao Ran from Building 8. I'd like to ask which building Mr. Xia Lingcheng lives in. I have something to ask him in person." When the words fell, all that could be heard on the intercom was the sound of electricity. But at the same time, many residents in the community had tuned their intercoms to another frequency. He wants to find the old man? What for? Is he going to do something bad to the old man? Should I tell him? Tell him that Lao Zhuang has already told him the pros and cons, and that he should want to confirm it for himself. Yes, let him talk to the old man and make him behave himself. Okay, then turn the frequency back and tell him where the old man lives. Xiao Ran waited for a while, and then a voice came over the intercom. The old man lives in Building 3. Thank you. He turned off the walkie-talkie. Xiao Ran prepared for a while, which took him nearly half an hour. Mainly to check the data. 3 months before the natural disaster, he had downloaded a large number of files, filling up thousands of portable hard drives. Then, he left the house with a bag on his back and skis on his feet. The manor was huge, and Xiao Ran skated out of the fenced area and found Building 3. No one else had the habit of clearing the snow in front of the door, so Xiao Ran knocked on the window. The window on the 3rd floor. Soon, the window opened and Xiao Ran climbed in. The warmth hit him. It is indeed a real wealthy area, with fireplaces in every home. Otherwise, the oil would have run out long ago, and even if every home had a generator, they would still be in a power outage. But this is Dongshan, and there are trees everywhere in the neighborhood, so if they cut down a lot of trees before the hail stopped and the snow didn't fall, they could have made it until now. Xiao Ran took off his skis and looked forward. That was the person who opened the window for him. Oh, a beauty. Even Xiao Ran, whose eyes had been spoiled by the world, had to admire her. The woman in front of him was probably in her early 20s, and her looks were truly stunning. Even compared to Su Xinran, she was slightly better looking. Su Xinran's looks would score 95 points, while this woman's would score 98 or 99 points. Why wasn't it a perfect 100? Because there is no standard. And there may be even more beautiful women than this one, so this woman can only settle for 99 points. She has a very slender figure, especially her long legs, which are straight and tall, even better than Zhou Yunsu's. Of course, she has her shortcomings. Her breasts are not big enough. No, it should be that Xiao Ran has too high a standard. The women in his family all start with a D, and this woman in front of him should have a C. This is definitely not small, it's just that it doesn't meet Xiao Ran's requirements. Her hair is as white as snow, her skin as white as jade, her lips as pink as roses, her eyes as bright as diamonds, and her neck as graceful as a swan. Because it was warm enough at home, she was wearing casual clothes, but you could still see her near-perfect curves. It's just that her breasts aren't big enough. Xiao Ran sighed in his heart. Am I obsessed with breasts? Why do I always think about the size of the bra cups? Grandpa is waiting for you in the living room. The beauty said, which led to decades of peace. However, the older generation of soldiers did indeed pay too much, especially in the early days of the founding of the nation, which can only be described as tragic. Xia Lingcheng looked indifferent and said, "Young man, you didn't come to see me just to flatter me, did you?" His straightforward and unadorned speech further confirmed his military style. Xiaoran smiled and said, "I just have some doubts." "You say it." Xia Lingcheng made a gesture of invitation. "First of all, I have no doubt about the identity of the old man as a soldier, and I also admire the old man's contributions." Xiaoran said, "This is the premise, and please believe me that I have no ill will towards the old man." He said this very sincerely because he respected the military from the bottom of his heart. However, there was one thing he had to confirm, because he didn't want to live in the shadow of missiles that could fall at any moment. Xiaoran continued, "But was the old man really in the army before he retired?" He was more than a gesture that pierced the sky. Is there any doubt about this? Unexpectedly, the beautiful woman standing behind Xia Lingcheng interrupted, looking humiliated. "Without the information my grandfather received from the country, it is no exaggeration to say that at least half of the people here would have starved to death or died of thirst, and you are still doubting my grandfather?" Xia Lingcheng glared at the beauty and said, "You're really overbearing. You don't even allow people to doubt?" Xiaoran was unmoved, saying, "I have a reasonable reason. First, the old man retired from such a high position, but there is not even a security guard at home?" The beauty immediately said, "Grandpa likes peace and quiet, and besides, do we have to worry about security in our country?" Xiaoran laughed, "Good public security is one thing, but the old man's specifications are there, how could there be no security guards? This is really not convincing." The beauty snorted, "Your suspicion is completely unreasonable. If Grandpa didn't have a very high status, how could he possibly know state secrets? So, this is where the fun lies." Xiaoran laughed. The Xia family looked at him, and Xiaoran looked at the two of them. He even crossed his legs. "You wait." The girl looked very angry, and she went up to the third floor. After a while, she came back down with a thumping sound. She took out a notebook, opened it, and turned the screen towards Xiaoran. "Look for yourself." The beauty looked at Xiaoran with disdain. "What's your name?" Xiaoran looked at the beauty, but not at the screen. He looked very determined. The girl was helpless and said, "My name is Xia Chuqiu." Xiaoran couldn't help but laugh. This name is quite interesting, but it would be even more fun if it were Xia Mo Chuqiu. This brought a cold stare from Xia Chuqiu. Xiaoran then looked at the screen. "This is the page of a certain encyclopedia, but the network is currently down, so it is offline. However, it clearly states Xia Lingcheng's identity. Gee, he really is a big shot in the army, almost a godlike figure." Xiaoran let out a long sigh of relief after seeing this. "What do you think?" Xia Chuqiu asked. Xiaoran looked at her and said indifferently, "What can Baidu Baiki prove? Do you think I'm an internet newbie who doesn't know that Baidu Baiki can compile entries and content on its own? Ha!" Xia Chuqiu was slightly surprised, because most people have a wrong perception of online encyclopedias, thinking that they are official introductions. In fact, this is not the case at all. You can make up an entry and then make up a story. It can be a person, a place, or even a historical event. Authoritative? Bullshit. Xiaoran's mouth curled into a smile. It was fortunate that Xia Chuqiu didn't bring up this Baidu encyclopedia, but that he did, because it just confirmed his thoughts. Because he had checked the information before coming here, although it was downloaded offline and must not be complete, there was no entry for Xia Lingcheng on it, but this did not prove anything. Some bigwigs are more low-key, especially those engaged in secret scientific research. It would be strange if you could find it online. But Xia Chuqiu took out Baidu encyclopedia and showed it to him. It seems to be proving, but in fact it is full of flaws. Therefore, the old man is a soldier, but he is definitely not a high-ranking official. Xiaoran smiled and, before the old man and his grandson could deny it, waved his hand. "I was just saying this off the cuff, so you don't need to deny it right away. Besides, I have always respected soldiers, regardless of their rank. These are my feelings, my respect, and my respect for the military. Please accept them, Grandpa. I'm leaving. Don't see me off." Xiaoran put down the backpack he had brought, which contained some fruit. You can stockpile food, but what about fruit? Everyone should be lacking in vitamin supplements right now. He stood up to leave, but after taking a few steps, he slapped his head and turned back to the stairs. Can I still use the front door? He said not to see him off, but how could Xiao Chucho not see him off? Because Xiao Ran would definitely go back the same way, so of course he would go to her bedroom. She felt a sense of shame that all her secrets had been exposed by a strange man entering her room. Who are you? She asked in a low voice as she walked upstairs. Where are the Chang family? Xiao Ran had already entered her room and turned around to smile. If you are worried about the Chang family, then don't worry, they will never come back, and as I said before, I only respect the military, as long as you don't mess with me. Okay, goodbye. Chapter 167, The Direction of Strengthening Capabilities. Xiao Ran left the Xia family and returned to his own home. His heart was at ease. Xia Lingcheng was definitely not a big shot in the military. He couldn't be found on the internet at all. There was someone with the same name, but he wasn't from Sioux City, but rather the mayor of a small county. Xiao Ran had been suspicious that Xia Lingcheng might be involved in secret weapons research. Such a big shot would naturally not be found on the internet. But Xiao Chucho added a superfluous detail, insisting on getting a certain online encyclopedia to come up with it, which was a confession. Xiao Ran was relieved. The missile lockdown was a bluff. As long as Xia Lingcheng didn't report in safely, the missiles would strike. It was purely used to scare the Chang family. There was nothing they could do. At the time, the Chang family had already obtained a gun. Without even having to send Chang Air, who in the neighborhood was not afraid of the Chang family. Well, Xiao Chucho was indeed very pretty, and the Chang family must have seen it in their eyes long ago. So, since natural disasters have come and social order has collapsed, why would the Chang family still have any concerns? What could possibly scare the Chang family? Naturally, it was the army's missiles. The main thing is that Xia Lingcheng actually knew in advance that extreme weather was coming, and he took everyone to collect a wave of supplies, which naturally gave him a preconceived impression and left no doubt about his identity as a big shot. So, how did Xia Lingcheng know that a natural disaster was coming? Xiao Ran smiled, picked up the walkie-talkie, tuned it to a frequency, and called out, Xiao Chucho, please respond if you hear me. You just got back, and there's already trouble? After a while, Xiao Chucho's voice came over the walkie-talkie, as if he were gritting his teeth. Xiao Ran laughed, I'm curious, how did your grandfather know that a natural disaster was coming? Your grandfather isn't a reincarnated person, is he? He was just being sarcastic. You read too many novels. Xiao Chucho said coldly, did you say that nonsense just to talk to me? Hey, didn't I say that I wanted to know why your grandfather knew about the disaster? Xiao Ran brought up the old topic again. Xiao Chucho just said, Grandpa is a big shot in the army. Isn't it normal for him to get the news? TSK, I've already exposed it, but you're still so tight-lipped? With no threat of missiles, Xiao Ran was naturally in a good mood. In fact, after entering the Xia family, he had carefully searched with his spatial awareness, and there was definitely no satellite phone, nor was the mobile phone a Huawei P or Mate 60, so not only could he not make a satellite phone call, he couldn't even send a satellite message. What's your major? Xiao Ran suddenly asked. Xiao Chu was taken aback. She didn't expect Xiao Ran to ask such a question, and she was completely unprepared. She subconsciously said, electronic information. Xiao Ran thought to himself, of course, how could an ordinary person know anything about Baidu Baiki? Only a major in internet-related subjects would do. He wanted to install a camera in the villa and perform face recognition to determine whether to shoot or call the police or ignore it, so he needed relevant talent. Isn't Xiao Chucho the right person? Of course, Xiao Ran doesn't dare to ask the other party to do this now. Even if Xiao Chucho agreed, would Xiao Ran be able to rest assured? Don't leave a back door open. What if a machine gun suddenly starts shooting at me? They just met today, how can Xiao Ran trust her? If he was so careless, even with superpowers, he wouldn't have survived until today. Okay, we'll talk later. He was about to turn off the walkie-talkie. Wait. Xiao Chucho suddenly called out, hesitated for a moment, and said, thank you for the fruit. She might be able to resist the temptation of food and find a way to return it to Xiao Ran, but she couldn't resist the fruit. Xiao Ran just smiled, okay, you owe me a favor, and there will definitely be a way to repay it in the future. You, shameless. Xia Chuqiu suddenly shouted, and then hung up. Xiao Ran was very confused. I still want you to help me with the enemy identification system for the manor in the future. Why did you call me shameless? What's the misunderstanding? It's really inexplicable. Xiao Ran shook his head. He gave Xia Lingqing the fruit because he was afraid that if Xia Lingqing really was an old cadre, he could really mobilize missiles to shoot them over. Even if he moved out immediately, it wouldn't affect him getting to know a big shot, which might be useful in the future. Although it turned out to be false, Xiao Ran was not a stingy person, and he still gave the fruit to the Xia family. Let's just say it was a token of appreciation for the soldiers. Xiao Ran, dinner is ready. Han Yun's charming voice came over. Xiao Ran replied, temporarily. Putting aside his worries. The lunch was quite sumptuous. Because the women have been working hard these days, doing manual labor, Xiao Ran of course won't let them down, and the ingredients he brought out were all good things, such as lobsters, king crabs, and high-quality snowflake beef. These are usually only served on special occasions, but in recent days, they have been eaten casually. Even the emperor doesn't want hungry soldiers. But after this morning's busy work, all the doors and windows of the entire manor have been reinforced, especially the windows. What's the point of having so many windows now? Is there a view to see? They are all sealed up, so safety is naturally the first priority. The women did not exercise today because the labor was so intense that they did not need to expend extra physical energy. They all went to the sauna. Xiao Ran didn't like the sauna because it was too stuffy, so he went to exercise. He ran with weights. Ordinary long-distance running is no longer effective. Xiao Ran is running with a barbell on his back, weighing 200 kilograms. Even so, he didn't find it too difficult. His physique is too strong. If I were a physical-type mutant, what kind of strength and speed would I have after being enhanced so many times? Xiao Ran felt a little scared. If such a superhuman came at him, would he really have time to react? The disadvantage of a physical type of superpower is that it is single-minded, that is, it only enhances the body, but the horror is also here. When strength is infinite and speed is infinite, what other special abilities are needed? Just charge over and solve it with a punch. Xiao Ran was somewhat envious of the physical type of superpower, but after thinking about it, he still wouldn't want to trade his spatial ability even if he had the chance. From the perspective of enjoyment, spatial storage is the king. And aren't spatial doors powerful? What if I could bend the space door into a sphere? Even if it is just a curved surface, as long as I am surrounded by it, I will not be harmed by any attack, right? And if I surround the target, unless that person never moves, they will enter my different space. Even if you are enhanced 100 million times, you should only have one way out. Xiao Ran's eyes lit up. He had found a direction to work towards. Chapter 168, Enhanced Spatial Awareness. With a direction to strive for, Xiao Ran began to work hard. He kept trying to bend the space door. But after hundreds of attempts, the space door was still the same, and not even the slightest bit of bending appeared. Xiao Ran did not give up. This is just the beginning. However, he did not focus all his energy on changing the spatial door, but also devoted some of it to training his other two abilities: spatial perception and spatial cutting. Space cutting is more of an offensive skill, and Xiao Ran's personality, he definitely focuses more on defense. Only when you are alive can you talk about anything else. In theory, with spatial awareness and the spatial gate, he can withstand any attack. As long as the attack enters the range of his spatial awareness, he can discover it in the first instance, and opening the spatial gate is actually a matter of thought. How fast is consciousness? Right. Xiao Ran's training is to open up his spatial awareness and then open the spatial gate in coordination. All superhumans have a crisis warning system, so as long as he masters these two abilities, even if a superhuman with enhanced physical skills attacks him, he should be able to react in time to open the space gate to protect himself. If the opponent is too fast and can't stop, he can win directly. He keeps trying, again and again. Because spatial awareness is constantly on, and it consumes a lot of psychic energy, Xiao Ran uses the technique of release, pause, pause. Although the picture is slightly broken, it's like a movie with 120 frames per second. If it's reduced to 60 frames per second, most people won't be able to tell the difference. The precision does have an impact, but not a big one. However, this directly doubled the amount of time he spent using spatial awareness. After practicing for more than 2 hours, Xiaoran found that his superpower was about to run out. One last time. Boom! The spatial perception was activated, somewhat like radar waves, but radar waves sweep past according to distance, showing them one after the other, even if they are fast, but spatial perception is different. Within 16 meters, everything appears at the same time. Rest, ha! Xiaoran was stunned. What the hell? He suddenly realized that the three-dimensional image in his mind had actually appeared Su Qingmei and the other women. How is that possible? Aren't they in the sauna next door? How could I see them? The image is so realistic. I'm not that horny that I can imagine them in the sauna, am I? After all, they had just exercised before the workout, hadn't they? Could it be? Xiaoran's face lit up with joy, and he activated his spatial perception again. However, this time, there was no beautiful view of the sauna. It is common knowledge that spatial perception cannot penetrate walls. Xiaoran was stunned. Was it really my imagination just now? No. He had been engrossed in training for the past 2 hours, and had not thought about anything related to women, so how? Could he have used spatial awareness and then had a sexy hallucination? Think back. Think back. Was there anything different? Yes. Xiaoran's eyes suddenly lit up. He closed his eyes and activated his spatial awareness again. It was as if he had become an omniscient being, and a huge three-dimensional map appeared in his mind, including the gym, the neighboring gym, the gym upstairs and downstairs, and everything within 16 meters of him, no matter up, down, left or right. What about the walls? In fact, they have not disappeared, but are presented in a faded way, and the same is true of the 9 women in the sauna. The towels on their bodies can also be blurred and faded, and they can be penetrated at will at the snap of a finger. Has this evolved into a third eye? No, a clairvoyant can only see in one direction, but he can see 360 degrees without any blind spots. Spatial ability. Awesome. Xiaoran continued, and the 9 women suddenly seemed to be sliced open, their skin and muscles blurred, and he could clearly see their beating hearts. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! So, with spatial cutting, I can cut wherever I want. Before the end of the world, if I combine these 2 abilities, can I become the top surgeon? I can even cut tumors. This is even more minimally invasive than minimally invasive surgery, and there is no need to cut the skin. Xiaoran's thoughts were running wild, and his spatial awareness automatically stopped due to the full consumption of his superpower. Why hadn't he been able to achieve the penetrating effect before? Because the next time he used it, he exerted more force, which consumed more of his power. The increase in consumption was exchanged for a qualitative improvement. The consumption is 3 times as much as usual. This kind of perspective can only be used in critical moments, otherwise it will easily drain my power. Apart from surgery, this upgraded spatial awareness is so useful. What's it for? Finding a gas station. Xiaoran can roughly determine the location of the gas station by comparing the map with the actual scene, but it's only a rough estimate. Whether it's actually under your feet or how many meters off, you have to dig down to find out. But now the snow is about 7 meters deep. How long will it take to dig to the bottom? It is very likely that he will dig for a long time and find that he is off, and he will have to dig again. What a mess. But now it's fine. Once you found the general location, you can use spatial awareness to find out where the oil tank is. There won't be any deviation. It's so useful. Great, I don't have to worry about doing nothing every day anymore. Xiaoran was so excited that he couldn't help but get carried away. He took a mask from the other dimension and put it on. He came into the sauna room, pushed the door open and shouted, "Don't move. I'm going to rape you." Although someone was wearing a mask, Su Qingmei and the others had seen his body every day and were familiar with it. So everyone just laughed and said nothing. There was only one exception. Zhou Yunsu. Little Green Tea screamed in terror, "Help, help, there's a pervert." Xiaoran laughed heartily and picked up green tea. And he left. Su Qingmei and the other girls looked at each other and suddenly regretted it. Xiaoran's trick was indeed childish, but so what? He likes it. While they were still laughing at Xiaoran's childishness, Zhou Yunsu had already cooperated. How could Xiaoran not like it? Little Green Tea is not just a backstabber. Damn, this green tea bitch has beaten me to it again. Chapter 169, Discussion among the new neighbors. Another night has passed. The end of the world has entered its 46th day, and the weather is still bad. The snow is 2.5 stories high. Because it is more than 40 degrees below zero, the snow has no signs of melting, but has become solid and hard. However, there are still a large number of humans alive. Although the problem of food shortages is becoming more and more serious, for the time being, humans are still tenaciously surviving. In the morning, Xiaoran stood at the window, watching the rapidly dissipating fog, and he was planning his day. Should he go out to look for a gas station? Go. What else is there to do at home? It's no good letting it go moldy and rusty. He talked to the girls, and they all wanted to go with him. They also wanted to contribute. Xiaoran thought about it for a moment and said, "Okay, then let's all go. It's better to avoid having someone come and steal the house." This is unlikely, because Xiaoran has just wiped out the Chang family. Who wouldn't be afraid of this power? But it's not a matter of being afraid of 10,000, it's a matter of being afraid of one. If someone really manages to get into the house, what can they do? Food? Water? Xiaoran keeps all the food in a different space, and only takes it out when he goes out to give it to the women. After breakfast, everyone got on the bus and set off. Oh, it's a boat, a boat. The hovercraft was launched and soon roared off. Here, the sound of a variety of noises. The family has left. Where did the Chang family go? Were they all killed in the house? It's too weird. The Chang family clearly had a lot of guns, but how could they be wiped out overnight? You've hit the nail on the head. One night, when everyone is asleep, and with professional skills, it should be easy to get the job done. Fortunately, we have Mr. Xia sitting in, so the family should be afraid of mutual destruction. On the walkie-talkie, you and I are talking back and forth. However, someone poured cold water on the party. I advise everyone not to be so optimistic. It was Zhuang Jichen. Why? Many people immediately asked. If you were to ask who had the most prestige in the whole neighborhood, it would definitely be Xia Lingcheng. If you were to ask who posed the greatest threat, it would be the Chang family, but now it is Xiaoran who has taken their place. If you were to ask who was the most resourceful, it would be Zhuang Jichen. In a sense, he is even more influential than Xia Lingcheng. Zhuang Jichen said lightly, Xia Laoshi is actually not a big shot in the army, and Xiaoran must have discovered this. How could that be? Right, if Xia Lao wasn't a big shot in the military, how could he have gotten the news in advance and told us to gather supplies? Didn't even the Chang family get scared? Everyone was puzzled. Zhuang Jichen was always smart, so why did he suddenly start talking nonsense? Zhuang Jichen shook his head, but no one could see it. Xia Lingcheng is definitely not a big shot in the military. After the natural disaster, I asked someone to look into it. Among the active and retired military big shots, there is not a single person with the surname Xia. Ha! Everyone was stunned because after the disaster, they had followed Xia Lingcheng's advice and stocked up on supplies in advance, thus surviving. They already believed in Xia Lingcheng's identity, so who would bother to ask? But why didn't Zhuang Jichen say so earlier? Zhuang Jichen explained, I kept it a secret before to deter the Chang family. I didn't want someone to let the Chang family know, because if they did, we would all be in danger. Now I'm telling you because Xiaoran first became suspicious and then went to the Xia family, so he must have gotten some evidence. For a moment, there was only a buzzing noise on the walkie-talkie, but no one spoke. Xia Lingcheng is not the boss. For the time being, they were not worried that Xiaoran would do them harm, but rather that their last glimmer of hope had disappeared. If Xia Lingcheng is a big shot in the military, will the state send someone to rescue him? It's possible. Since Xia Lingcheng was saved, could they be saved as well? If they can afford to buy a villa here, they are not ordinary rich people, but have all kinds of connections, just not all powerful. So, if they mention their connections, they may be saved. But if Xia Lingcheng is not a big shot in the military, then the country naturally won't send anyone to pick him up, and this last glimmer of hope is gone. I'm not saying this to discourage you, but to make you face reality. Zhuang Jichen said solemnly, this morning, everyone saw Xiaoran leave in a hovercraft, right? As soon as he said this, many people immediately became lively. A hovercraft. Where did this kid get it? Also, with the heavy snowfall, the snow is 6 or 7 meters deep. How did he dig the hovercraft out? That's easy. First, park the hovercraft in the garage or somewhere else. After the snow stops, just dig a ramp at the entrance, and then you can drive the hovercraft up. If we can get this hovercraft, we won't have to starve to death. Yes, the last time we stocked up on food was more than 40 days ago, and we're running low on supplies. So, rob this guy? Zhuang Jiechen coughed and signaled for everyone to be quiet. First, we need to find out what happened to the Chang family. There were at least 50 people, so how could they all just disappear? Even if Xiaoran was a surprise attack, but one person can kill more than 50 people, I ask you, are you afraid of such an enemy? No one spoke, and everyone answered with silence. So what do we do? We're going to face starvation soon. After a while, someone spoke up. Zhuang Jiechen smiled. I only said to be cautious, but I didn't say to sit and wait to die. It's been almost 50 days since the disaster, but the country's rescue hasn't appeared, and I don't think it will ever appear. We have to find a way to save ourselves. Aha! Many people agreed. Yes, my mother has diabetes and we are running out of insulin. I can't let her die. My wife is about to give birth. Zhuang Jiechen cleared his throat again. Everyone, calm down. We still have enough food for a few more days, so we should use this time to get to know Xiaoran and find out what he's really like. As the old saying goes, if you know yourself and your enemy, you will never be defeated in 100 battles. How did Xiaoran kill those people from the Chang family? Until we figure this out, we must not take action unless we have no other choice, and we must not let Xiaoran see our hostility towards him. Everyone agreed. Whoever could reach their status and level of success was a smart person. When Xiaoran returns, we'll test his attitude first. Chapter 170 I Refuse. Xiao Yan drove the boat. The vast wilderness, and this is on Taihu Lake. As long as you head in one direction, do you need to worry about traffic accidents? So Xiaoran boldly drove the hovercraft to 40 yards. Compared to the previous off-road vehicle, this speed is twice as fast. It was indeed quite bold. The faster you go, the sooner you get to your destination. After arriving at a similar location, Xiaoran used his spatial awareness to accurately locate the spot. Excavate. How to dig. An excavator. This was not something Xiaoran had prepared in advance, because he had not expected such heavy snowfall later, so he did not prepare for it, but just happened to collect it when he was collecting oil. It was free, so I took it. Now it comes in handy. Because he had practiced with the video before, Xiaoran got straight to work. After digging for nearly 2 hours, he finally reached the oil storage area. Now it was easy. He just reached out and pressed a few tanks, and they disappeared one after another. The excavation technique needs to be improved. If I had a physical-type superpower user to help me, or a fire-type user to melt the snow, the speed would have increased dramatically. There are no ifs. What if one of the Su Qingmei girls gains superpowers? Xiaoran was really a little worried. What if someone suddenly turned on him? Although it is unlikely. They all know that they can only enjoy a good life if I am alive, but over time, they have become more and more dependent on me, and I believe that one day, even if they were given great power, they would not want to leave me. Time and affection are one thing, but most importantly, he can provide the best material conditions, which no one can replace. Even if my guess is correct, and becoming a superhuman requires being hit by a hail of poison and awakening between life and death, I still have to experiment on someone first, right? No hurry, no hurry. But if we can artificially cultivate supernormal abilities. That would be terrible. In the future, if someone is unlucky enough to fall into my hands, I'll try to see if I can turn them into a psychic. Let's go to a gas station. It's hard to get oil these days. In the past, it was mainly the time spent traveling that was a problem, but now, even though he spends a lot of time traveling, he spends even more time digging out the snow, so after a busy day, he has only managed to empty 4 gas stations. He went home. The hovercraft took him home. Fortunately, it was not yet 4 o'clock, the sky was still light, and the fog had not gathered again. Xiaoran took out the food and let the girls make dinner. Today, the 9 girls were all very happy. Although they spent most of the time on the hovercraft, at least they were out in the world. Watching the entire world covered in snow made them feel open-minded and as if they had been sublimated. Moreover, today they also collected some supplies. Although they don't have a different space, they can only use bags to store them, but they collected them by hand, so they all cherished them very much. Even the biscuits that they now looked down upon. Everyone carefully preserved the things they had collected. They didn't want to eat or use them, but they had worked hard to find them, and they were their first harvest, so they were naturally worth commemorating. And it was precisely today's trip that made the girls realize the importance of the harvest. What good things can they still receive now? At such low temperatures, many things spoil and become unusable. Food is completely frozen into a lump. Can vegetables be thawed and cooked like pork, beef, lamb, etc.? What about seafood? What about fruit? Therefore, Xiaoran can provide fresh food, which is unique at the moment. With this realization, even the usually aloof Yu Nuantong, Jiang Yuning, and Su Xinran all changed unknowingly and became more affectionate towards Xiaoran. However, before they could even have dinner, the intercom suddenly rang. "Xiaoran, Mr. Xiao, please respond." It was a man's voice. Xiaoran thought about it for a moment, then picked up the phone. "Just say what you want." He wasn't interested in beating around the bush. There was a pause on the other end of the line, and then the man said, "Mr. Xiao, I want to ask you a favor." "I refuse." Xiaoran turned off the intercom. What could he possibly want? It must be a request for supplies, or maybe a hovercraft. He wouldn't agree to either. Yufei looked at the walkie-talkie in his hand, not expecting Xiaoran to refuse so decisively. After a stunned 3 seconds, he began to curse. After a while, he used another channel to contact the others. Xiaoran hung up without listening to what I asked for. He said. This made the dozen people on the other end of the walkie-talkie frown. If Xiaoran is greedy, then such people have weaknesses, and weaknesses can be targeted. For example, if Xiaoran asks how much money he needs, what special supplies he needs, or if he has his eye on someone's daughter or wife, then as long as you pretend to agree and trick him out, you will naturally have a chance to get him. But Xiaoran didn't even listen or pay attention, he just hung up. So I asked, how can you target someone who hides in a room like a turtle? It's difficult. Zhuang Jiechen thought for a moment and said, Lao Yu, you have your wife contact Xiaoran. Ah. Yufei was stunned at first, then his blood pressure rose. Lao Zhuang, what do you mean? It doesn't mean anything. Just have your wife contact Xiaoran. You have nothing to lose. Zhuang Jiechen said lightly. Yufei hesitated for a moment before agreeing. He called his wife over. Yufei started from scratch, but after he got rich, he divorced his first wife. He married a beautiful 18-year-old art student, but his first wife was not far behind, and she ended up with a young fitness trainer. So, his young wife is only 22 years old. After giving her a few instructions, he changed the frequency and his young wife said into the intercom, Hello, Mr. Xiaoran, are you there? There was no response. Yufei gave her a wink, signaling her to continue. The young wife kept repeating, but her mouth was dry and there was still no sound on the other end of the walkie-talkie. She threw the walkie-talkie to the ground in a fit of anger and stamped her foot in a coquettish manner. Honey, who is this person? She's been talking until her mouth is dry, but he still won't respond to her. Yufei laughed. Usually you don't get so dry-mouthed. Honey, you're so naughty. The little wife knew that Yufei was talking dirty, so she pretended to be angry. Yufei just made a joke to lighten the mood, and immediately said, Keep calling until the person answers you. Okay, fine. The little wife agreed with a pout. Chapter 171, Idiot. On this end of the walkie-talkie, Yujia's little wife had already run out of things to say, but on the other end, Xiaoran had already put the walkie-talkie away into a different dimension and was having dinner with the other women. Today's dinner was not too rich because of time constraints, but the women were full of a sense of accomplishment, so everything tasted delicious. After dinner, the women went to practice yoga. And Xiaoran? He was still working out and practicing his superpowers. After yesterday's practice, he accidentally gained an enhanced understanding of spatial perception. So if he practices some more today, will he be able to figure out how to bend the spatial door? More practice can't hurt. But after 2 hours of practice, Xiaoran still hadn't made any progress on bending the space door. Xiaoran was not at all unwilling. If he really manages to figure this out, it will be an invincible move that can be used to attack or defend, and it won't be easy to accomplish. Even if it took a few months, Xiaoran would still think it was amazing. A new day. It's already the middle of July, and in previous years, it would be the hottest time of the year, but look at the temperature, minus 44 degrees. Oh, it's freezing. Fortunately, the entire building is warm, and there is more than one fireplace here, providing a constant supply of heat. There is also a large boiler that works 24 hours a day, providing hot water for the manor and keeping the pool at a constant temperature. It doesn't matter if anyone is swimming or not, just keep it running. As for firewood, Xiao Ran has an absurdly large reserve. This is not fuel, and it can be stockpiled indefinitely before the end of the world. In the morning, Xiao Ran swam in the pool. Swimming is a very good way to stay fit, and it can shape your body in a comprehensive way. After several rounds of superpower enhancement, Xiao Ran's body is already very good, and with daily exercise, there is really nothing wrong with it. He is slender and muscular, and his muscles are clearly well built, but he doesn't look like the type with bulging muscles. He is the type who looks thin when he is dressed, but has a lot of meat when he is naked. Plop. While swimming, he heard a splash behind him, but without turning around or using his spatial awareness, he could not identify the identity of the person. He was not yet powerful enough to be able to deduce the identity of the person from the sound of the splash. He turned around and saw a mermaid swimming underwater. Judging from her near-perfect, plump and proud figure, there was only one candidate. Han Yun. Sure enough, after a few meters of diving, Han Yun emerged from the water, just in time to crash into Xiao Ran's arms, her black hair spreading out in the water. Xiao Ran laughed, "You've broken the rules." "What rule?" Han Yun smiled coquettishly. At her age, she was the most charming and enchanting, and she always swam with her face uncovered, but her beauty was still undiminished. "You bumped into me with the ball," Xiao Ran said seriously. Han Yun was stunned for a moment, then she punched him with her little fist. "You're so dirty." She was obviously pretending to be coquettish, otherwise why would she come swimming at this time, and, gee, she even specially changed into a three-piece swimsuit. This body is really amazing. Xiao Ran took out the walkie-talkie on a whim. He knew that the other people in the community must be using other frequencies to communicate privately. It was like a dormitory with only 6 people, but there were more than a dozen groups. Although this was a high-end villa area with only a few dozen owners, what was the point of having more than a dozen or 20 frequencies? Wireless communication can't be encrypted, so if you're communicating something secret and someone happens to tune into the corresponding frequency, it's going to be interesting. After a while, all I could hear was a woman's voice on the intercom. Mr. Xiao, are you there?" His voice was slightly hoarse. Xiao Ran didn't plan to go out to collect fuel today. It was too cold to go out in the cold wind. So he picked up the walkie-talkie and asked, "This is Xiao Ran. Who are you and what do you want?" Yufei's little wife finally let out a long sigh of relief, but at the same time, she also felt a strong sense of resentment. That's too much. From yesterday to now, she has been shouting into the intercom, and her voice is hoarse. Even when she was faking it with Yufei, it wasn't as exhausting. So she naturally had a lot of resentment. But where would she dare to lose her temper with Xiao Ran? Isn't she afraid Yufei will beat her? "Hello Mr. Xiao, my name is Gao Xiaoting, the owner of Villa 9. She said in a sweet voice. Even though she couldn't see anyone, she was used to talking like this. Xiao Ran sighed, "You're not an idiot, are you? Why don't you just say what you want?" After a slight pause, Gao Xiaoting finally exploded in anger. "Who are you calling a fool? You're the fool, and your whole family is a fool." She was furious. She has been screaming since yesterday and her voice is hoarse. She is full of resentment, but she is only suppressing it. However, Xiao Ran still called her a fool, which finally made her unable to control herself and she began to yell at the intercom. She didn't realize that Xiao Ran had turned off the intercom after saying that, and was now yelling at an empty intercom. Until Yufei heard it and came over to ask, "What are you doing?" "Honey, that guy called me a fool, I have to scold him to death." Gao Xiaoting was still flirting with Yufei. Did he get it? Yufei was surprised at first, but then he immediately realized that his little wife was actually scolding Xiao Ran. Stupid. With a slap, he gave her a slap in the face, knocking her out of her senses. She didn't even dare to cry, but just covered her face. Yufei took a deep breath and said into the intercom, "Mr. Xiao, I'm really sorry. My wife is young and doesn't know any better. Please forgive her." Zizizi, all he heard was static. Damn it. He couldn't help but swear, this is really a pretty girl showing off to the blind. He couldn't help but get angry, and he slapped him again. Stupid. Chapter 172, Crying Poverty. Yu Fei called out into the intercom. When his mouth was about to run dry, he finally received a response from Xiaoran. At this moment, he was so excited that he wanted to cry. Mr. Xiao, it's me, Yu Fei from Building 9. Yu Fei quickly said, I have a favor to ask. My mother is diabetic, and we are running out of insulin at home. I would like to ask Mr. Xiao to help me get some. If you need anything in return, please just let me know. Xiaoran smiled and said, sure, I need energy like gasoline and diesel. If you give me a few 100 liters, I'll help you get the insulin. Yu Fei was stunned for a moment before saying, Mr. Xiao, I also need fuel to keep the generator running. It's so cold now, if I give you the fuel, my whole family will freeze to death. Oh, so my life is not important, right? Xiaoran smiled and said, you really are a filial son. He only knows how to pay lip service to filial piety. Yu Fei blushed and quickly said, Mr. Xiao, can you change your request? You should know that in times of peace, jewelry is precious, but in times of war, gold is precious. I have a lot of gold at home. How about giving it all to you? Gold? Xiaoran laughed, can it be used for food or for heating? Yu Fei was stunned, and after a while he said, Mr. Xiao, you have a hovercraft, so it's not difficult to go out and collect medicine from the hospital, right? Ah, the snow is now 2 stories high. You tell me it's not difficult to go out and find medicine? Xiaoran laughed. You're quite shameless. You let this kind of thing come out of your mouth. It's true, you're used to giving orders as a boss, so you take it for granted that others do things for you. Yu Fei was furious, but he thought that Xiaoran was a mysterious being who could make the Chang family disappear overnight. He didn't dare to turn his back on Xiaoran, but lowered his tone and said, then please lend me the hovercraft, and I will return it to you when I am finished using it. What do you want in return? Xiaoran asked. In fact, if the benefits are in place, the hovercraft is not impossible to borrow. There are 9 more in the different space. We are neighbors, just lending it to you. Mr. Xiao, you still want to charge a reward? Yu Fei thought it was a bit unbelievable. Just lending you the hovercraft, what do you have to lose? How about this? However, Yu Fei thought about it. After all, the hovercraft was really Xiaoran's, so of course he could make a condition, I'll go to the hospital to collect insulin, and I'll also find some other medicines, such as for colds and fevers, and give them to Mr. Xiao. In such extreme weather, a minor illness can be fatal, so having medicine to treat it can mean the difference between life and death. I'm just borrowing your hovercraft, I'm not asking you to risk your life. You're just sitting back and enjoying the ride, what's not to like? Since you put it that way, we're neighbors, how about your wife lending me her hovercraft? Xiaoran laughed. You. Yu Fei was about to scold him, but then he thought that he was the one asking for a favor, so he suppressed his anger. Xiaoran laughed, I can lend you the boat, but only on one condition, fuel. How about this, 100 liters of gasoline or diesel, and I'll lend you the hovercraft for a day. How could Yu Fei possibly agree to that? How much fuel does he have left? Give it all to Xiaoran? What about the family? Not every household has a fireplace. His family relies on floor heating and air conditioning, so fuel is a lifeline. He borrowed the hovercraft from Xiaoran on the pretext of looking for medicine, but what was his real purpose? To go out and look for supplies. Insulin is only secondary, it's just to give him the appearance of being a filial son. After all, how bad can a filial son be? But can he still get fuel to replenish it? Not to mention whether you can find a gas station, even if you find a place, the snow is 6 or 7 meters deep, so how do you dig down? Before you can even reach the oil storage area, you'll freeze to death. Only the major shopping malls, because they are at least 5 or 6 stories high, are not likely to be buried by snow, and you can get a lot of supplies by smashing open the windows and going in. This is the real purpose of Yu Fei's plan to borrow a hovercraft, and it is also the result of the discussions among the people in the community. Of course, Yu Fei couldn't go out alone, but several people would go together to look for supplies. Mr. Xiao, I really can't get fuel. He cried poor. Then why are you talking to me for so long? Xiaoran said unceremoniously, I'm not doing charity. Don't moralize me. I don't buy it. Come back to me when you have the fuel ready. After that, he turned off the walkie-talkie. Damn it! Yufei was furious and almost smashed the walkie-talkie, but his hand was raised, but in the end he didn't smash it out. This is the only means of communication with the rest of the community. If he breaks it, then communication will basically have to be done by shouting. He calmed down a bit, changed the frequency of the walkie-talkie, and said, Xiao Ran refused to lend the hovercraft unless he was given 100 liters of fuel. Xiao Ran walked into a room. If Zhuang Jiechen, Yufei and the others saw this, they would be shocked. Because there were hundreds of walkie-talkies here. Xiao Ran knew that communication would be cut off, so what was wrong with preparing a large number of walkie-talkies in advance? From one of the walkie-talkies, the voice of Yufei suddenly came out, unless he is given 100 liters of fuel. Zhang Jingya and Zhong Lei were sitting next to him. Their task was to keep adjusting the frequency, find one that was being used, and then switch to another walkie-talkie to continue adjusting. In just half a day, they had already found 17 frequencies that were being used. Sure enough, in such a small community, everyone has 800 hearts. If Xiao Ran announces these frequencies, will it directly turn the community into a mess, and from then on, will no one dare to trust anyone? Definitely. Then, a voice came from the walkie-talkie, scolding Xiao Ran for being greedy or taking advantage of the situation. Enough! Zhuang Jiechen snorted. What's there to complain about? If you had a hovercraft, would you charge a lot more? Everyone's voice dropped. As long as you are willing to pay, that's a good thing. I'm just afraid that Xiao Ran will insist on not lending the boat no matter what. Zhuang Jiechen said that he wanted 100 liters of fuel. Okay, we can pool together from each household, so that we don't have to hand over the fuel today and the generator will break down tomorrow. This proposal is already very fair, but it can't overcome the lack of unity. Lao Zhuang, your family has a fireplace, which consumes less fuel, but my family is different. We rely on air conditioning for heating, if not, you can pay for my fuel. I can give you a share of the supplies I collect. Someone said. I don't have a fireplace either. Lao Zhuang, you can help me out too. Another person said. Everyone was arguing, and no one wanted to or was willing to give up their fuel. Not even 1 liter. Zhuang Jiechen was almost furious. If everyone contributed an equal amount, each household would only have to contribute less than 10 liters of fuel. But now half of the people were asking him to contribute fuel. Could he afford to be so generous? But he didn't get angry. Although he now had the highest prestige, he was not the superior of these people and could not order others to do things. I don't have that much fuel, otherwise I could pay for it all myself. He first complained about being poor, then said that Xiao Ran kept so many women in the villa, so he must be a womanizer. Chapter 173 Xia Chaoqiu's request, more. Upon hearing Zhuang Jiechen's words, Zhong Lei and Zhang Jingya looked at Xiao Ran at the same time, with a smile in their eyes. Xiao Ran didn't care. What's wrong with being a womanizer? I can afford to keep so many women because I'm good at it. But, are you going to use the beauty trick next? Fine, I'll give you the sugar coating, but I'll shoot back the shells. Xiao Ran sat down, crossed his legs, and was curious to see what other tricks Zhuang Jiechen and his friends could come up with. Zhang Jingya and Zhong Lei looked at each other and stood up, standing on the left and right. To massage him. It was not bad at all, and the pressure was just right, making it very comfortable. Since he announced that the ranking list would be announced in 3 days, these women must be trying their best to please him in order to get a high ranking. Who doesn't have a desire to compare themselves to others? Little Green Tea is needless to say, she is the most active and resourceful, and even a pure college student like Su Xinran is actually working hard and making great progress, which shows that human nature is competitive. Xiao Ran said he liked this atmosphere. It's just that, sometimes I feel like I don't have enough energy, and my body feels drained. Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran. Are you there? Suddenly, a woman's voice came out of one of the walkie-talkies. It was Xia Chaoqiu. He picked up the corresponding walkie-talkie, pressed the talk button, and said, I'm here. What can I do for you, Miss Xia? Xia Chaoqiu said, I heard that, you have a hovercraft? It is true that I heard that because the villa where she lives cannot see the Chang family mansion. Yes, that's right. Xiao Ran promised. Xia Chaoqiu hesitated before saying, my grandfather has high blood pressure, and we're running out of medicine at home. I want to borrow your hovercraft to go out and find some medicine. In fact, as soon as Xia Chuqiu asked, Xiaoran guessed that she wanted to borrow the boat, so when she actually made the request, Xiaoran was naturally not at all surprised. To lend or not to lend? Of course not. Xiaoran did not doubt Xia Chuqiu's character, but without a navigation system, how could you find a pharmacy with a boat? If you go, you won't be able to come back with the boat or the person. Either they would die out there, or they would be discovered and the boat and the people would be robbed together. Xiaoran certainly didn't want to go through the trouble of going for nothing. You can lend it to me, but what benefits will you give me? He said. Xia Chuqiu was not surprised. It was a time when supplies were extremely precious, and a hovercraft that could bring back supplies was even more precious. Normally, who would be willing to lend it? What if you just take off and never come back? She asked, what do you want? Xiaoran laughed, remember what I told you before? When I need you. Ha! On the other side, Xia Chuqiu's face suddenly turned red. She was angry and aggrieved, and she gritted her teeth and said, this is not good. You have to change your request. Wait, I haven't made a request yet, how can I change it? You've misunderstood. Xiaoran didn't think too much about it and said, you study electronic information, and I have installed many cameras at home. I need you to help me write a program that can identify friend and foe. For example, if I record the appearance of my own people, it will be friendly. If I haven't seen them before, they will be neutral and will be reminded. If they are pulled into the blacklist, they will be enemies and will automatically attack. Xia Chuqiu was stunned for a moment. So you mean you want to use my skills? You should have told me earlier, you made me misunderstand. Her face turned red again, but of course she couldn't explain it. She said, this program is not difficult to make, but I can only recognize it from the software. If you want the weapon to attack automatically, you need someone who knows about mechanical automation. Xiaoran's request requires both software and hardware to be compatible, and she can only solve software problems. Okay, just do your job well, and don't leave any back doors. If I find out, you won't be able to get any medicine from me in the future. Xiaoran said. No, I have my professional ethics. Wait, are you going to get my medicine for me? Xia Chuqiu was very surprised. Xiaoran laughed, you? Let me ask you, where are you going to find the medicine? The pharmacy, Xia Chuqiu replied. Where is the pharmacy? Xiaoran sneered. There is no navigation system now. How can you find the pharmacy? Are you sure you won't get lost on the way? Even if you do find it, how can you get the medicine now that the snow is so deep? Xia Chuqiu was dumbfounded by the barrage of questions. She was only thinking about going out to find medicine, but she hadn't considered any of the other questions. So you can? She was a little unconvinced. Don't forget that I came from somewhere else. If I can find this place, then it won't be hard to find a pharmacy or a hospital. Xiaoran said proudly. Then, thank you very much. Xia Chuqiu was moved. What brand of high blood pressure medicine does your grandfather need? Xiaoran asked. There are so many different kinds of high blood pressure medicine. Xia Chuqiu said a brand, and Xiaoran looked for it in a different space. Okay, I know, I'll find it as soon as possible. Xiaoran said. Why not just say you have it and give it to him directly? That would be too easy. If it's too easy to get, then you won't cherish it. Xiaoran was going to go out to look for fuel anyway, so he could just take the medicine out and give it to him whenever he came back. The reason he agreed to give the medicine was that in addition to programming software for Xia Chuqiu, he also respected Xia Lingcheng. As he said, he has great respect for soldiers. It's just a pill, and he doesn't have to pay anything for it. Besides, Xia Chuqiu is so beautiful, so why not give it to him instead of giving it to someone else? Chapter 174, number 114, more 2. Zhuang Jiachen rubbed his eyebrows and looked depressed. People don't think alike, it's hard to lead them. These idiots think that Xiaoran is the only man in the mansion and that he is easy to deal with, but they don't think about the fact that the Chang family originally had so many people and guns, but what happened? Xiaoran solved it overnight. Even if it was a night attack, try to replace him with someone else. Can you do it? Zhuang Jiachen knew very well that he absolutely couldn't do it. Killing someone is not as simple as it sounds. People make a huge struggle before they die, which causes a lot of noise. So, it's not difficult to kill one or two people, but to kill everyone in the mansion? Did no one hear a sound? No way. Therefore, Xiaoran was already very good at killing half of the people with a sneak attack, but what about the other half? They need to be killed. But look at Xiaoran. He went there himself. Did Xiaoran have any injuries? Not at all. So, Xiaoran's strength is terrifying. Even guns can't do the slightest harm to Xiaoran, so what about those who don't have guns? They definitely can't win in a head-on battle. Therefore, they can only use a conspiracy, such as using beauty to lure Xiaoran over. That person is in bed, especially in that state, and his vigilance will be at its lowest. So if you launch a surprise attack at this time, the chances of success are naturally extremely high. Almost 100%. However, none of the families were willing to sacrifice their wives or daughters. Damn, these idiots are really hard to deal with. Honey, dinner is ready. A young woman knocked on the door. She looked to be in her early 20s, with a very attractive face and a great figure, especially her buttocks, which looked plump and perky under her tight pants. Zhuang Jichen nodded impatiently and stood up. But honey, we don't have much food left. The beauty was very worried about the tunnel. I know. Zhuang Jichen said impatiently. As the head of the family, he knew exactly how much food they had left. But talking about it and knowing it is useless. He can't conjure up food. Moreover, everyone was trapped by the snow and the low temperature. He couldn't even leave the house, so how could he find supplies? Therefore, he must get the Xian Grand hovercraft. When he arrived at the dining room, he saw that there was actually another young and beautiful woman here. Is she Zhuang Jichen, the two-in-one? No. Dad, I'm sick of eating this stuff every day, said the young woman. She is Zhuang Jiechen's daughter, Zhuang Huihui. The young beauty immediately said, Huihui, it's already dinner time, you should be grateful to be able to eat, so stop being so picky. Her name is Cui Siyuan, and of course she is not Zhuang Huihui's biological mother, but her stepmother. It's not that Zhuang Jiechen fell in love with someone else, but that his first wife died of illness, and Zhuang Jiechen quickly remarried. But this stepmother is actually a college classmate of Zhuang Huihui. What's the point? The two women were good friends before, so what did Zhuang Huihui feel when she found out that her best friend had become her stepmother? Deception and betrayal. So you were actually just using me to get to my dad? I thought you were my best friend, but you want to be my mother. So, Zhuang Huihui went to find Cui Siyuan and had a big fight with him, wanting him to give up marrying Zhuang Jiechen. But Cui Siyuan was only after Zhuang Jiechen, so how could he agree? So, the good classmate, good friend, and good girlfriend turned into her stepmother after all. Get out! Zhuang Huihui glared at her, her face showing her dislike. Dad, why don't you kick this bitch out? One less person, we can save a grain of food. Huihui, I am your mother now, so watch your words. Cui Siyuan also responded in kind. Shut up! Zhuang Jiechen slammed the table and shouted, successfully stopping the quarrel between the mother and daughter, who were the same age. He couldn't help but knock on the table. Yes, the food is almost finished, so we need to think of a solution quickly. Xiaoran. The hovercraft. What should we do? Damn it, if only he could get in touch with the company. He ate some food and went upstairs to fiddle with the intercom. It was the only way he could communicate with the outside world. But before the disaster, people must have used the phone. Who would use the intercom? Moreover, radio communication has a range limit, so it is suitable for short-distance communication. The maximum communication distance of the walkie-talkie in his hand is 4 kilometers, and it is 10 kilometers away from his company, so it is theoretically impossible to contact him. Unless someone left the company. Is it possible that someone has come out in this weather? Even if there is only a 1 in a billion chance, Zhuang Jiechen still calls on a specific frequency every day. He's starting again. This is Zhuang Jiechen. This is Zhuang Jiechen. Please respond. Please respond. However, the radio was still as noisy as ever. Zhuang Jiechen did not give up, but continued to call. After half an hour, he finally gave up. He had not been able to make contact again today. He was about to switch back to the original frequency when a sound different from the static came out of the walkie-talkie. Mr. Zhuang? After a rustling sound, a woman's voice came from inside. She was very charming. Zhuang Jiechen was stunned. I am Zhuang Jiechen, who are you? Number 114. The woman giggled. Number 114. Zhuang Jiechen was first surprised, then overjoyed. The experiment was a success? Yes, after the natural disaster began, the success rate of the experiment increased from 0 to 3%. Now there are 11 subjects who have completed the genetic modification. The woman who called herself 114 said that it could not be said that the experiment was a success because it did not meet the requirements at all. I would say that it was an evolution, and everyone evolved in different directions. For example, he. She didn't say any more. Zhuang Jiechen didn't care about this, but just asked, you must be outside now, because if you were in the company, the distance would be too far for you to receive a radio signal. Since you can go out, then come and pick me up and leave. Oh, my dear Mr. Zhuang, I know you are in a hurry, but please don't be in a hurry. The woman giggled, even though her voice came through the intercom and there was no one in sight, but this charming voice still made people feel excited and unable to control themselves. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Where are you? I'll come and find you. The woman said. Zhuang Jiechen was relieved and quickly gave an address. Mr. Zhuang, there is no navigation available now, and the road signs have been covered by snow, so it's not easy for me to find it. You, please be more patient. The woman smiled, always so coquettish. Okay, hurry up. Zhuang Jiechen repeated his request. He hung up the walkie-talkie and snickered. Now, he didn't bother to pay any attention to those idiots in the community. I don't care if you live or die. Chapter 175, The Hongmen Banquet is set. Unfortunately, although Zhang Jingya and Zhong Lei had been tuning in, they did not hear Zhuang Jiechen's conversation with the 114th experimental subject. After all, the two's conversation time was too short, and there were so many radio channels, so it was normal to miss it. Xiao Ran decided to take the day off. After going out yesterday, they decided to take a good rest today and move again tomorrow. At noon, they happily ate lunch. After they finished eating, Xiao Ran was about to take a nap when Zhang Jingya came over with a walkie-talkie, saying that someone in the community was looking for him. Xiao Ran thought about it for a moment, then took the walkie-talkie. After being rejected in the morning, what new tricks have they come up with now? Xiao Ran was very interested. Because it was so boring now. He can't think about Kuan all day long. Hello, this is Xiao Ran. He pressed the call button and said. There was silence on the other end of the line, then a voice came through. Mr. Xiao, it's me again, Yu Fei. Yu Fei's voice rang out again. Can you come to my house? We can sit down and chat. My wife just graduated from college and she's bored at home every day, so she can only cook. These words are very high level, and he subtly pointed out that his wife was a second wife. Otherwise, she could not have just graduated from college and would be too young. And with his wealth and status, his wife would have to be young and beautiful. So, what do you want to discuss after you have eaten? Isn't business done in high-end places these days? Whether it succeeds or not, the club's young models are there to go. Of course, you can't go to the club now, and there are no young models, but I have a young and pretty wife. In normal times, no one would believe that a rich man like this would give his wife away. But now? The environment is so bad, and life is so difficult, so what's so strange about offering up your wife? I really can't think of anything else. Xiao Ran didn't reply right away, just sighing. Yu Fei thought he had kept him in the dark, but he didn't know that Xiao Ran had used hundreds of walkie-talkies to monitor a large number of channels. Therefore, Xiao Ran knew that there was a group of people in the community who wanted to deal with him. This is a trap. If Xiao Ran, who is a womanizer, went to the Yu family, then a group of people would rush out and kill him on the spot while he was, having fun. After all, even if you are a boxing champion or a martial arts champion, how much strength can you exert at that time? Especially when the knife is stabbed from behind. Of course, Xiao Ran is no ordinary person. He is stronger than any world champion, and not just a little bit stronger. Not to mention that his enhanced spatial awareness allows him to spot anyone hiding. Sneak up on him? A 360-degree, no-dead-angle barrage? But, just to play with you, do I have to brave the cold and go for a run? He smiled and said, I'm too lazy to move. Why don't you bring your wife along? Oh, don't forget to bring some food and rice. After all, you're the one who invited me. I'm fucking kidding. I'm treating you to dinner, and you want me to bring the food to your door? Even worse, I have to personally bring my wife over for you to play with? What the hell? Of course, Yufei would not agree. He invited Xiao Ran to his home not because he wanted to borrow the hovercraft, but to kill Xiao Ran. Why would he need to borrow the hovercraft at that time? But if he went to Xiao Ran's house? Wouldn't that be like the host and guest switching places? How could he set an ambush? If he were alone, how could he succeed in a sneak attack at Xiao Ran's home? Yufei is already in his 50s, long past the age of being brave and fierce, so he doesn't think he can beat a young and strong man. He quickly said, "Mr. Xiao, don't make it difficult for me. At my age, it's impossible for me to run that far to your place. Besides, my wife is also spoiled and can't stand the cold. You should come over. I can assure you that you won't have made a wasted trip." He was just about to say that he wanted to play with my wife. A man like him naturally has no morals, even if his wife is really going to be played by Xiao Ran, otherwise he won't be able to find the best opportunity to play, but he will just feel bad for a while and then it will be over. It's fine. What if my wife gets played? Doesn't Xiao Ran have a lot of women in his family? They have already been assigned. Yufei can choose 2 of them as compensation for his greater contribution. So, you play with my wife, I sleep with your women, and there are 2 of them. Plus you give me your life, all your wealth, am I losing out? A businessman looks at the ratio of what he gains and what he gives. Some businesses can be done if they are profitable, and businesses that are extremely profitable can be invested in with one's life. Xiao Ran pondered. Yufei obviously did not dare to come to his own home, so he had to go to kill these ambitious people. Now that everyone was gathered together, it would save him some effort. Moreover, he also wanted to see if he could artificially create supernormal abilities. You are my experimental subjects. Xiao Ran pressed the call button again and said, "Okay, when? Tonight, is that okay?" "Ha, that's perfect. I have a bottle of Mao Tai that I've been saving for years. I'll open it tonight and drink it. It doesn't matter if you get drunk, just find a room in my house and go to sleep." Yufei hurriedly said, his voice could not hide the slightest hint of excitement. He believed that Xiao Ran must have heard the subtext of his words, "You can sleep at my house tonight and cuddle up with my wife for a night. Are you tempted? Hey, the fish is hooked." Xiao Ran is also quite good at acting, after all, he is a veteran. "Okay, see you tonight." He threw the walkie-talkie aside, with a sardonic smile on his lips. Chapter 176, Who is the Prey? It was close to evening. Xiao Ran prepares. In fact, there is nothing to prepare. Everything is in the different space, and if it really comes to a fight, the space gate and space cutting are already enough to kill ordinary people. Of course, Xiao Ran never underestimated his opponent. "Take good care of the house. I'm leaving," he said. "Be careful. Be careful. When you come home, I'll show you my new stockings," the women said. Xiao Ran nodded and opened the door and walked out. Suddenly, the cold wind, with its endless chill, hit him, and he perked up and walked out. Close the door. It's not completely dark yet, so this is the last chance to go out or come back during the day. If it gets any later, when the fog starts to gather, it's really dark as you can't see your hand in front of your face. Anyone would become blind, and in an extreme environment where it quickly drops to minus 60 degrees Celsius, it's easy for people to die. Of course, Xiao Ran is an exception, but why should he expose his abilities for nothing? He could only harm people by pretending to be an ordinary person. Why fight to the death when you can kill your opponent without lifting a finger? In fact, Xiao Ran is also a pacifist. He has been in this neighborhood for several days, but has he killed anyone? No. It's also possible that he's just bored and is playing with these people. The prerequisite is that he doesn't feel threatened, otherwise he would have acted the first time. Villa 9 is not far away. Xiao Ran walked out of the manor and soon arrived at Yufei's house. Every household has a garden, but now it is all covered in snow, including the walls. Yufei's family had not cleared the snow from the entrance, so they had to enter through the window. Xiao Ran had already turned on his spatial awareness, and although he hadn't entered the villa, he had already grasped everything that was going on inside. The enhanced version of spatial awareness can even see through walls. Sure enough, A faint smile appeared on his lips as he saw 13 men sitting or standing in one of the rooms of the villa, each of them with murderous intent. Ha, you want to kill me and take everything from me, but you never thought that you are actually my prey. He knocked on the window. Because he had contacted Yufei by radio before coming, Yufei was waiting for him and hurriedly opened the window when he heard the knocking. Unlike the door, there was only one window, and he didn't know which one Xiaoran would knock on, so he had to wait on the third floor. The window opened, and the cold wind whistled. Yufei couldn't help but shiver. Xiaoran was very agile and slipped in. With his current physical fitness, this was a piece of cake. Mr. Xiao, we finally meet. Yufei extended his hand, his face full of enthusiasm. Are you so enthusiastic about the person who plays with your wife? Even if it is a trap, you can't catch a wolf without giving up your child. You must attack when he is at his weakest, so Yufei should know that his wife will definitely be played. How can you still smile so warmly? I respect you as a bull-headed man. Xiaoran did not reach out, but took off his heavy combat jacket and smiled. Let's take a look at your wife first. You're not very generous, huh? Then I'll add a little more fuel to the fire. I'm fucking. Even Yufei, who had already built up his psychological defenses, changed his expression when he heard this. Xiaoran's words were like when he took a client to a club and told the hostess to bring out the girl so we could check out the quality. Only now his wife had become a princess and he was the hostess. What a shame. Even though he has done a lot of business and is used to the scene, he still can't help but lose his temper. He has to say apologetically, Mr. Xiao is really impatient. My wife is still cooking in the kitchen. This is a forced attempt to save face. I invited you here to eat and taste my wife's cooking. Even if it was self-deception, he had to keep up appearances. Xiaoran didn't care at all, patting Yufei on the shoulder and saying, forget about eating. Let's go straight to the bedroom and take off all your clothes and let me take a look. I'll be honest with you, if you're not satisfied, I'll leave right away. Yufei's face suddenly turned extremely interesting, changing from red to white, with a mixture of shame and anger in his eyes, but in the end, he was able to force a smile. Okay, I'll show you. Of course, he wanted to kill Xiaoran immediately, but why set such a trap? Isn't it because of Xiaoran's strength? More than 50 people from the Chang family disappeared overnight. Therefore, he dared not turn his back on Xiaoran. If he could have done it alone, why would he have called so many people? The two came from the third floor to the first floor. Sure enough, the aroma of food wafted out of the kitchen, which was open plan and could be seen to be occupied by a slender figure. Although only a back view could be seen, the figure was very attractive, with a thin waist and a very perky butt. Xiaoran's heart was as calm as a well. He had been squeezed dry by Su Qingmei and the others today, and the landlord's house had no food left. He was now a true sage. Even if Lu Mei came, dressed in a bunny girl or Cheongsam, and lifted her leg to reveal her black silk stockings, he would probably remain calm. Lao Nai's Dharma name is abstinence from sex. However, in order to watch Yufei's good show, Xiaoran still showed a lecherous smile and patted Yufei on the shoulder, laughing, this body is really good, with such long legs and such a perky butt. Wait until I grab the 2 legs and put them on my shoulders, hee, it should be very cool. This is too explicit. Yufei felt like he was being slapped in public. It was so hot that he wished there was a hole in the ground for him to crawl into. Yufei's wife, Gao Xiaoting, also heard the commotion and couldn't help but turn around. Yufei had already told her that she would be serving a VIP tonight, and of course she refused. Although she married a half-old man for money, she is not a concubine. However, Yufei threatened her, if she didn't agree, she would be kicked out of the family. Gao Xiaoting cried for a long time, and she could only nod in agreement. So, there are still traces of tears on her face, and her eyes are also swollen from crying. It does affect her appearance, but this look of tears in her eyes is also very endearing, and makes you want to ravish her even more. Gao Xiaoting saw Xiaoran and couldn't help but be stunned. Not bad. Not only is it not ugly, but this body is so good, it's just like her personal fitness trainer. It's been a while since I've seen this hunk since the end of the world, and I really miss it. The impact. However, the man in front of her seems to be even more robust, and the unique male hormones are almost overwhelming. She couldn't help but blush, and suddenly she didn't feel repulsed or disgusted, and even had some small expectations. She knew that Yufei was already quite old, and he usually couldn't get it up even once every 2 weeks. After the end of the world, he had even less of a mood, and she had been alone in her room for many days. Xiao Ran's heart was still calm. But he was still quite good at acting, leering at Gao Xiaoting's beautiful breasts and buttocks, and laughing. He's an old rascal. Chapter 177, The Picture is Wrong. Yu Fei almost vomited blood. This is his little wife. The key is that before, Gao Xiaoting almost refused to do it, but he persuaded her with words and threats, and she reluctantly agreed. Now. Why is her face all red? You're in love. She pretends to be chaste, but she's just a slut. Yu Fei was so angry, but he didn't dare to say anything. Instead, he smiled and asked, "What do you think? My wife is pretty hot, right? She was the school beauty queen before, and I spent a lot of money to marry her." Xiao Ran laughed heartily and patted Yu Fei on the shoulder, saying, "You spent so much money, it's not right for me to have sex with you for free." Yu Fei now hates it when people pat him on the shoulder. What's the difference between that and slapping him in the face? But he still had to force a smile and say to Gao Xiaoting, "Ting ting. Mr. Xiao is a bit tired. Why don't you take him to his room to rest?" He was still trying to save face, and he was clearly sending his wife and another man to the bedroom, but he still said it so seriously. Gao Xiaoting shyly nodded, took off her apron, and underneath was a fitted sweater that made her pair of C-cups stand out, and underneath that was a pair of fitted pants that showed off her long, straight legs, not to mention her small buttocks, which were perky and firm. "Mr. Xiao, please follow me," she whispered, still with her head down. She seemed shy, but she was secretly looking forward to it. Up close, this man's body is really good. He's fit but not bulky, and his butt is full and perky. Experienced women know that if a man has a perky butt, hey, isn't that an electric little motor? She couldn't help but drool, and her walk became a little unsteady. The two of them went upstairs. The sound of footsteps gradually faded away. Yu Fei clenched his fists tightly, his fingernails digging deep into his flesh, but he didn't feel a single bit of pain. His whole body was burning with rage. But he calmed down and controlled his feet to walk towards one of the doors. He knocked on the door, 3 long knocks and 2 short knocks, and then he opened the door. They had agreed that if he didn't knock like this, but instead pushed the door open, it would be Xiao Ran, and the 13 people inside would come at him with weapons. They went upstairs. Yu Fei said in a low voice. The 13 people nodded in unison, showing a cruel look. "We can move out soon. Will the kid find out anything?" someone asked in a low voice. Yu Fei sneered, "I only told my wife that I was going to sleep with Xiao Ran, and I didn't mention our plan. She doesn't know you're here, so don't worry." "Lao Yu, you are a ruthless man." Everyone was silent, but suddenly they all felt a green glow coming from Yu Fei's head. "Let's go." Yu Fei couldn't wait to kill Xiao Ran, and then tomorrow he would lead the troops into the Chang family mansion and take all of Xiao Ran's women. He wants to sleep with them first, and then pick the 2 most beautiful ones to take home and play with. "You can play with my wife. Let you play with my wife." He must yell like this when he plays, getting back all the humiliation. 14 people went upstairs and soon heard a noise. "This one." Yu Fei pointed to a door and said in a silent voice, while taking out the corresponding key in case Xiao Ran locked the door. In the room, Gao Xiaoting was full of anticipation and said shyly, "Mr. Xiao, I really am not a woman who is easy, it's all my husband who forced me. I originally wanted to die to show my resolve, but after hearing Mr. Zhao's words, I realized that it's actually possible for me to do it. This is very tea-flavored." First, she made it clear to Xiao Ran that although she was going to sleep with him, she was not a woman who would sleep with just anyone, but rather one who was forced to. Second, she subtly flattered Xiao Ran. If it had been any other man, she would have sworn she would never go along with it. Listen, the level is okay, right?" Xiao Ran smiled. Gao Xiaoting's looks were indeed good, with a score of 85 points. However, he was playing with the best of the best, and even if he wasn't in sage time, he didn't want to start. After eating too much good food, you will definitely be picky. Because he had his spatial awareness on, he had already noticed that Yu Fei and the others were going upstairs. He said to Gao Xiaoting, "Call." "Ah?" Gao Xiaoting was stunned. "What are you calling for? We haven't even started yet. How can you ask me to call? Although I often fake cry when I'm with Lao Yu, this time I'm full of anticipation. I don't want a fake cry, I really want to cry for joy." Xiao Ran sighed and walked over to start tearing Gao Xiaoting's clothes. How strong was his power? The sound of the fabric tearing came out. Mr. Xiao, don't be so eager. Gao Xiaoting was both surprised and happy. She was scared that Xiao Ran was too eager and violent, and she was afraid. She was happy that his strength was so strong that he could tear clothes with his bare hands. If that was the case, she would definitely be taken to heaven. Listening to the sound of clothes being torn and the woman's screams in the room, the men outside all showed understanding smiles. They had all seen Yu Fei's wife before. Although she wasn't the best, she was still a beauty among beauties. The key was that she was a flirtatious woman, and her little ass was so seductive that it made them want to commit crimes. So, Xiao Ran's urgency is completely understandable. The more urgent, the better. Only when Xiao Ran mounts the horse can they achieve the greatest effect when they launch a surprise attack. Yu Fei's face was as ugly as could be. He thought he could hold back, but when the time came, he realized that he didn't have the breadth of mind to do so. He handed over the key, meaning that you guys can go in later. I won't go in, lest I see that picture and have a heart attack. Someone took the key, but didn't force him to go in. Put yourself in their shoes. Indeed, no one could stand it. One less person makes no difference, and since Yu Fei had already given up his wife, he had done enough. They continued to wait. It should be time to get down to business. Sure enough, after a while, there were groans of pain and the sound of a collision. Now! The person with the key opened the door very slowly, trying not to make a sound. As soon as the lock was opened, the 13 of them rushed in. Kill that bitch. But when they rushed in, they were all dumbfounded. This picture is not right. Gao Xiaoting was indeed naked, but Xiao Ran was not. He was sitting on the bed, fully dressed, and was hitting Gao Xiaoting with one hand. Why? Could it be that Yu Fei and Xiao Ran had conspired to set them up? This was their first reaction. After all, they were businessmen, and they were all cunning and suspicious. Now, let's fight him. Someone shouted. Someone immediately agreed, saying, right, he's just a person. No matter how powerful he is, what can he do? Let's go. So, 13 people rushed over, wielding kitchen knives, golf clubs, etc. Chapter 178, Start the Experiment. Ah, Gao Xiaoting immediately exclaimed. She had never seen such a scene before. It is true that when she was in school, she secretly rejoiced when boys fought over her, but now they were using knives and golf clubs, which could kill someone. And swords have no eyes. What if she is accidentally injured? Someone could die. Xiao Ran just smiled lightly, and with a burst of strength from her lower abdomen, she immediately darted out. Boom, 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 and then there was a one-sided beating. In less than 2 minutes, 13 people were lying on the ground, all moaning and groaning. Xiao Ran didn't kill anyone, not even one person, because he needed to use these people for experiments. You see, he is not a madman who would use innocent people as guinea pigs. But if you provoke me and try to kill me, it is only natural that I should kill you. As for how to kill you, it depends on my mood. For example, right now, he wants to conduct an experiment. How about it? Is Xiao Ran dead? Yu Fei finally came in. With all the noise, Xiao Ran should have been killed. But he immediately became dumbfounded. His wife was indeed naked, but all 13 men were lying on the ground, and Xiao Ran hadn't even broken the skin. How could this happen? You. He looked at Xiao Ran blankly, unable to speak coherently. Now, he finally fully believed in Zhuang Jiechen's evaluation of Xiao Ran. He could make the Chang family disappear overnight. He really had terrifying strength. No, he is even stronger than Zhuang Jiechen had imagined. A single person, unarmed, defeated 13 armed adult men in 2 minutes. Even if Bruce Lee or Jet Li came, could they do it? Xiao Ran smiled slightly. He was not smug, nor did he say anything sarcastic, but got down to business. He took out a perfume bottle, very small. Women's things are all super small, but super expensive, but it contained water that had been turned into poison hail. Pop! The perfume bottle sprayed a mist of water, which splashed on the face of one of the men. Ah! A piercing scream rang out. The man, who had been beaten to the point of near death, suddenly flailed about in place, as if a fish out of water, displaying amazing abdominal strength. This really hurts. Xiao Ran had experienced this before, and nodded, muttering to himself, it seems like there is a bit too much. In his previous life, he had only been hit by a little bit of poison hail, so there shouldn't be this much. Then spray less. No, don't come over. The second person saw Xiao Ran coming over with the perfume bottle and was so scared that his face turned green. He managed to get up on the ground. Xiao Ran smiled and chased after him to spray him. Ah! Another miserable scream came out. Xiao Ran looked at the remaining people, his smile growing even wider, but it scared the hell out of them. Demon! After a while, the bedroom was filled with screams, but after half an hour or so, they calmed down. After all, Xiao Ran's spray was very limited, which simulated the amount of poison hail that he had been hit by in his previous life. After a little more than the first person's dosage, Xiao Ran registered each of these people, what their names were, and which building they lived in. He asked them separately, so he knew immediately if they were lying. Xiao Ran did not favor one over the other. He even did the experiment on Gao Xiaoting. He didn't have any feelings for this woman. He's not a teddy bear, he can't help but be attracted to beautiful women. He would only lower his standards occasionally when he was overwhelmed by his desire for power. You will live here from now on, and I will come by every day to check up on you. Xiao Ran said indifferently, I already know where you live, so you have nowhere to run. Don't make me break the window, or you'll freeze to death and I won't be responsible. The 15 of them were all crying without tears. If they had known, why would they have provoked this guy? Now it's fine. It seems that Xiao Ran didn't do anything to them. It was just that the water that was sprayed earlier really hurt, but now it doesn't seem to hurt anymore. Xiao Ran did not leave immediately, but waited here. It was already foggy outside, and although he still had a way to get back, since he didn't plan to kill these people immediately, Xiao Ran naturally wouldn't expose his true strength. What if? Besides, he also wanted to collect some experimental data. The night passed. Xiao Ran measured the temperature of 15 people and found that 3 of them had a low fever, 4 had a high fever, and 8 showed no reaction at all. Interesting, there are 3 different changes. He left some fever-reducing medicine and looked around. The Yu family's food supply was enough to feed 15 people for a day, so he didn't leave any food. It's not too late to leave it for tomorrow. These people can die, but they have to die in the experiment or after the experiment. Xiao Ran went home. Today he was going to go out to collect oil. When he got home, the girls were naturally happy to see him. After breakfast, they all went out together. Although it is very relaxing to stay at home, and they can watch TV and exercise, they have been locked up for so long that they want to go outside and enjoy the scenery. Even if they have to brave the cold wind outside. After Xiao Ran left on his hovercraft, it wasn't long before someone came gliding into the community on skis. Although this person was wearing a very special mask, it was still possible to tell that she was a woman. She was wearing very ordinary clothes, but there were feathers stuck to them. Feathers? That was very strange. It seemed that she had just dug out a large bird's nest and got so many feathers. In theory, she should be extremely cold and unable to keep warm. She should have died of cold, but in fact, she showed no signs of being frozen to death and was in good spirits. After entering the residential area, she looked around and came to building 16. This is Zhuang Jiechen's home. She knocked on the window. After a short while, the window opened, and Zhuang Jiechen quickly let the other person in, then closed the window. The cold wind was really cold. Then, Zhuang Jiechen looked at the woman and couldn't help but show a strange expression on her face. How could you dress like this? It's so weird. The woman didn't take off her mask, but just giggled. This smile made her breasts tremble, and it also made Zhuang Jiechen's heart tremble. Although he hadn't seen the woman's true appearance, her figure was too good, and it made him want to have sex. But he still restrained himself. The important thing now is to leave here and go to the company. Won't you invite me to sit down first? The woman walked forward with her hips swaying. Her waist was so thin it could barely be held, but her butt was round and big, so it swayed left and right as she walked. Zhuang Jiechen immediately rushed over and embraced the woman in his arms, already unable to resist touching her up and down. The woman just giggled and let Zhuang Jiechen touch her for a while. Then she deftly twisted her body and escaped from Zhuang Jiechen's clutches. She gave Zhuang Jiechen a flirtatious look. Mr. Zhuang, don't be in such a hurry. Zhuang Jiechen coughed and blushed slightly. He is usually not so eager, especially when he is facing a woman who has not even shown her face. Chapter 179, A Scary Woman. The woman took the lead and walked in front, while Zhuang Jiechen followed behind. Seeing the woman twisting her body in a flirtatious manner, he almost couldn't hold back. When they arrived in the living room, they saw Cui Siyuan sitting on the sofa. When she saw a woman wearing such an odd outfit and a mask, she was dumbfounded. "Honey, who is she?" Zhuang Jiechen didn't bother to explain to her, just waved his hand and said, "Go back to your room." His family's authority was extremely high, and Cui Siyuan didn't dare to say anything more. He immediately got up and went upstairs, but he couldn't help but look back at the woman twice. The woman giggled and her body trembled, making Cui Siyuan blush. This woman is too flirtatious. After Cui Siyuan went upstairs, Zhuang Jiechen coughed and asked, "What's your name?" 114. The woman didn't answer. She sat on the sofa in an indecent position, then put her feet on the coffee table and said, "The name doesn't matter. It's just a code. Mr. Zhuang, just call me number 114. Zhuang Jiechen was a little dissatisfied. He was the company's boss, although only a domestic one, not the head office, but the RD center was all up to him. "How dare you talk to me like that?" However, he still wanted the other party to take him away, so he forced down his anger. When he got back to the company, he said, "Humph. Why are you not afraid of the cold?" he asked. This was the focus of his attention. Woman 114 twisted her waist and lifted her buttocks, changing her posture to show off her full moon-like buttocks, causing Zhuang Jiechen to swallow repeatedly. "This is the outfit." She smiled and added, "To be more precise, it's the feathers on the outfit. They were plucked from number 54 and are excellent for keeping out the cold." Zhuang Jiechen was stunned. "You must be talking about a fairy tale. People with feathers growing out of their bodies? Do you know what you're saying?" He raised his voice. "Is this woman crazy?" "Well, aren't all the test subjects crazy and stupid?" Woman 114 giggled, and her enchanting smile made Zhuang Jiechen's heart flutter. She said, "Number 54 has evolved into a how should I put it, a birdman. However, he can't fly, he's just covered in feathers, and he can emit ultrasonic waves that can make people's brains turn to mush." Zhuang Jiechen was stunned. He thought the woman was definitely mentally ill. He didn't want to ask any more questions and said, "Take our whole family to the company right now." The woman asked in return, "How many people are in Mr. Zhuang's family?" 3 people in total. Zhuang Jiechen said. The woman sighed and said, "I can only bring 2 people. Zhuang Jiechen did not hesitate at all. "Then take me and my daughter." "Wife?" "Oh, she's not my wife, she's just there to make up the numbers." "Why not get rid of her? No woman can stay young forever, but there are many young women. Besides, what kind of world is this now? What is the point of marriage?" On the second floor, Cui Siyuan, who was eavesdropping, shuddered. After looking at Zhuang Jiechen for a while, woman 114 made Zhuang Jiechen feel a little uncomfortable, and then she nodded, "Since Mr. Zhuang has made such a request, then I will listen to Mr. Zhuang." She stood up, her round buttocks making people salivate. Zhuang Jiechen couldn't help but go up and hug her, saying, "No hurry, let's have fun first." The woman let him do whatever he wanted, without putting up any resistance, and just giggled, "Mr. Zhuang is really impatient." She even cooperated. "In a while. Why are you still wearing a mask?" Zhuang Jiechen couldn't help but say, which made him feel a little weird. Woman number 114 hugged him around the neck and smiled, "Mr. Zhuang, do you want to see my face?" "Yes." Zhuang Jiechen nodded with a certain air of authority. This is what Mr. Zhuang asked for, don't regret it." Woman 114 said, reaching out to remove her mask. "Oh my god." Zhuang Jiechen let out a piercing scream, and retreated in a panic, his face full of disgust. He couldn't help but bend over and start vomiting, and it was so violent that he vomited up all the leftover food from the previous night. Because the woman's face was terrifying. It wasn't ugly, and even if it was, it wouldn't have made him feel so sick. It was covered in scars, some of which were still fresh, with the flesh turned out and red. Who wouldn't be scared to see that? Thinking that she had just had intimate contact with this woman, Zhuang Jiechen vomited even faster. Woman 114 then slowly got dressed and said leisurely, "I did advise you not to regret it, but you were so curious. Isn't it better to keep it a mystery?" Zhuang Jiechen had no mood to deal with her, and was still vomiting. Woman 114 walked over and suddenly grabbed Zhuang Jiechen's ear and pulled it hard. Ah! Zhuang Jiechen let out a cry of pain. The woman had used a lot of strength, and his ear was torn, and blood immediately gushed out. Mr. Shuang, she's talking to you. How can you ignore her? The woman smiled seductively, but still held Zhuang Jiechen's ear. The scene was a bit chilling. You are really rude. Zhuang Jiechen was angry and scared, enduring the pain and scolding. Are you crazy? You still know that I am the general manager. Do you want to be taught a lesson? A lesson? The woman shivered, then giggled. Mr. Zhuang is really awesome. Do you want to teach someone a lesson again? But this is not a company. There are no 5 or 3 thick security guards who listen to Mr. Zhuang. Mr. Zhuang, do you know how long I have been waiting for this day? Although I had no choice but to sign a contract with you and let you conduct the experiment, you were too cruel to me, torturing me into what I am now. This ugly face is the result of my suffering, and I scratched it out with my fingernails. I never thought that the end would come, and that we, the test subjects, would evolve and gain superpowers. Mr. Zhuang, Mr. Zhuang, who do you think is in control of the company now? It's not the management team, but the successful evolved test subjects. What a surprise! I never thought I would hear from Mr. Zhuang again. I thought he would have frozen to death in some corner and now he's just a lump of ice. Do you know how much I want to slowly and painfully dismember you with my bare hands? The woman laughed wildly. Zhuang Jiechen was trembling. The subjects are of course used for experiments, and they have all signed contracts. Does he need to treat them as human beings? So even though he knew the experiment had been successful, he didn't give the woman the time of day. He had no qualms about it because it was a habit that had formed over a long period of time. He wanted to hug her, touch her, and fuck her. It was only then that he realized he had made a big mistake. He had let the wolf into the house. Where should we start? The left leg. The screams were deafening. Hey, Mr. Zhuang, you can't even stand the pain. A woman can stand it better than you. Bear it. Oh, it turns out that Mr. Zhuang's blood is also red. I thought it was black like your heart. Chapter 180, The wicked have their own wickedness to grind. After half a day, woman number 114 finally stopped with a sense of satisfaction. Zhuang Jiechen was no longer recognizable as a human being, but a pile of bones and flesh. He had been tortured for more than 5 hours. The woman hummed a song as she went upstairs. Zhuang Jiechen said that there were 3 people in his family, so there were 2 more people. Although torturing other people was not as enjoyable, she was happy to do it as long as it involved Zhuang Jiechen. Little rabbits, where are you hiding? I'm coming to find you. The woman said as she pushed open the door. Empty. Found. Zhuan Huihui was seen huddled in the corner, holding a fruit knife in her hand, but shaking violently. Zhuang Jiechen screamed so loudly that even though she was wearing headphones and listening to music, she was still startled. But when she came down to take a look, she just ran back. It was so scary. She really wanted to escape, but where could she go in such cold weather? So, she could only take out a knife and shiver in the room, praying that the crazy woman wouldn't come looking for her. But she was disappointed. Don't come any closer, she said in a trembling voice. You've killed my father, so you've had your revenge. Please let me go. No. Woman 114 shook her head. Your father did so many cruel things, killing him alone won't satisfy me. But I'm innocent. Zhuang Huihui couldn't help but cry out in protest. My dad did all the bad things. What does it have to do with me? Woman 114 laughed out loud. Yes, it was your father who did it, but didn't you enjoy the benefits of your father? You can live in a big house like this, wear designer clothes, and wear expensive jewelry. It was your father who used his crimes to get them. Since you have enjoyed the benefits, why should you back out when it comes to paying the price? The most important thing in this world is fairness, right? Zhuan Huihui finally mustered up the courage. Because she had witnessed her father being slowly killed by knife after knife, she knew that if she didn't fight back, she would die. So she screamed and rushed out, using all her strength to stab woman 114 with the fruit knife in her hand. Pop! To her surprise, the knife actually pierced the woman's body. The woman didn't even move, allowing her to stab her with the knife. Zhuang Huihui was first surprised, then overjoyed. Her life was saved. But the strange thing was that the woman didn't scream. Instead, she just looked at her quietly, even with a hint of mockery and derision in her eyes. This made Zhuang Huihui's evil side grow, and she pulled out her knife and stabbed it in again. 1, 2, 3, she stabbed her a dozen times before stopping, panting. Then she looked at the woman, but she was so scared that her hair stood on end. Because the woman was still looking at her quietly, and her eyes were exactly the same. She was so scared that she backed away, her legs hitting the bed, and she lost her balance, falling onto the bed. Woman 114 laughed, grabbed the fruit knife and pulled it out. Pooh, blood spurted out. But the strange thing was that the blood only spurted out for a moment and then stopped. Visibly, the wound was rapidly healing. Looking at the other wounds, apart from the holes in her clothes, where could she see the slightest trace of injury? Zhuang Huihui couldn't help but stare, as if she had seen a ghost. We call this a superpower. Woman 114 kindly explained, everyone has a different superpower. For example, number 54 is a birdman, but the feathers on his body are really warm, and they can keep me warm for 3 days. As for me, I don't know if it's because I've hurt myself so many times, but my awakened superpower is actually fast healing. I've tried it, and even if my heart is stabbed, it can still recover. But the wounds I got before I had superpowers won't heal. Isn't that ridiculous? It's a bit ironic that someone who can heal any injury is an ugly woman with a disfigured face. But Zhuang Huihui couldn't laugh. Her upper and lower teeth were fighting. Is this still a human being? A monster. How can a human fight a monster? But why would there be such a monster? The end of the world is bad enough, but why did monsters come out? What exactly are you? Zhuang Huihui roared, using up her last bit of courage. Woman 114 thought for a moment, I am the monster that your father raised. Zhuang Huihui immediately let out a scream, because the woman had already stabbed a fruit knife into her body, still squeezing it inch by inch, making her cry tears of pain. Woman 114 laughed maniacally, you're not a virgin, right? When you were deflowered by a man, it was similar, wasn't it? Just bear with it, it'll be over soon. Zhuang Huihui could not bear it, she wailed, cried, and begged. But woman 114 didn't care at all, just slowly stabbing her with the knife. Perhaps Zhuang Huihui's vitality was not strong enough, or perhaps woman 114 did not hate her enough. After a few stabs, Zhuang Huihui died in less than half an hour. There is one more. Woman 114 laughed and started looking again. Where are you, little rabbit? Where are you? First floor, no one, second floor, no one, third floor, still no one. Ha! She stopped in a room and saw that the window was open, blowing a cold wind inside. She frowned. Has Zhuang Jiechen's wife run away? But it was so cold outside, she couldn't have gone far. She must be in one of the villas in the neighborhood. Hee hee, the cat and mouse, it seems like it's going to be fun. She showed a perverted smile and climbed out of the window. After she had been gone for 5 minutes, the closet door suddenly opened and a woman walked out. Chui Siyuan. She didn't run away, but hid instead. However, even if she hid in the closet, which protected her from the wind and kept her warm with the clothes, she was still freezing. She quickly ran out of the room, trembling, and closed the door tightly. It was only after a while that the warmth finally came. She changed to another room, from which she could see the Chang family mansion. She was waiting. She was waiting for Xiao Ran to return. The woman just now was a pervert, and a pervert with strange abilities, so she needed to find a powerful person to fight against. Xiao Ran. She was shocked when she heard Zhuang Jiechen say that he could kill all the Chang family members in one night, but she didn't think much about it. But now she knows that there are superpowered people in the world. So, maybe Xiao Ran is also such a being? Therefore, only Xiao Ran can deal with this devilish woman. The crazy woman would never have thought that she hadn't run out, so she would only be looking for him in other villas. She will wait for Xiao Ran to return. Maybe, this is still an opportunity? Chapter 181, Pass on the News. Before the fog gathered, Xiao Ran and his party returned to the manor. The hovercraft is really eye-catching, and it makes a huge noise, so it's hard not to notice. Xiao Ran opened the door and entered, and his spatial awareness was naturally activated at once. He was afraid that someone would steal from the house, so he suddenly attacked from behind the door. You know, people are most relaxed when they return to their homes. Shouldn't home be the safest place? But what if a bunch of attacks come at you at the same time? Without any defense, Xiaoran could easily be killed. Crisis warning? Heh, even if there is a warning, it doesn't mean you can definitely avoid the attack. Otherwise, wouldn't the superhuman be invincible? On the contrary, how many superpowered people have died at Xiaoran's hands? Safe. After confirming, Xiaoran pushed the door open. The women were not so careful, or perhaps they did not need to be careful because of Xiaoran's presence. This is the second time they have gone out, and they have brought back a lot of supplies, which they still cherish very much. Ha! Xiaoran has not yet gone upstairs to take a bath, but his spatial awareness has detected someone approaching. After entering a 16-meter radius around him, no one can hide from Xiaoran's perception. On the contrary, any details will appear in his mind. This is a woman, very young, no more than 25 years old at most, with a good appearance, not difficult to score 85 points, and in most schools, she would be a school beauty. After all, it is difficult to find the best. Just because Xiaoran has collected a rainbow of the best, it doesn't mean that the best are everywhere. Look at how many cities they're from. After further blurring the clothes, Xiaoran found that the other person did not have any weapons on them. Well, her waist is very thin, and she doesn't have stretch marks. She probably hasn't given birth yet. Her breasts are not small, and she has a D cup. She just meets Xiaoran's requirements. She is about 172 centimeters tall, and her legs are very long. If she dances on a short video platform, she will definitely become an overnight sensation. If she also had a beauty treatment, she would be a top-notch movie star. At this time, Cui Siyuan also walked with difficulty to the front door of the mansion, still unable to hide her fear on her face. She was afraid that the terrible woman would see her and chase her to kill her. Bang, 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 she knocked on the door. Someone is knocking? At this time? Su Qingmei and the others were all stunned, but Xiaoran walked over with a calm expression and opened the door. No remote control, bad review. Cui Siyuan hurriedly went in, not forgetting to glance behind him to make sure that the terrible woman really hadn't chased after him, and only then did he let out a long sigh of relief. Who are you? At this time, Su Qingmei and the others all surrounded him. The timing of their return was just right, which meant that this person must be from the neighborhood, and the fact that she was a woman naturally made the other women unanimously reject her. Cui Siyuan looked at the girls and was taken aback. So many beauties. She was only slightly better than 2 of the women, but the other 7 were so beautiful that she had to admit defeat. They also had strong individual characteristics, some were gentle and charming, some were intellectual. Huh, are these 2 women sisters? One had a determined look, while the other was like a delicate flower, creating a strong contrast. They are so good at playing and enjoying themselves. Cui Siyuan was stunned for a moment before saying, "My name is Cui Siyuan. I live in building 16. My husband is Zhuang Jiechen." Zhuang Jiechen? The girls all snorted in disgust, looking disgusted. Although Zhuang Jiechen had only been here once, Xiaoran had asked Zhang Jingya and Zhong Lei to monitor the radio, and they knew how bad this person was. Yes, he didn't participate in the plan against Xiaoran later, but he didn't lack ideas. He's so bad. What are you doing here? The girls began to interrogate. Gee, you didn't come here to sleep with Xiaoran, did you? Although Xiaoran is a womanizer, he's not the kind of guy who'll sleep with just anyone. Forget it, she's already here, let her sleep with him, but give her a pack of instant noodles at most. Here, I have a pack of instant noodles. See if you can take it. Cui Siyuan was blushing from the talk they were having. Although she did have the idea of running away with Xiaoran, because her husband was dead and the family's food supply could not support them for more than a few days, Xiaoran had a hovercraft that could go out to find supplies, and following him would at least keep them from starving to death. But she is also a person who cares about her face. You're mistaken. My husband is dead. She said in a trembling voice, especially thinking about the horror of that crazy woman, she couldn't help but shiver. Ha? Zhuang Jiechen is dead? Xiaoran finally became interested and asked, how did she die? Did Yu Fei and the others dare to run out of Building 9? He didn't believe it. If it wasn't Yu Fei and the others, then who could it have been? Chui Si-yuan took a few deep breaths to calm down and began to tell the story. Even so, her voice still trembled a little, especially when she talked about the madwoman number 114 using her fingernails to pick off pieces of Zhuang Jiachen's flesh. Her face was pale and she looked like she was going to vomit, and the other women, including Han Yun, didn't look much better. There was only one exception. Su Qingmei. She just frowned and looked at Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran nodded, a psychic. When Chui Si-yuan said that the madwoman was number 114 but had no name, Xiao Ran realized that this woman came from the Hope Camp, which was also the underground research and development center, and there was a 90% chance that she was a superhuman. And can someone use their fingernails to scrape off almost all of a person's flesh? Can an ordinary person do that? First, it requires a lot of strength, and second, the nails have to be like those of a wild animal, otherwise the knife will become dull. Why aren't your nails broken? So, what type of superpower does this woman have? Fortunately, Chui Si-yuan was actually quite bold. While Zhuang Huihui was fighting with the madwoman, she was actually peeking and eavesdropping outside the door. I heard the woman say that her superpower is recovery, and she won't die even if she is stabbed in the heart. So, she said a key piece of information. What? The women exclaimed at the same time. Wouldn't that make her immortal? Then how can we play? Xiao Ran, we don't have any grudges against her, so don't provoke her. Han Yun advised at once. Yes, it's terrible to be immortal. Jian Yuning also immediately said, patting her chest while making ripples. Xiao Ran, however, looked thoughtful. The girls were anxious. Xiao Ran was clearly considering attacking. They couldn't understand why Xiao Ran, who already had such beautiful women, would still want to get a hold of someone like Chui Si-yuan. They only thought that Xiao Ran was considering taking action to get Chui Si-yuan. This is why they were so anxious. Xiao Ran has always used material goods to win over women. It is consensual, and he would never put himself in danger. It doesn't matter, because their fate is already bound to Xiao Ran, and that crazy woman is too terrifying. She's a crazy person who can't be killed, so of course they're afraid. When they're afraid, their brains will short-circuit. Xiao Ran, you really shouldn't go. At worst, I'll give you the back. Han Yun gritted her teeth. Xiao Ran couldn't help but glance at her. Han Yun, however, had a look of acceptance on her face. It's just a little pain, she can bear it. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Xiao Ran laughed, as if tears were about to come out. Chapter 182, I'll come back and pamper you. After laughing for a while, Xiao Ran said, when have you ever seen me take risks? Once he makes a move, he has at least a 90% chance of winning. Is anything less than 90% a chance of winning? Then keep piling on the firepower until he thinks it's enough. Hearing him say this, the women all breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, Xiao Ran is not that kind of person. They were just too nervous. But I will still make a move. Xiao Ran changed the subject. Han Yun and the others thought they were interested in Chui Si-yuan, which is ridiculous. When did his standards drop? Of course, he was attracted to the madwoman's supernormal ability. And there's another big problem. Xiao Ran didn't know if the crazy woman had gone to Building 9 and met Yufei and the others. If so, there will be some trouble. Although Xiao Ran had never displayed his superpower in front of Yufei and the others, his behavior of spraying poisonous water at 15 people was easily suspicious, especially to other superpowered people if contact with poisonous water was one of the necessary conditions for awakening. So, would the madwoman think that he was training a psychic? So, how did Xiao Ran know this? Could it be that he himself is? It's easy to make an association. If the madwoman is not killed, what if she returns to the research center and tells them about it? Even if the madwoman doesn't realize it now, what about the others? Team number 9, madwoman number 114. How many supernormal people are there in the entire research center? Xiao Ran has not yet fought against several superpowered people at the same time, so he is completely inexperienced. Therefore, once he is in such a situation, it is actually very dangerous. Of course, there is still a chance of winning. After all, once his spatial awareness is activated, he can lock onto all targets and then use the powerful firepower in the alternate space. The spatial gate can be opened and closed in an instant, which means that although it appears to be a flat surface, it can be fired from almost 360 degrees at the same time. The problem is that the opponent's attacks are also very fast, and they can even catch him in the gap between opening and closing the space door. If only I could make the space door into a sphere right now, I wouldn't have to worry about anything. That would be the strongest defense and the strongest attack. There is none. Xiao Ran said to himself while looking out the door. The fog had not yet gathered. Then there is no hurry. If the madwoman's superpower is recovery, then Xiao Ran can safely set off when the fog is dense and easily find her. The other party is in the light, and I am in the dark. And his ability is particularly suitable for surprise attacks. When he fought Chang Ernie before, if someone else from the family had interfered, Chang Ernie would never have known who killed him. Let's eat first. What's the rush? He waved his hand and announced that it was time to eat, and the women immediately got busy. Soon, a series of dishes were served on the table. Cui Siyuan was also invited to the table for providing useful clues. At first, she was polite, but when she saw the food on the table, her but couldn't help but sit down. The difference between being able to go out and find supplies and not being able to is huge. Look at what they're eating. And then look at what you've been eating for over a month. There's no comparison. After eating a few mouthfuls of delicious food, her determination to stay was even stronger, and she looked at Xiao Ran with watery eyes. Obviously, Xiao Ran is the boss of this family, so as long as she can please Xiao Ran, it will be a matter of Xiao Ran's word to stay. However, although she had squeezed her eyes to the point of being a little sore, Xiao Ran simply ignored her. Now, all Xiao Ran could think about was how to deal with that crazy woman. Not to mention Cui Siyuan, even Lu Mei or Xiao Chuqiu, two of the best girls he hasn't yet gotten to seduce him in cheongsams or yoga clothes. He promises he won't be tempted. He's about to fight, and he's still thinking about that? He's looking for death. He had only eaten 50% full. He can't eat too much, or it will affect his performance. After eating, Xiao Ran brewed a cup of strong tea. Next, he needed to stay in the clearest and most alert state possible. 2 hours later. It was completely dark, and the fog was so thick that only Xiao Ran could go out without getting lost, and only for a short distance. Go! Xiao Ran. Su Qingmei walked over and whispered, I'll go with you. You? Xiao Ran was slightly surprised. I can use a gun, so I can help you in any way. Su Qingmei bit her lip. Why, don't you trust me with your back? Xiao Ran laughed heartily and pinched her cheek. Of course I believe you. You gave me your virginity, so of course I trust you. I'm telling you something serious, and you're driving with me? Su Qingmei glared at him angrily. Xiao Ran hugged her into his arms and kissed her on the lips, saying, It's enough that you have this intention. Stay at home, wash yourself up, and I'll come back and spoil you. You won't be able to sleep tonight. He really didn't need Su Qingmei's help, and even if she was by his side, she would only be a hindrance. But isn't this enough? For Xiao Ran, being able to exclusively love one person for a whole night is naturally the greatest love. Su Qingmei blushed and said to herself, What a dirty talk. However, she could also tell that Xiao Ran was really happy, and a smile involuntarily appeared on the corner of her mouth. She didn't even realize it herself, but she felt that her mood had suddenly become very good. Xiao Ran went out. He gave Su Qingmei a task, which was to keep an eye on Cui Siyuan and not let her leave. Although the weather conditions would prevent her from running away, she must not discover any secrets about her home, otherwise, she could be killed outright. If he can't kill her, he must control her and wait for him to return to kill her. Xiao Ran didn't mind giving Cui Siyuan a little something after killing the crazy woman, but the prerequisite was that the other party could not know his secrets. Those who know his secrets will either become his woman or die. There is no third option. Xiao Ran first adjusted his direction, aiming at the direction of Building 16, and then he tried his best to keep moving in a straight line. In fact, it is very difficult to do this in a pitch-black environment. If you don't believe me, try it on the playground with your eyes closed. Can you walk 50 meters in a straight line? But fortunately, Xiao Ran can navigate using his spatial awareness. He was following the footprints of Cui Siyuan as he had walked. If he walked backwards, wouldn't he be back at Building 16? So, in no time at all, he was in Zhuang Jiechen's house. After climbing in through the window, he quickly closed it. It's cold. Fortunately, after absorbing the superpower to strengthen his body, the stronger his constitution, the stronger his ability to withstand the cold. Although he is not yet so abnormal that he is not afraid of the cold, even if he runs out naked, he will definitely not die of cold within 10 minutes. Amazing, right? This physical enhancement is just a side effect. If I were a martial artist, would I really be able to brave the cold after absorbing a few powers? He guessed, and walked into the living room, where he saw Zhuang Jiechen's corpse. It was a horrible sight. Chapter 183, Blood-Sucking Maniac. No wonder Cui Siyuan threw up when he mentioned Zhuang Jiechen. Can this be considered a corpse? It's just a pile of rotten meat and bones. Xiao Ran quickly turned off his spatial awareness. He had already confirmed that there was no living person in the house. The first reason he came here was to confirm what Cui Siyuan said. He didn't want to think that she was crazy and had imagined the story. Although the possibility was small, Xiao Ran still had to confirm it. Second, he had to check one by one to find the crazy woman. You were indeed a victim, but now, a crazy murderer. It's too dangerous. After turning off the spatial awareness, Xiao Ran finally felt better. The lights were off in the room, so he naturally couldn't see the creepy corpse in the dark. Next villa. Xiao Ran climbed out of the window and headed for the nearest villa. This time, he had to rely on his memory. Fortunately, the first distance was not far, and second, he had spatial awareness. 2 minutes later, he was outside the villa. A sweep of his spatial awareness revealed that there were 2 people in the house, a man and a woman, both in their 40s. Well, at least he wasn't marrying a young wife. Xiao Ran didn't stop and continued to look for it. After another 2 minutes, he arrived outside the 3rd villa. He scanned the area with his spatial awareness. There were 3 people here, but what made Xiao Ran's mouth twitch slightly was that the 3 of them were sleeping in one bed. But the other 2 were young and strong guys. Apparently, this rich woman has 2 young gigolos. But now, what time is it? Does money still matter? Why do this? Could it be? He suddenly realized that it was because the young man knew that the end was near, that he had nowhere to go and couldn't find a girl to date. So just like someone who has been in prison for a long time, a sow can also be as beautiful as a beauty queen? Hiss, cough. Xiao Ran hurriedly left. Heavy taste, unacceptable. He kept looking. There were 80 villas in the community, and after looking at 10, he had to hide in one to warm up. He could still handle it, but why push himself to the limit? He was about to fight a powerful opponent, so he had to be in top form. After resting for half an hour, Xiao Ran felt completely recovered and continued his search. He walked around the neighborhood, found 2 more villas, and then came to Villa 9. This is the villa where Yu Fei lives. After scanning the space, Xiao Ran's eyebrows furrowed. There should be 15 people in this house, but there are 16. The crazy woman is here. Bad news. Xiao Ran frowned. If the mad woman was somewhere else, it would be impossible to think that there would be a psychic here, but she had found her way here, so there was a certain chance that she would discover that Xiao Ran was also a psychic. Although it is not high. But she would definitely be on guard. After all, how could an ordinary person defeat 13 grown men in 2 minutes? If she doesn't know about the existence of supernormal abilities, she will only think that. Xiao Ran's fighting skills are excellent. But will a supernormal ability think that way? It's not a bad thing. Even if the crazy woman guessed that I was a psychic, she would only guess that I was a physical type. This is also the reason why Xiao Ran did not expose his spatial ability in front of Yu Fei and the others. Even if there was the slightest possibility, Xiao Ran, with his cautious personality, would never take the risk. As it turned out, his caution paid off. Xiao Ran looked at the situation in the room. Yu Fei and 15 others had actually died, and the deaths were all very tragic. Some had their throats bitten, some had their hearts ripped out, and some had their brains blown apart. It was precisely because the deaths were so tragic that the 8 survivors were all expressionless, as if they had gone crazy. Who wouldn't be overwhelmed by such a scene of 7 corpses, their minds blank? However, the mad woman looked calm and collected, as if she was used to such bloody scenes. However, her face was covered in red flesh that was all hanging out, and just this face alone was enough to scare the hell out of people. Xiao Ran only glanced at it and dared not look at the mask again. It's better to wear a mask. Body? Seeing her face and the 7 horribly dead bodies in the room, her figure is not attractive enough for Xiao Ran to pay attention to. My spatial door can be opened directly in the room, and with spatial awareness, the crazy woman can only become a target for beating. Solve her in 10 minutes, otherwise it's too cold outside and I can't stand it. Xiao Ran thought for a moment, and the spatial door was already open in the room. The spatial door cannot be opened inside a wall, but it can be opened through a wall. Silent and invisible. Fire. Suddenly, a barrage of bullets shot toward the madwoman. Although the madwoman had a warning of danger the first time, how could she have avoided the bullets that had already left the barrel if she wasn't a physical-type superhuman? She was hit by a dozen bullets and fell to the ground with a thud. This sound finally woke up the 8 people, including Yufei, from their numbness. They looked at the madwoman and saw that her chest and face were covered in wounds. The mask had been damaged by the bullets, revealing the terrifying face underneath. What's going on? Why is this woman suddenly injured, and it seems like she's been shot? But the problem is, first, there was no gunshot, and second, no one else was shooting. There were only a few people in the room, so how could someone shoot from the side and not be noticed by the others? Is she dead? The 8 people gathered around the madwoman, both anxious and hopeful. It hurts. Suddenly, the madwoman let out a scream, which scared the 8 people to the point of vomiting bile. She's not dead yet? The madwoman suddenly opened her eyes and, with a sudden movement, stood up from her lying position, looking eerily like a zombie. She bit one of the men. The man screamed and desperately pushed the madwoman, but she wouldn't budge. The madwoman was like a leech, clinging to the man's body and biting him. The others were all scared and backed away, their faces full of fear. Shoo, 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 dozens of steel rods appeared out of thin air and shot at the madwoman. Pop, pop, pop. The madwoman didn't even try to dodge, and she was suddenly impaled by 7 or 8 steel bars. Some of the steel bars only hit her, not piercing her body, and her left arm just dangled down. The bone was broken and bent into a very strange position. The madwoman finally pushed the person she was holding away, and her body rolled over the ground. She wasn't rolling around, but was heading for the door. As she rolled, she was laughing maniacally. "You're here. You've finally come. Xiao Ran, I know it's you. It's you. What kind of superpower do you have? Can you become invisible?" No, if you were invisible, you could at most shoot someone, and even if it was a silenced pistol, it wouldn't be so quiet. I'm so curious. Before she knew it, she had rolled to the door and jumped out of it. She stood against the wall, and it was visible to the naked eye that bullets were wriggling out of her wounds, which then immediately healed. One even fell out of her eye, and it was clear that her brain had been damaged, but the eye healed quickly and her brain seemed fine. As the steel rods could not be expelled automatically, she pulled them out one by one. With each one she pulled out, she let out a scream, but the sound was actually tinged with a strong sense of pleasure. Crazy. Pervert. Chapter 184, The Undead Monster, Bonus Chapter. Xiao Ran sighed in secret. The madwoman had not escaped his spatial awareness, but the spatial door could only be opened at a maximum distance of 5 meters. This woman had already exceeded that, and she was standing against the wall, so the attack from the spatial door would have to hit the wall first. It seems to work. Xiao Ran didn't want to rush in. It seemed that the madwoman's ability was not just recovery, or rather, her strong recovery ability was just a side effect of her superpower. Why was she just now holding someone and nibbling on them? Xiao Ran could only think of one reason: blood-sucking regeneration. Could it be that this woman's ability is similar to that of a vampire? So, no matter what kind of injury she receives, she can recover as long as she can suck blood? Never mind, just charge in. Other people's reckless attacks are mindless, but how could Xiao Ran's reckless attack be like this? Whoosh, 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 large stones shot out of the space portal and smashed into the wall. Bang, 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 just a dozen rounds and the wall is in danger. Suddenly, there was a big hole. Unfortunately, Xiao Ran was unable to retrieve the stones he had thrown, so the room was full of them, some of which were piled on top of each other, affecting his follow-up attacks. But the madwoman was also scared. That was a wall, and you actually managed to blow it through? And even knocked it down on one side? Did you use armor-piercing bullets? The wall collapsed and the bullets came flying. The madwoman dodged as best she could with her crisis warning, but how could she possibly outrun a bullet? She was hit again. Psychics and superheroes are really different. Like the previous teenager number 9, when attacked, he could raise an ice wall to block it, and the strength was quite good, but the madwoman had neither amazing speed nor powerful defense, and almost every attack could hit her completely. But her recovery ability is too strong, like an immortal monster. She moved her body and pounced on one person. The madwoman really couldn't avoid the bullet, but you can't say that she was slow. Her speed was still extremely fast compared to ordinary people, and she immediately felled one person, who was unable to dodge. In a scream, the man was bitten by the madwoman, who sucked the blood out of him. I'm fucking. Xiao Ran discovered that the madwoman's wounds were healing at an astonishing rate. Sure enough, her self-healing ability requires blood. As long as she has blood to drink, she won't die? Xiao Ran looked at the 6 remaining living people in the house and mercilessly attacked them. Even if he didn't kill them, these 6 people would only become blood bottles for the madwoman, and she would suck their blood and die. So, it's better to be killed by me than by you. Ha ha, you found out. The madwoman didn't get angry, but instead burst into laughter. A madwoman is a madwoman, and cannot be measured by common sense. She had recovered and quickly rushed to the stairs. She wanted to escape from the villa. It was foggy outside, so even if Xiao Ran was strong and strange, he didn't know where he was, so how could he kill her? On the contrary, she had a feather with the number 54 on her clothes, which could keep her alive in extreme cold, but what about the other person? If the opponent dares to pursue, then in the fog, Xiao Ran will definitely lose her bearings and will only freeze to death. Not chase? Then she will at least be able to survive, and when the captain and the others arrive, it will not be too late to kill Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran's expression was slightly strange. Is this crazy woman going to run out of the house? That's suicide. You're in the villa, there are walls to block you, so I can't aim very well, but once you rush out of the house, I can even hit you from all directions. Oh, that's right, you don't know that I have the godlike skill of spatial awareness. This is not lethal, but in today's environment, especially at night, it is a godlike skill that surpasses all others. Xiao Ran continued to attack. The madwoman is a good runner, and she knows she can't outrun a bullet, so she crawls up the stairs on all fours, which minimizes the possibility of being attacked. That's a good idea, but she doesn't know that the spatial door can be opened from the top down, so there's no difference between crawling and walking straight. However, due to the distance, Xiao Ran was unable to open the space door over the madwoman's head, which saved her from a disaster. The madwoman quickly climbed from the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor. She rushed into a room and didn't have time to open the window, but instead crashed straight into it. Bang! The glass shattered, and she fell out with the glass shards, crashing into the snow. But the snow was already very hard, so she sustained a few more injuries, but by the time she got up, they had already healed. The madwoman didn't even stop to take a breath, she just ran. She didn't care where she ran to. If she could just happen to run into a villa, that would be perfect. If not, she wasn't afraid of just wandering blindly along the way. At worst, she could adjust her direction and return to base after dawn. After all, she had the 54th feather, so she didn't have to worry about freezing to death. If she froze to death, she would really be dead. This is not an injury, and she cannot heal herself. She ran furiously through the snow, but after a few steps, a strong warning arose. In her heart. Danger! She instinctively crouched down, but it was already too late. 3 steel bars whizzed past, piercing her body. She let out a cry of pain. The pain was real, but she was used to pain, and it actually gave her a perverted pleasure. She tried to pull the rebar out of her body, but she couldn't even get the first one out. Popping, 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 more rebar shot out, continuing to pierce and impale her. After a dozen or so rebar bars had been inserted into her body, she was completely immobilized. But then, a horrible scene unfolded. She let out a piercing scream of pain, but then used all her strength to tear herself out of the steel bars. She didn't pull them out, she tore them out. As a result, her body was immediately torn to pieces, piece by piece, but the madwoman pressed and pieced together the pieces of her body, and they healed quickly. Holy cow, her self-healing ability is so strong that it's almost perverted. Xiao Ran couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. In theory, as long as there are enough blood bottles, is she immortal? This motherfucker can still heal. Shoo shoo shoo, more steel bars were shot out. The madwoman's old wounds had not healed, and new wounds had already appeared, but her body was already in pieces, and the steel bars were unable to pin her down. She could easily tear herself free from the steel bars. Perverted, perverted, really fucking perverted. The best way to attack now is to throw stones at her, but Xiao Ran is worried that smashing the madwoman into a bloody mess will prevent her from absorbing her superpowers even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, but he is already in an absolute advantageous position. Isn't it more secure to kill her slowly with bullets? Xiao Ran sighed and switched to bullets. The madwoman kept getting shot, but she kept staggering and never fell. She's taken hundreds of bullets. You coward, I underestimated you. I didn't think you could see in this fog. The madwoman shouted, I'm almost dead, dare you come out and let me see you? Chapter 185, Suspicions Based on Safety. It's not that I'm afraid, it's just that there's no need to. Second, I'm making my appearance. Can you see me? The fog is so thick. In fact, Xiaoran still wanted to ask about the situation at the camp. How many superpowered people are there? But the other side is a madman. Do madmen fear death? Just like the boy number 9, when they are cornered, they will only think of dying together. Besides, how does Xiaoran know if the other party is telling the truth? He is making a plan based on false information, and the chances of being trapped are too high. It's better to not know from the beginning and rely on yourself to find out. Xiaoran thought for a moment, and more bullets flew past. Although the madwoman has an amazing ability to recover, there must be a limit. Therefore, as long as Xiaoran's damage breaks through this limit, the madwoman's recovery will not be able to keep up with the deterioration of her injuries, and she will eventually die. Pop, pop, pop. The madwoman was shot repeatedly, but even if she was hit in a vital area, she would only fall into a state of shock for half a second or so, and then she would wake up immediately. Coward, come out and let me see you. Ha, you dare to kill me, but you don't dare to face me? The madwoman laughed wildly, like a madwoman, like a demon. You have such good eyesight, can you see me through this fog? Xiaoran said, but the bullets kept pouring. Pa! The madwoman spat out a mouthful of air. She couldn't see Xiaoran, but that didn't affect her ability to hear and locate the sound. She spat in the direction of the sound. Then she burst into laughter. My spit tastes good, doesn't it? Ha 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 ha. Of course, Xiaoran could not be spit on. He had been opening the door to space the whole time, so he just returned it. But the madwoman was constantly being shot, so she naturally couldn't feel that she had been sprayed with her own spit. While he continued to attack, he carefully checked the changes in the woman's body with his spatial awareness. How did you get such a terrifying ability to recover? While ordinary people can only see the outside, he is like a precision instrument that can see all the subtle changes, including inside the body. Even what? Down to the cellular level. But to see so clearly, Xiaoran needed to expend more of his psychic power, just as if he were trying to achieve the effect of seeing through walls, which required additional power. After a while, Xiaoran shook his head. This ability of the madwoman is not reproducible. Because her cells are different from normal people, each of them can quickly divide and grow, so she can recover from injuries at an astonishing speed. Maybe there are other secrets that cannot be seen with spatial awareness. If I had such a power, I would be awesome. Okay, I'll play with you slowly. Xiaoran thought to himself, and there was already an extra tent next to him. He hid inside, connected the electric blanket to the battery, and turned on. Another heater. Experience told him that this was enough, otherwise he would be sweating. Come on, let's see what your limit is. The madwoman's curses grew quieter and quieter, until finally she was completely silent. Xiaoran did not move, but sent out 4 more steel bars, which were nailed to the woman's shoulder and leg joints. Even if the madwoman was faking death, it would take some time to break free from the 4 steel bars. This was enough time for Xiaoran to react. He appeared through the fog. Just as he reached out to grab her, the madwoman suddenly opened her eyes and pulled herself out of the steel bars, her teeth bared and ready to bite Xiaoran. Xiaoran sneered, Nima, do you really think I can only use the space door to project bullets and steel bars? Boom! He punched her in the face, sending her flying back into the snow with a face that was now concave. 10 times on the grass. Xiaoran thought of an old joke. These lunatics are really ruthless. They can completely endure the pain of being shot and pretend to be dead. But Xiaoran fired another burst of bullets at the same time, using spatial cutting to destroy the madwoman's brain. It turned out that the madwoman's skull was particularly strong, and the bullet couldn't break it, but the spatial cut ignored the armor you stacked and went around to destroy it. This time, the woman's screams were so loud they could be heard from the heavens. She suddenly stopped struggling, her eyes wide open, as if she had been frozen in time. She must be dead this time. Xiaoran reached out again and pressed down, and finally a warm current rushed over. Good, 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 it's solved. He let out a sigh of relief. The threat of a crazy woman is not very great, but it is more difficult to kill than any other superpower. Her recovery power is absurdly strong. Fortunately, she is finally dead. Xiaoran walked over and first tore off the woman's tattered clothes. The point is the feathers on it. It was actually heating up. This is also the reason why the madwoman can survive in the extreme cold with such thin clothing. Because Cui Siyuan did not hear the madwoman's entire conversation, she did not know that the feathers belonged to Experiment 54, and naturally could not tell Xiaoran. Xiaoran was very curious. What kind of feather is this? Could it be? He had a hunch. Didn't there used to be a mutant dog? If it can be a two-headed dog, why can't it be a bird? So, there are these mutant birds with feathers like electric blankets? He put it away, maybe it would be useful later. And also, he also found an electronic device on the madwoman that had been almost completely destroyed by bullets and steel bars. It was a bit like a walkie-talkie, but unlike his, it seemed more advanced. Xiaoran frowned. Ordinary radios have a range of less than 5 kilometers, but commercial walkie-talkies can reach 8 kilometers, and some special ones can even reach 10 kilometers, not to mention military ones, which can reach 50 kilometers. What if the communication range of this radio is 10 kilometers? From here to Xishan, the straight line distance is only about 10 kilometers, and because there are mountains on both sides and a lake in the middle, there are basically no obstacles that could affect communication, so the theoretical maximum value can be reached. So, will the madwoman report back on the situation here? The camp, that is, the Underground Research and Development Center, has quite a few supernormal people. If these people all come together and attack, Xiaoran does not have a chance of winning, but this will certainly make his life dangerous. The key is that the enemy is in the dark and I am in the light, which is very bad. Moreover, if they take one of them and use her to blackmail him? He definitely won't give in, but even if he defeats the enemy and saves all the women, or even just one or two, the rift will already be there. Can they still get along? This is a matter of sexual happiness. I have to make sure that the firing power of this thing is less than 10 kilometers. If it's less than 10 kilometers, I don't have to worry. But what if it reaches 10 kilometers? I'd have to think about it. Xiaoran thought for a moment and walked towards Villa number 3. Xia's family. Chapter 186, Taking Shelter. Now Xiaoran really relied on his impressions to grope his way around. Space perception is definitely a magical skill. He directly attached the mysterious feathers to his body, which provided enough heat energy to warm up even the air that was sucked into his body. Xiaoran was amazed. These feathers were definitely a strategic resource. Whoever has this mutant bird can ignore the cold. He didn't know that the feathers only lasted for 3 days, otherwise, they could still be considered strategic resources, but the effect would definitely be greatly reduced. After searching for more than half an hour, Xiaoran finally found Villa number 3. He didn't care what time it was, and just knocked on the window. Who? After a while, Xia Chaoqiu's voice came out of the window. Full of caution. It's me, Xiaoran. Xiaoran replied. Xia Chaoqiu was taken aback. What are you doing here so late? To bring you warmth. Xiaoran first made a joke, but the atmosphere did not seem to lighten up, so he said, I got the medicine. Wait for me a moment. Xia Chaoqiu said immediately. It really was just a moment, and the window opened. Xiaoran climbed in. This is Xia Chaoqiu's bedroom. The quilt is still spread out, and this beautiful girl is obviously just waking up. She looks at Xiaoran with anticipation. Xiaoran handed over the 3 bottles of medicine directly. Is this it? Yes. Yes. She looked at them and nodded. The 3 bottles of medicine were unopened, so as long as the names were correct, there was no mistake. Thank you so much. I'm working on the software you need, and I'll have it done in 3 days at the most. She quickly added that this was her way of repaying Xiaoran. Xiaoran smiled and handed over the walkie-talkie in a plastic bag. Can you help me see if the power of this thing can reach a communication distance of 10 kilometers? Xia Chaoqiu took it, opened it, and looked at it carefully. She frowned slightly and said, I'm a programmer, so I'm not particularly familiar with this, but my grandfather was a soldier for his whole life and was also a communications officer for a long time. I'll let him take a look for you when he wakes up. But Xiao Ran didn't move, but looked at her. Now. Xiao Chuqiu was hesitant, but her grandfather had just gone to sleep. It's not easy for an old man to fall asleep. But Xiao Ran couldn't wait. He needed to know as soon as possible if there was anything about him that the camp knew. Seeing Xiao Ran in such a state, Xiao Chuqiu could only nod. I'll go get my grandfather. She went out, but after taking 2 steps, she turned around and looked at Xiao Ran with a warning look. You are not allowed to look around. Her face turned a little red. Xiao Ran laughed and nodded. I promise. Xiao Chuqiu left. Xiao Ran really didn't move, and he even closed his eyes. But now, does he need to use his hands and eyes to look for things? This is too inefficient. A sweep of spatial awareness and everything is clear. This incredibly beautiful woman is indeed a pair of C's, and the size of her underwear is clearly written. This girl is probably a virgin, because her underwear is too conservative. A woman with a boyfriend should have at least 1 or 2 sets of sexy lingerie, or a few pairs of black or white stockings. But she doesn't have any. Not bad. At this time, Xiao Chuqiu also came with Xiao Lingcheng. This walkie-talkie looks like it's for commercial use, but the key components used inside are close to military grade, and I estimate the communication range to be between 8 and 10 kilometers. Xiao Lingcheng didn't waste any time and got straight to the point. Xiao Ran's face tightened, and he nodded. Okay, I understand. You guys go to sleep, I'm leaving. He didn't waste any time and left immediately. This made Xiao Chuqiu very angry. You came here in the middle of the night, and you really came here to ask me this? You woke everyone up, but you went to sleep? That's too much. Xiao Ran didn't care, or rather, he wasn't in the mood to care. First, he hoped that the camp would have already known about his existence, and second, he had absorbed the madwoman's power, and the side effects had already begun to appear. Are you going to help me cool down? It's not that I look down on you, but you're a young girl, and you really can't handle it. However, in consideration of the girl's exceptional qualities, and the fact that Xiao Liangcheng is also a veteran, Xiao Ran reminded the pair that it would be best to find a secret room or something to hide in from tomorrow onwards, because there could be dangerous people or lunatics coming at any time. He believed that the superpowered people who had escaped from the underground research and development center were all crazy. At least half crazy. The grandfather and grandson promised, but obviously didn't take it seriously. Xiao Ran didn't try to persuade them any further. If someone is determined to die, then no one can persuade them. He had done his best and had no regrets. Xiao Ran returned to the mansion. Sure enough, Su Qingmei had already bathed and was waiting for his favor. It was dawn. Get dressed immediately. We're leaving here for a few days. Xiao Ran woke the women one by one. Su Qingmei and the others didn't know what was going on, but none of them objected. They first got dressed and then got on the hovercraft. As for Cui Siyuan, she was naturally sent back by Xiao Ran. This woman is not qualified to be taken away by him. I'll give you some supplies. You can have them. You deserve them for informing me. But you think you can just rely on me for everything? Ha, you're not very attractive or fit. After they had left, Xiao Ran explained. The women were shocked. They are most likely being targeted by a bunch of superpowered people. I'll take you to a place to hide for a while. I'll go straight to the source and tear down this so-called Hope Camp to completely eliminate the problem. Xiao Ran said. This naturally made the women very moved. Who said they and Xiao Ran were just trading partners? Look, how much this man cares about them. In fact, Xiao Ran just didn't want the goddesses he had worked so hard to collect to be killed or captured. Moreover, he took the initiative to attack in order to seize the superpowers. If there was no benefit to killing the superpowers, then why start a war? I could just hide. I'm not the one who's suffering. Xiao Ran naturally would not explain. Why not take advantage of this kind of free emotion? After more than 2 hours on the hovercraft, they arrived at the Qinghong building. Yes, Xiao Ran planned to settle them in a secret place on the 18th floor. If someone were to fire a missile at this time, then Xiao Ran would have to accept it. But he should have been very careful on the way here. Who would suddenly fire a missile at a building? A camp? Although they call it a camp, it is actually just a research and development center. How could they launch missiles? Therefore, it is probably safe here. After all, no one saw Xiao Ran coming, and the possibility of him blowing up the building with explosives is almost zero. More importantly, Xiao Ran doesn't live here. He was going to the Hope Camp. Whether or not the crazy woman had sent his message back, he had to eliminate this potential threat. The key is that there is a huge profit. Chapter 187, Entering the Nursing Home. After absorbing the madwoman's superpower, Xiao Ran once again gained a great boost. The maximum size of the space portal has reached 70 by 70 meters, but in terms of the increase, it is not as good as the time when he absorbed the power of juvenile number 9, which is 5 meters less, indicating that the amount of power absorbed by the madwoman is actually not as good as that of the juvenile. But the maximum distance that the spacegate can be cast has increased by another meter, reaching 6 meters. This is great news. In fact, Xiao Ran would rather not increase the size of the spacegate, but increase the distance instead. Because he doesn't need to collect aircraft carriers, it doesn't matter how big the spacegate is. A 20-meter square is actually enough. However, being able to open the space door directly in the enemy's face, combined with spatial awareness, is really something. Xiao Ran could only take a step back and watch, because the stronger the superpower, the weaker the bullets and other weapons, so the farther the spacegate opened, the more useless it would be. It's the size of the spacegate. If he could realize his idea and make the space door concave into a sphere, the difference between big and small would be huge. If one day, it grows so large that it can contain the entire planet? Thinking about such a possibility, Xiao Ran was in a daze. It's too far away. I'm not going to think about it. Next is spatial awareness, which extends to 19 meters. Great! This is really a magic skill. If it can be expanded to thousands of meters, then with the addition of sniper bullets, he will definitely be a gun god, hitting the target from a distance of 1,000 meters. The maximum distance of spatial cutting has also been increased to 12 meters. This skill is the best partner for spatial awareness. You can find and eliminate your opponent in advance, whether it's cutting the brain or digging out the heart, it can be done with a single thought, and you can even do it through walls, even several walls. The enemy will never know who did it. Well, it's still a bit early to tell, after all, it's only 12 meters, but absorbing a power to increase the maximum release distance by 1 meter is actually quite terrifying. But there is no sign of new abilities being generated. Xiao Ran carefully sensed, and there was no hint of movement or budding within his body. Could it be that the generation of new abilities is exponentially related to the absorption of abilities? Then how much power do I need to absorb to generate my next ability? Xiao Ran believed that if he could capture all the power users at the Hope Camp, the power he absorbed would definitely allow him to make a qualitative leap and obtain a fourth power. After lunch, he set off, his sword pointed at the West Mountain. After entering Taihu Lake, he followed the bridge across the lake all the way. After more than 3 hours, he arrived near his destination. The Underground Research and Development Center was established with the support of the pharmaceutical group, so what people see should be this pharmaceutical group, or even a hospital, because using patients as a cover is more conducive to experimental research. It was a mistake not to question the man from the Hope Camp more thoroughly. However, he soon saw a group of people. They're actually on skis. Wait, they're not real skis, they're made of planks of wood, probably wooden doors, simply carved out. They're very crude, but they still produce enough buoyancy to allow people to glide across the snow. They came from there. Xiao Ran looked further away, and the snow left obvious traces. He put away the hovercraft and hid himself. Because the terrain was mountainous, it was easy to hide behind trees and so on. The group did not notice him and continued along the established route. Xiao Ran then also moved forward on skis. The hovercraft was too conspicuous. After 10 minutes, a building appeared in front of him. Shishan Sanatorium. Xiao Ran read. It was clearly different from the rest of the place because the snow had been completely cleared away, revealing the ground, so the sign at the entrance was clearly visible. However, there was also a newly made board at the entrance, on which the 4 characters Hope Camp were written in a crooked manner. Looking inside, there were a lot of people. Xiao Ran couldn't help but think of the person who had said before, Huamingli, who had said that they were out to find supplies and to trick people into going there because the camp needed live people for experiments. So, are the people here actually all experimental subjects? Xiao Ran thought to himself, should he sneak in quietly, or pretend to be a refugee and blend in to find out what's going on? The former is naturally safer, but the latter can find out more information. And as long as the acting is in place, there will be no danger for the time being, because the Hope Camp is deceiving people into coming over, not robbing them. This shows that on the surface at least, they want to maintain the illusion that they are actually a state institution. After thinking about it, Xiao Ran decided to take a risk. I'm really crazy, he said to himself, and walked towards the main entrance. It was so cold, and there was no security guard at the gate, so Xiao Ran went straight to the front of the main building of the sanatorium. Someone inside noticed him and quickly opened the door, beckoning to him, "Come in. Come in." Xiao Ran walked in, and the man quickly closed the door to keep out the cold. "How did you find your way here?" the man asked curiously. Xiao Ran replied while taking off his skis, "I saw people from this camp go out to look for supplies before. At that time, they invited me to come here, and I said I would think about it. However, after so many days, I met fewer and fewer living people, so I decided to come here." Yes. People are social creatures. It's lonely and boring to be alone, and it's inconvenient. Unlike here, where there are many people, we can work together and cooperate. Everyone only needs to do their part, and everyone can survive, and the quality of life is getting better and better. The man quickly agreed. He paused for a moment and said, "My name is Wang Xinglin. What's yours? Tell me your personal information. I need to register you." Xiao Ran naturally wouldn't say his real name, so he made up a name, Xia Guang, but the information about his age was true. 9 true and 1 false is the best way to fool people. After the registration was completed, Wang Xinglin took Xiao Ran into a room with 6 other people. There were quite a few people in this camp, and although the sanatorium was large, it was not large enough to have a single room for each person. However, 6 people in one room was not crowded at all. When Xiao Ran was in college, he had a dormitory of 10 people, and it was not until his sophomore year that he was reduced to 8 people in one room. This room already had 5 people living in it, and Wang Xinglin introduced Xiao to the 5 men before leaving. Of course, all the men in the room were men. The oldest was a 40-something uncle, and the youngest was a few years younger than Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran took out some melon seeds and shared them with everyone, and the conversation immediately started. Who says only women are gossipy? Chapter 188, Sneaking in late at night. Xia, the most dangerous thing here is getting a fever. The oldest, Zhou Bo, said. Yes, you must be careful. The youngest, Wang Changwan, immediately followed. Xiao Ran thought to himself, why? According to the researchers here, the air now contains viruses, and if your resistance drops, you will catch it. Either you will have a high fever or a low fever, and once you have a fever, there is basically no hope. Well, those who have a fever are isolated, and they usually die within 10 days. Alas, is the Lord still allowing people to live? The 5 people chattered. Xiao Ran, however, had a thought. Is this mass-producing superhumans? This idea is the same as his, that is, artificially infecting the virus and then letting it run its course. If they survive, they become superhumans. If they don't, then it's no big deal. But Zhou Bo and the others said that if anyone had a fever, none of them would have survived. That would be interesting. No successful test subjects, or... In fact, some people survived, but were killed by the people in the camp? After all, the people in charge of the camp were all former test subjects, and they were all crazy. Therefore, their purpose in doing this experiment was to obtain supernormal abilities. Only Xiao Ran has a bottom line, and he only experiments on people who are enemies to him. He doesn't care about this place, and he just keeps luring people here to conduct experiments on a large scale. It's too hard to stay alive. The 5 of them all sighed. Xiao Ran discreetly inquired. They eat 3 meals a day in the cafeteria. They work 8 hours a day, which is not long, but it is quite hard. They pedal bicycles to generate electricity. After all, it is difficult to obtain fuel these days, so we need to generate electricity by human power. Actually, this is nothing. We can't just sit back and enjoy the fruits of our labor. We have to do our part. You're lucky you came when you did. It's almost night, but you'll have to work with us tomorrow morning. We'll be checking in, and you won't get any food without a check-in slip. Xiao Ran nodded and looked at a 5-story black building. The exterior is black. This is the administrative building of the sanatorium, where the higher-ups live, and it is off-limits to ordinary people. So, is the RD center down here? Xiao Ran felt that he had learned enough about the camp. More information would have to be obtained by entering the administrative building. Zhou Bo and the others were ordinary people who had been deceived into coming here, so how could they know the real secrets? After a while, Xiao Ran followed them to the cafeteria to eat. There were many people, both men and women. The men and women live separately, each occupying half of the building, and there is only one cafeteria, so they naturally end up together. This is also a rare happy time for everyone. After eating, many people would flirt with each other, and before you knew it, 2 people would disappear. It's the end of the world, what entertainment can there be? And in this atmosphere, where no one knows which will come first, death or tomorrow, these people began to indulge in physical pleasures. If you're going to die from the virus tomorrow, why not sleep with a few more men or women tonight? The camp did not impose any restrictions or discourage such behavior. Xiao Ran's looks are only slightly handsome, but he has a good figure, and I don't know how many women are drooling over him, throwing flirtatious glances at him frequently. This is only for the timid ones. The bold ones just come over and invite him to play in the utility room or bathroom. Xiao Ran decisively refused. Not to mention that there are basically no women here who can be called beautiful. Even if there are, they change husbands every day, and they change several times a day. Xiao Ran really can't bring himself to do it. There are no protective gear here, everyone comes directly. Gee, just thinking about this picture is unbearable. This made the women very disappointed, and even Zhou Bo and the others tried to persuade him. Xia, what are you worried about now? Right, how many days do we have left? Live it up while you can. No matter how they persuaded him, Xiao Ran naturally wouldn't listen. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the bell rang. Curfew. Go back to bed. Everyone dispersed, returning to their respective dormitories. On the way back, one could see pairs of wild mandarin ducks coming out of every corner, some in pairs, some in threes, and some even in groups of 7 or 8. They were having a bit of fun. Back in the dormitory, the 6 of them chatted for a while before falling asleep. Xiao Ran waited quietly, and after another hour, he finally got up. He didn't need to get dressed because he hadn't taken it off in the first place. He put on a motorcycle helmet, this time really to hide his face, slightly folded his nails, so that even if someone hit him on the head with a stick, he wouldn't faint immediately. Of course, this possibility is too low. Xiao Ran quietly left the dormitory and headed for the administration building. He arrived at the gate and found that it was locked and chained. Xiao Ran's superpower could not break the chain, and if he used an electric welding torch, the noise would be too loud. It doesn't matter. He went out the window. It was much easier to break the glass. He used a diamond blade to cut the glass, which then broke naturally. He then collected the broken glass and left quietly. He climbed out of the window. With the current visibility, he could no longer see the administrative building, but the distance between the two was only 30 meters, so Xiao Ran only had to take a few steps before his spatial awareness saw the black building. He was about to do the same thing, breaking the window glass to enter, but the spatial perception had already detected that there was an infrared sensor on the edge of the window. In other words, if he went in through the window, it would definitely trigger the alarm. That's too cautious. Aren't all the outsiders locked up? Why is he still so careful? No, this device was clearly installed before the end of the world. It can only be said that the pharmaceutical group was doing something shady at the time, so they had to be careful. Now that the end of the world has come, the people in power have changed, but there is no need to deliberately remove this device, is there? It's just causing me trouble. Xiao Ran sighed in his heart. He used spatial cutting to destroy the device, or at the very least, shut it down. In this way, the people in the monitoring room would only think that the device had a problem. Isn't it normal for electronic equipment to break down or malfunction at such low temperatures? This is completely different from the noise caused by the alarm when someone is found to have broken in. His spatial cutting power had increased by a large margin, and although it was not enough to cut the wires, there were too many integrated circuits and solder joints inside the device, so if he pulled at them a little, the device would naturally break down. It's done. Xiao Ran cut open the glass and entered, still silently. A smile creeps onto his lips. Now it's hunting time. Chapter 189, Scaring the Snake. With his spatial awareness, Xiao Ran is comparable to a human radar. No, he is much better than a radar. Can radar waves penetrate walls? He can. Can radar give feedback on any details, including what a person looks like? Yes, he can. You should know that the distance of spatial perception has reached 19 meters. Even if the height of the executive building is a little higher, let's say it's 4 meters per floor, then Xiaoran standing on the first floor can still see the whole fifth floor clearly. The same applies to left and right, and front and back. How high is the administrative building? The 7th floor. So, you can't see more than the top 2 floors. Xiaoran also saw an underground passage, which was very long and required an elevator to get down to it. At the end of his spatial perception, he saw an open space, but it was only a little more than 1 meter, so he didn't know the full picture. Sure enough, the underground RD center was right under the administrative building. Xiaoran didn't start working right away, but first observed the situation. He just climbed to the 3rd floor, and could perceive the entire ground floor of the administrative building. There was no blind spot. There are 64 people here, but only 3 of them are awake and in the monitoring room. They are not watching the monitor, but are instead watching a movie on their phones. Although Xiaoran can't hear the sound, he can tell from the screen that it is a romantic movie about Zyarizi. Little day. Xiaoran thought of the female assassin he had killed, and it didn't seem like it was that long ago. Why did it feel so far away? Can I go to Zyarizi to take a look around? If I had the ability to teleport, I would definitely go to Zyarizi and, by the way, blow up Mount Fuji. Blow up? He had an idea. Blow up the elevator to the Underground Research and Development Center. Even if there are several superheroes down there who can withstand the explosion and survive, it doesn't matter how long it takes to dig them out. As long as Xiaoran monitors them with his spatial awareness, he can completely wait for them. If you dig yourself out, exhausted, only to be greeted by a space-cutting steel bullet or even a space door opening right next to the hole you dug, how would you respond? Well, if the underground part is seriously damaged by the explosion, it may even separate the supernormalists from each other, so that they can only dig upwards individually and cannot join forces. If they are divided, Xiaoran will no longer have the disadvantage of being outnumbered. Hey, what if these people's superpowers aren't suitable for digging, and they just stay inside? That would be even better. I'll block up all the ventilation holes and see if you suffocate to death. If they all die, I can easily enter the ruins and collect their corpses, right? Xiaoran thought about it and thought that this plan was perfect. What's the big deal about spending a little time? What's the big deal about spending a little time? He's not risking anything. That's the point. However, there is a problem. Are there any people with superpowers among the people on the ground? If there is, Xiaoran will have to kill this person or these people first, otherwise how can he sit quietly and wait? So, are there any supernaturals among the 64 people? Which one? Kill them all? This idea seems good at first glance, but killing people will make some noise. What if the psychic senses it? And then notifies the people in the Underground Research and Development Center? Wouldn't Xiaoran be caught in the crossfire? Therefore, we must first find the superhuman here, if there is one. How do we find them? I know. Xiaoran's eyes lit up, and a warning of danger appeared. Why didn't anyone react when he used his spatial awareness scan just now? Because that time he was just observing, and he didn't have any murderous intent. If the danger warning is subjective, and is actually a reaction to murderous intent, then Xiaoran scanned again, but this time he showed a strong murderous intent towards everyone. I'm going to kill you. Suddenly, one person's heartbeat accelerated significantly, his blood pressure soared, and then he sat up abruptly. This was a man in his 30s, tall and burly, like a bear in human skin. There were 2 women lying on the bed, apparently serving him, and they were all sleeping soundly at the moment, not waking up at all because of his sitting up. It was only because their skin was exposed to the air that they felt the chill and involuntarily made a curling motion. The man, who looked like a bear, put on his shoes and looked around the room. Then he opened the door and left, his face full of doubt. Just now, he sensed a strong sense of crisis. This warning had never failed him. So he had to check it out. He even contacted the people in the surveillance room on the intercom, causing the 3 men who had already taken off their pants to panic and answer incoherently, but still convincing the bear man that there was indeed nothing going on. The man was very confused, but instead of going back to sleep, he asked the 3 men to continue looking at the surveillance footage. very carefully. How could a crisis warning arise out of nowhere? There must be something. But Xiao Ran had already quietly approached and was at the door of the room where the violent bear man was. He didn't live on the top floor or the first floor, but on the fourth floor. Lock on target. Attack. Space cut. Xiao Ran's strongest move is to kill the target as quickly as possible, so as not to alert the underground gang and affect his plan to blow up the building. Without warning, the violent man suddenly turned his head, and a clump of hair fell silently. Xiao Ran was not surprised at all, and activated his second spatial cut. Now he can activate the space cut about 26 times in a row. Even if you have a warning, 26 times won't kill you? Xiao Ran didn't believe it. The violent bear man dodged again without warning, but his left eye suddenly shattered. He was angry and panicked. Where was the enemy? Is he an invisible man? He waved his arms around wildly, and it was visible to the naked eye that a thick layer of black hair was rapidly growing on his skin, and the whole person really turned into a bear. So, his superpower is to turn into a bear? Boom! Xiao Ran was still complaining, but the violent bear man repeatedly hit the air and crashed into a wall. A terrifying scene unfolded as he punched a hole in the wall and walked right through it. What kind of power is this? What kind of solid body is this? Xiao Ran was full of admiration, while quickly catching up, the third spatial cut. The violent bear man let out a scream, and this time his brain was finally cut. The brain is such a delicate organ, and any damage to it is very dangerous. However, the strength of the violent bear man's body was unexpected. He didn't care about anything, just crashing into wall after wall, as if he wanted to get rid of the invisible mysterious killer in this way. Xiao Ran chased after him. He doesn't even need to be in the same room as the violent bear, he just needs to run along the corridor and attack through the wall. After smashing through 3 more walls, the bear finally realized what was going on. He stopped in his tracks, turned around, and began to run. He ran towards the outer wall. Obviously, he wanted to break through the wall and go outside. He didn't even have time to try to break the window, which would have been much easier. He hadn't thought of this before because it was too cold outside, and everyone would instinctively avoid that direction, but after being unable to escape the killer inside the building, the violent bear man finally had a brainwave. I just have to break through the wall to get outside. I'm freezing, aren't you? But after I transformed into a bear, not only did my strength and defense increase, but the thick fur also kept me warm. Look at polar bears. Which one of them died of cold? Although I have black fur, it is not that bad for keeping out the cold. Besides, it's foggy outside, so with this layer of protection, how can you attack me? I'm so smart. Chapter 190, Demolition of the Building. Xiao Ran naturally discovered that the violent bear man wanted to break through the wall. He couldn't help but look weird. Boom! The sound of the wall breaking came out. Xiao Ran broke into the room as soon as possible and ran quickly towards the outer wall. What, are you going to jump after me? Of course not. Xiao Ran smiled. The violent bear man was very fast, but once he was in the air, falling, it was free fall. The initial speed increased slowly from 0, and although the violent bear man had a running start, the speed was reduced by the impact with the wall, and the horizontal speed was also close to 0. Therefore, Xiao Ran quickly rushed to the window, and the violent bear man only fell 2 meters, while he rushed sideways for more than a meter. Continue to cut the space? You're already in free fall, why should I bother? The space door opened. It opened under the body of the angry bear. This can only be opened at a distance of 6 meters from Xiao Ran at the most, but now the bear man has only fallen 2 meters, so how can it not be able to contain it? The violent bear man naturally raised the crisis warning again. If it could be expressed as an alarm sound, it would definitely be a continuous ringing of However, warning is one thing, but how to resolve it is another. The bear man was instantly covered in cold sweat. But he was in midair, with no place to catch his fall, and no wings to help him. What could he do in this situation? He just let it happen. In an instant, his huge body disappeared. The other dimension cannot directly absorb living beings, but it cannot stop itself from crashing in, so it will naturally die. Xiao Ran did not immediately absorb the violent bear man's superpower. There might be a big fight later, so should he fight with a flag in his hand? And after the burning desire, he simply couldn't control it. He really felt like he was going to explode. So, no rush. He fought with the angry bear man fiercely, knocking down several walls, but in fact, only half a minute had passed. At this time, although many people were awakened by the noise, they only sat up in bed, looking confused. What was that loud noise? And the buildings seemed to be shaking. An earthquake? Has it already ended? These people are still confused, but now there is indeed no movement. So back to sleep? Some people were so brave as to lie down and continue sleeping, but many others put on their clothes and went out to check the situation. Xiao Ran did not go to kill these people, but instead went to the passage leading to the Underground Research and Development Center. This is a secret door, and when it is opened, it leads to an elevator. Xiao Ran violently broke open the secret door and then pressed the elevator up. His spatial awareness told him that the elevator was empty. When the elevator arrived, he threw in landmines and grenades. Just as he was throwing, he saw 3 people rushing over. "Who are you? Stop!" The 3 men instinctively shouted, and when they realized that Xiao Ran was throwing explosives into the elevator, they were so scared that they immediately rushed over. Then they disappeared. Oh, they've gone through the space gate. Ordinary people without any warning of danger are really easy to deal with. Xiao Ran felt that it was about time, so he pressed the button to let the elevator go down. However, the moment the elevator door closed, he threw in a grenade. Pulled the safety pin. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom! The grenade exploded, and then detonated all the grenades and mines in the elevator. The noise was so loud that it shook the entire administrative building, which then began to crumble and eventually collapsed. Xiao Ran took advantage of the 5 seconds to run away. Bang! He broke out of the window at the last second and then ran away. Behind him, the administrative building was rapidly disintegrating and collapsing. He returned to the main building of the sanatorium. At this time, many people were awakened, standing at the window or rushing to the main entrance to check the situation. Xiao Ran broke into the window and ran in the dark, while removing his helmet and changing his clothes. Then, he naturally got up and, like everyone else, shouted, "What happened? Was there an earthquake?" Everyone was looking around, but apart from the faint light of the fire, they could only hear the explosions and feel the shaking, but they had no idea what was going on. The fog was so thick that visibility was only 1 meter. It's hard to see. A group of people looked around, but no one dared to say that they would remove the chains. Because that's the rule of the camp. Do you dare to be the first to speak up? What if you get kicked out? So, even though everyone was curious, no one dared to climb out the window. In the distance, there were still screams coming from outside, but because the doors and windows were tightly shut, the soundproofing was quite good, so very few people heard the screams, and they completely stopped after a few minutes. People exposed to such cold conditions will freeze to death in a matter of minutes. So, the night returned to silence. Everyone looked at each other and went to sleep. What else could they do? Rebellion? Xiao Ran also went back to rest. Although his roommates asked him where he had gone, he just said that he had gone downstairs as soon as he woke up, wanting to run out and see what the situation was like, but the door was locked, so he easily got away with it. Finally, the long night passed. Xiao Ran had been in a light sleep the whole time, and the crisis warning never came. The cries of alarm gradually grew louder. The fog had dispersed, and everyone could see the collapsed administration building not far away. How could this happen? Everyone was dumbfounded. Did an earthquake really happen last night? How could a perfectly good building just collapse? But if it was an earthquake, it was too coincidental, because only one administrative building collapsed, while the other buildings remained intact. At this point, the caretaker of the building also opened the chain, and everyone braved the cold and walked out. They saw many bodies in the ruins, some of which had died directly in the collapse of the building, while others were obviously not, because they had crawled to the open ground and were still in a crawling position, apparently frozen to death. After searching for a while, they didn't find a single living person, so they had to go back and start a big discussion. What happened? It's so sad that everyone in the building is dead. Yes, it's terrible. Many people were sighing. However, one person spat out and said, "Good riddance." Ha! Everyone looked at him, and they all glared at him. Do you have a conscience? The camp took us in, fed us, gave us shelter, and you just drop your bowl and curse your mother? Everyone scolded him. The man sneered, "Do you think the camp is keeping us here for charity?" I spit. The man spat again. "I have a cousin who came here before me and died 5 days ago. I went to see him off for the last time, and I found a voice recorder on his body, recording his experiences over the past 10 days. You know why those people were infected with the virus before? It wasn't in the air, it was poisoned by them, the poison hail from before. They were experimenting on us." Everyone was in an uproar. Impossible. Impossible. Right, the camp is run by the government, so why would they deliberately poison us and conduct experiments on us? Don't you be spreading rumors. The crowd was so angry that they wanted to tear the man apart. If this is true, then what does it mean? The government doesn't exist anymore. Wouldn't that be endless despair? Another person sighed and said, "This should be true. Think about it, why haven't we been infected at home for so many days, but we are here? Ask everyone, has anyone been here for more than 10 days? Anyone? No. Because everyone who came in became a guinea pig." Everyone thought about it and then they all broke out in a cold sweat. Chapter 191, Digging Up, More. Xiao Ran was surprised. He didn't say anything, but he didn't expect that there were actually quite a few smart people here who had discovered the truth. It doesn't matter to him if they find out. His goal was to find the possible supernaturals underground, and then wait for them to come out or die, so that he could easily reap the harvest. He just listened to the others continue to discuss. Actually, I know the whole story about this camp. In fact, everyone should know that there is a sign outside that says Shishan Sanatorium. It was invested in by a foreign company, so it was definitely not set up by the government. It was the foreigners who did it. It must be Zyarizi, because only Zyarizi would experiment on living people. Ha, Zyarizi is not a good thing, and your American dad and European mom are good things? Stop arguing. It doesn't matter who's in control here. The important thing is what we're going to do next. Yes, food and energy are big problems. After much discussion, they still couldn't come to any conclusions. Because if they want to survive, they have to go out and find food. They're used to having food delivered to their table. It's too cold and dangerous out there. What if they get trapped in the fog? They would die. After a while of discussion, they started arguing about who would be the new boss here, and even got into a fight. Xiao Ran was too tired to watch these people's ugly behavior. He pushed open the door and walked out. He seemed to be walking casually, but in fact, he was using his spatial awareness to see if anyone was digging up the ground below. When he reached a certain point, he couldn't help but stop. Oh! Someone is really digging a hole up there. In just one night, they have dug quite a bit. However, if you dig from the top down, you can dig straight down, as long as someone keeps carrying away the mud and stones from above. But if you dig from the bottom up, you won't be able to, because you will quickly run out of a place to stand. So what do you do? First dig horizontally, then dig up a little, then dig up again, then dig horizontally again, and continue to dig out a place where you can stand, so that you can dig up again, forming a winding hole. This is twice as much work as digging a straight hole. The point is, this is a mountain. What do mountains have? Rocks. So, can you dig by hand quickly? But Xiao Ran was surprised to see that there were 4 people digging below, working together. The main force was a short, thin man in his 40s with a very tough head, literally, because when he came across a rock, he would headbutt it. Xiao Ran clearly saw that this man's head had become like a diamond, sparkling and glowing. Whenever he hit the rock, a corner would crumble off, and the destructive power was terrifying. Behind him, the other 3 were clearing away the mud and rocks, so as not to block the way. These 3 people were obviously also supernormal people. Because Xiao Ran saw a birdman. He was covered in feathers, so what else could he be? It turns out that he was wrong before. The feathers on the madwoman did not come from a mutant bird, but from this birdman. This birdman was male, not only covered in feathers, but also had a membrane between his ribs. From this point of view, he didn't look like a bird, but more like a bat. If he really is a bat, can he attack with ultrasonic waves? Well, we need to be careful. It's always better to be careful. What about the other two? They are both in their 20s, a man and a woman, but they look very ordinary. Their superpowers are not obvious, but they are definitely superheroes because they can move stones effortlessly. Ordinary people don't have such strength, and they can't possibly have such stamina. How long have they been working since last night? Only supernormal people have such stamina. After observing them for a while, Xiao Ran was able to calculate the time they had spent digging up the ground with almost mathematical precision. 3.5 hours. As for where they dug out from, it was uncertain, because these four people actually had no sense of direction underground, and the tunnel they dug was also crooked, so it was really hard to know where they would finally emerge. It doesn't matter, Xiao Ran only needs to keep an eye on them from time to time. Since it was still early, he returned to the building. He had only been gone for a short while, but the people in the building had already started a full-scale fight. They all wanted to seize power and become the new boss. Once they became the boss, they could order their subordinates to get supplies and enjoy the fruits of their labor. Just when everyone was about to fight to the death, a gunshot rang out, stopping everyone in their tracks. A man was seen holding a pistol high in the air, and the shot he had fired was aimed at his own head. Shut the hell up! This guy was cursing and swearing. Now, I'm the boss here. Who has a problem with that? Who can object to a gun? Seeing that everyone was quiet, this man was quite pleased and said, "Remember, my name is He Chang. From now on, you can all call me Boss He. Do you understand?" He was originally the head of the security team at the nursing home. Although the management team was completely replaced after the end of the world, the security team was not liquidated, but continued to do their old jobs. After he was allowed to go out and look for supplies, he also obtained a gun, but he had no use for it before. He was still a bit confused, but when he realized that everyone in the administration building was finished, he really could take over, so he immediately took action. He Chang, the one who fishes? Someone didn't realize the seriousness of the situation and made a joke. Bang! The gunshot rang out for the second time, and the man who had just made a joke was still smiling, but a bloody flower had appeared on his forehead, and he had been shot in the head. Hachiang shot. Damn it, do you think I'm joking with you? He Chang cursed and glared. It's the end of the world, and human life is the cheapest thing there is. Holy shit. But He Chang's arrogance lasted for only 3 seconds, because someone was approaching him quietly from behind and then threw him to the ground. Everyone looked at each other and rushed over. Grab the gun. Whoever grabs the gun can order everyone here. Bang, 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 the melee began. Now there was a brain explosion. Xiao Ran sat down in the corner and naturally would not participate in such nonsense. Just leave me alone. As the fight continued, everyone's anger rose, or perhaps because they had been struggling to survive for 50 days in the end times, everyone was filled with despair, which in turn turned into anxiety, unease, and agitation, all of which seemed like a time bomb. This conflict was the fuse that ignited everyone's emotions. Kill. 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 At first, everyone was still aiming for the gun, but as the fight continued, they became bloodthirsty. It didn't matter who they were, they just killed everyone they saw. This further spread the war, and Xiao Ran was unable to stay out of it. Someone threw a chair at him, his eyes were bloodshot, his expression hideous, and he was in an extreme state of mind, as if the world was coming to an end and everything should be destroyed. Boom! Xiao Ran kicked the man. Flying out. Chapter 192, The Real Battle Begins, More 2. Xiao Ran had no intention of ending the war. It's none of his business. These people like to fight so much, let them fight to their heart's content. He even took out a book and started reading. Now that he has nothing to do except collect fuel, he wants to enrich himself, such as self-study of mechanical automation, etc., and then combine the software given by Xia Chaoqiu to transform the manner into a combination of inspection and repair. It can't be that he needs a mechanical talent and one just pops up. It is better to rely on oneself than to rely on others. In Xiao Ran's opinion, this kind of automation should not be difficult. The difficult part is the software. How to find and judge friends and enemies. After getting feedback, then it should be a piece of cake to let the machine gun fire. He was reading it carefully, working even harder than he had when he was in school. After all, going to school was to find a good job later, but now it was to survive. Which is more important? From time to time, people with bloodshot eyes would come and launch indiscriminate attacks on Xiao Ran, and of course, they would be kicked away. After an hour, Xiao Ran went out to see where the Birdman and the Diamond Man had dug. Oh, it's only about 5 meters from the ground. Come on. Xiao Ran didn't go back into the building because the four of them weren't that far from the ground. What if they had some kind of big move and suddenly broke out, breaking through directly? Although the possibility is very small, it is still necessary to guard against it. Xiao Ran had already done so much preparation work, so of course he hoped to deal a heavy blow to the four of them the moment they poked their heads out, rather than letting them run out, set up their formation, and surround him. For super-powered people. Although Xiao Ran was confident that he could defeat four opponents, why should he make things difficult for himself? It was quiet outside, and no one would disturb him. However, Xiao Ran suddenly felt a chill. Ha! He reached into his jacket, and when he took it out again, he saw that the feather attached to the sweater had lost its luster and warmth. It doesn't work anymore. So, it can only last a few days? Xiao Ran nodded slowly. This is actually in line with the laws of science. After all, there is no such thing as a perpetual motion machine. Hey, can supernatural powers be explained by science? Xiao Ran touched his chin. It shouldn't be possible, so it wouldn't be surprising if a perpetual motion machine really appeared. Forget it, the feather is useless. Anyway, he has made enough preparations, so he won't be forced to cancel or change many of his plans because the feather is no longer useful. However, the battle in the building has finally come to an end. 1/3 of the people were killed or injured. The remaining people finally came to their senses and realized that they couldn't fight any longer. If they did, they would really be finished. And so, when they stopped fighting, they saw Xiao Ran standing outside alone. But they couldn't recognize Xiao Ran. Because he was wearing a heavy combat jacket and a helmet, not to mention the fact that they were all strangers, even if they had known each other for a long time, it would be impossible to recognize him from his appearance. What is this guy doing? Isn't he cold? When did such a strange person appear among us? Everyone was curious about how long this person had been out there and how he hadn't frozen to death. But no one wanted to go out and ask Xiao Ran. Why bother? Husband and wife are still jungle birds, each flying away when disaster strikes, not to mention complete strangers. Everyone just came to this camp. Who cares? Xiao Ran didn't bother to pay attention to these people. His spiritual power was focused on the four people underground. Why did he wear a helmet? He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to catch all four of them. If there were any fish that escaped, then you wouldn't know who I am, so how could you come to me for revenge? Xiao Ran had already thought about the next 3 steps as he took one step. Especially for various unexpected situations. Of course, it would be best to wipe out all four of them. Xiao Ran noticed that one of the women would tap on a rock every so often, then listen attentively, as if she was calibrating her bearings or something. Could it be that she has some kind of super hearing? A super hearing? Then I must be more careful not to let her find out that I'm here waiting for her. But if she really has super hearing, then wouldn't that ability be useless in battle? Well, don't underestimate it. No one with superpowers should be underestimated. No one in the building paid any attention to Xiao Ran. After fighting for so long, several of them had become fierce and had followers of their own. Now they didn't dare to start a war again, for fear that the two sides would fight each other and benefit others. The most important thing next is food and energy, which must be solved as soon as possible. Moreover, whoever can solve these two problems will certainly attract more followers and naturally become the new boss here. It's getting closer. It's getting closer. It's getting closer. Xiao Ran raised an eyebrow. The four people below were now only half a meter from the ground, while he was about 3 meters away. Xiao Ran would never stand on top of someone else's head, wouldn't that put himself in danger as well? Boom! Suddenly, the ground split open, and countless pieces of rock shot up into the air, like a fountain. Accompanying this was a loud noise, as if the sky had collapsed and the earth had split. What the heck, another earthquake? Everyone looked out the window and the door, and saw that there was a huge hole in the ground. They all looked at the hole in the ground with blank expressions, as if a flower would grow out of it. Xiao Ran also stared at the hole, and the door to the space had already opened next to it. Could it be a trick? Unfortunately, no one was fooled. Xiao Ran sighed. Even though the four of them had been working all night, the crisis warning had not subsided. Then I'll have to take direct action. Suddenly, a stream of ice spears shot out. It really is a superpower. Damn. Like number 9, he has ice attributes. Damn it, if I didn't know number 9 so well, I would have thought he was attacking us. Xiao Ran could see clearly with his spatial awareness that the man in charge of opening the way had his upper body instantly turned into a diamond, blocking all the incoming ice cones and covering the retreat of the other three. The four of them retreated to the curve, which was a pit parallel to the ground. How are you going to attack us now? Can your ice spears turn corners? Or will someone jump down? Dare to jump down? Ha, I'll kill you in a minute. However, the four men immediately changed their expressions because 4 more ice spikes were really shot at them. Shit. How is this possible? Where did these ice spikes come from? The Diamond Man was still in front of them, and after blocking the attack, he couldn't stand it anymore and shouted and rushed out. He thought the attacker must have followed him. Don't go, there's no one there. The man with the super hearing shouted. Unfortunately, it was too late. 3 more ice spikes shot out, and the direction of the shots was the position of the other 3 people. Is there anyone there? There's not a soul there. Therefore, both the 3 people with the super hearing and the man with the diamond drill showed a look of horror. Chapter 193, they walked right into the trap and killed another person. Diamond Drill Man roared, and his body once again became shiny. Ding, 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 the ice spikes were all shattered. Although the Diamond Man was not injured, he was beaten into a bad temper and shouted, Who? Who is it? Since he had gained his superpowers, he had never been so miserable. He couldn't fight back, and the key point was that he still didn't know who was attacking him and his friends. Ironhead, get back! Birdman shouted, Don't let the opponent beat us one by one. It was incredible that he, a member of the Lunatics, could say something so sensible. Diamond Man shouted in vain, and then reluctantly retreated. But the next second, 4 ice spears suddenly appeared in front of the 4 of them and shot at them. How is this possible? The 4 of them were shocked, their hair standing on end and their bodies covered in cold sweat. When did this mysterious attacker get behind them? Invisible and with ice attributes? A dual ability user? Oh my god. Seeing that the Diamond Man was no longer able to provide cover, the bird suddenly opened his mouth and seemed to emit a howl, but no one could hear it. However, the 4 ice cones were shattered by the shock, and blood also flowed from the ears of the 3 Diamond Men. Xiao Ran couldn't help but say, This is ultrasound. Because the frequency is too high, human ears cannot capture it, but sound is vibration. Not being able to hear it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, so it shattered the ice cones and injured people's ears. Does this kind of attack not distinguish between friend and foe? It should be, but if you are facing this guy head-on, you will obviously be hit the hardest. Even the hard ice pick was shattered directly, and the sides and back were much better, only slightly injuring the ears. Sure enough, this birdman has a membrane between his ribs. In fact, he's not a birdman, but a batman. But bats don't have fur. Never mind, let's just call him Birdman. After all, Xiao Ran only wants his superpower. What difference does it make whether he's a Birdman, Batman, or Batbirdman? Sister San! The young man suddenly cried out. The young man with the super hearing immediately slapped the stone next to him, listening intently, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. His expression was very painful. Because her hearing is far superior to that of ordinary people, after being impacted by the sound waves of the Birdman, she was also the most affected, and almost fainted on the spot. Then she pointed to the direction Xiao Ran was standing, this spot on the ground. The young man immediately took out his gun, his eyes became wild and full of murderous intent. Die! Bang! 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 He fired several shots. What do you think? The 3 men asked at the same time. The young man's superpower is that he can make moving objects turn at will, so his ability and the gun are the perfect match. Even bullets can be controlled to turn, and although they are fired forward, they can turn a few times and shoot behind them, which is extremely strange. So, as long as he is given a position, he can shoot the bullet even if he cannot see it. The young man looked confused, and it took him a second to say, the bullet disappears after it leaves the ground. What do you mean by disappearing? The three of them were about to go crazy. The young man thought for a moment and added, I can't sense the existence of the bullet, and suddenly I can't control it. To make the bullet curve, he needs to mark it, and then his brain can control it to obey and curve. But the bullet just disappeared as soon as it was shot out of the hole, so of course he was stunned. This was the case with several bullets. Even though the Diamond Man was a lunatic himself, he couldn't help but shiver at this point. What kind of superpower does this son of a bitch have? How many kinds of abilities has he used so far? As he spoke, 4 more ice cones shot out. This time, the 4 of them were prepared. It was still the Diamond Man who rushed out with a loud bang, smashing the 4 ice cones. We can't just sit here and take it. We have to find a way to get out of here. It's too cramped in here, we don't even have room to dodge. The man with the super hearing shouted. Bah, this son of a bitch keeps using his abilities, how can he not run out of energy? Diamond Man spat, okay, I'll take the lead, you guys follow me. Birdman also said, I'll be the rear guard. He and Diamond Man, one in front of the other, could deal with attacks from both directions, protecting their less defensive companions, Ear of the Wind and the young man. Diamond Man had already reached the cave entrance with the ice pick. Freedom is just around the corner. Just rush out. Diamond Man bends his knees and then roars, all his strength bursting forth. At the same time, his whole body becomes shiny and turns into a diamond. Now, his defenses are fully charged. Although he has never tried it, he is confident that even if a missile comes flying at him, he can withstand it. When the underground RD center collapsed, he was the one who held up the beams and rocks that fell, protecting the 3 people with the wind-hearing ears. Only then did the Birdman use sound waves to shatter the rocks and had a chance to escape by drilling a hole up. So, even though his heart was pounding and the crisis warning was constantly going off, he was full of confidence. Your attack method is just an ice pick. What am I afraid of? I'm coming, asshole, let me see. Before he could finish his sentence, he mysteriously disappeared into thin air. He disappeared. Disappeared? Below, the 3 of them looked up in disbelief as the Diamond Man disappeared right under their noses. How could one person have so many abilities? Is it illusion? The young man frowned and said. The man with the super hearing shook his head, illusion can only deceive our eyes, but my ears tell me that there is only one person up there, and that Iron Head did indeed disappear suddenly, not that we were affected by an illusion and suddenly couldn't see him. Now, there is still only one person outside, but it is not the Diamond Heart Man. Can someone really have 2 abilities, or even 3 or 4? Birdman exclaimed, it was too incredible. The point is, the abilities displayed by the sneak attacker are too different. How could they be in the same person? But then, hundreds of bullets suddenly rained down. Danger! Birdman shouted, making a snapping sound in front of him. The ultrasonic waves, which were invisible and inaudible, vibrated out in waves, causing the bullets to tremble and then fall from the sky. But after using his superpower several times in a row, the Birdman's face turned pale. I can only use my power 5 more times, he said, his expression very serious. Retreat! The wind-hearing ear said decisively, with blood oozing from his ear. The enemy is waiting for the rabbit, so the more they rush upwards, the more they are throwing themselves into the trap of the sneak attack. The 3 of them retreated, but hundreds of bullets shot over. The Birdman roared repeatedly, and the shock waves continued. But with his efforts, the 3 of them finally retreated to the next level. But then the man suddenly changed his expression, he was chasing them down. Chapter 194, All Resolved. Xiao Ran did jump down. The space door can only open up to 6 meters away from him, so since the 3 of them are fleeing downwards, he naturally has to chase them downwards. Of course, the 3 of them were only 4 meters away from him now, which was not the limit of the spatial door, but there was no need to let the enemy test his limits, right? Besides, he was deliberately giving the 3 people false information. Even if he was completely superior, what then? A victory is not complete until the enemy is completely annihilated, so all means must be used. Only a dead enemy is a threat. Why not use steel bars? In such a small place, the enemy won't have any room to dodge, right? That's true, but steel bars take up space, and after a few waves, the passage can be blocked. So, success or failure depends on the passage, which has both advantages and disadvantages. It doesn't matter. He now has an absolute advantage. The eavesdropper can only tell that there is an attacker, but he has no idea what he looks like, or even if he is a man or a woman. This advantage is really greater than the sky. Shoo, 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 bullets are fired in waves, as if they were free. Now the bullets really don't cost money, just go and get them. The three of them wanted to retreat, further distancing Xiao Ran from them. Since Xiao Ran had chased them down, it meant that his attack must be very close to them in order to be launched, so as long as they exceeded this distance, Xiao Ran would naturally no longer be able to threaten them. But as soon as they retreated, the bullets came from the inside of the pit. It was as if Xiao Ran had rushed in front of them. Holy cow, it's happening again. The birdman's face had turned pale, but he still managed to yell one last time. The bullets trembled and fell to the ground. The birdman was sitting on the ground, exhausted. He could only wait to die. Who the hell are you? He shouted. But what greeted him was hundreds of bullets. Pop, 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 the three of them were shot. But the man with the super hearing made a flailing motion and hugged the young man. Blood spilled everywhere. All three struggled for a moment, then all became still. At this point, Xiao Ran jumped down and appeared in the same space as the three people with the wind-following ears, not separated by several walls. Bang, bang, bang. But the gunshots continued to ring out, and the young man suddenly sat up straight and fired at Xiao Ran over and over again. You bastard, die. Just now, the man with the had thrown himself on top of him, protecting his vital organs. Therefore, although the young man had also been hit by bullets, they had all missed his vital organs. He knew why the man with the had done it. Because only he could kill this damn sneak attack. The birdman's abilities were exhausted, and he was no longer a threat. The abilities of the wind-following ear were auxiliary, and they had no offensive power at all. Although they had strengthened his body after he had obtained the supernormal ability, they could not compare with bullets. Therefore, only he could turn the tables and avenge the three of them. But the next moment, the young man suddenly opened his eyes wide. Because the bullet that had been shot had once again mysteriously disappeared. Right in front of Xiao Ran. He looked ahead, but there was almost no light in the cave. He could only feel Xiao Ran's presence, but he couldn't see his face clearly. He was still bleeding, and said with a sense of resignation, "Who are you? Who are you really? Ha ha ha, no matter who you are, the captain will avenge us. You will die a horrible death. The captain will break every bone in your body and feed your marrow to the dogs." The young man said in the most venomous tone. Xiao Ran opened a spatial portal in front of him, completely sealing off the entire passage. So even if the bullets fired by the young man could turn corners, they posed no threat to him at all. He asked, "Is your captain very powerful?" The young man laughed wildly. "I know you're trying to trick me, but why not tell you? Our captain was a former kickboxing champion, and his post-apocalyptic awakening ability is also to strengthen his body. When he wants to kill you, you won't even notice anything strange, and your head will already be blown up by a punch. But for you, how could the captain let you die so easily? As I said earlier, the captain will break your bones, one by one, and smash them into pieces, letting the marrow spill out onto the ground for the dogs to eat. You will die, and you will die a horrible death." Xiao Ran's heart stirred. A martial arts master, and a physical type at that. Indeed, physical type superhumans seem crude, a bit like the warriors in online games, who only charge forward without thinking, not as flashy as wizards with all kinds of spells, but when such crude people have infinite power and super speed, it's terrifying to the extreme. No matter what attack comes at you, I'll smash it with a single punch. No matter how high your armor is, I'll smash it with one punch. Simple, crude, and efficient. But even if you are extremely resilient, what if you enter a different dimension? A dead crab. Xiao Ran nodded. His ability happens to be effective against physical type abilities. Even if he doesn't absorb a single one, he still has a chance of killing a full level physical type ability, which is something that other ability users absolutely cannot do. Of course, a physical type of superpower can also kill him in a split second, and even kill faster than he can open a space door. They are mutually restraining. However, if I can bend the space door, especially after it has been transformed into a sphere, my defense will be almost invincible. And once I find my opponent, I can trap him in a spherical space portal. Unless he doesn't move for the rest of his life, he's dead. Xiao Ran, come on. Come on. Xiao Ran said to himself, while lightly asking, "What's your captain's name?" Lu Yong. Remember that name. He'll send you to hell himself. The young man laughed. Xiao Ran also laughed. I'm curious. You don't even know what I look like or my name, so how can you tell your captain? So, does your captain know who to look for? While he was talking, a dozen bullets were already fired. The young man fired back. He could control the bullets to hit the bullets, but let's not talk about how many bullets were left in his gun. Even if there were enough bullets, could he control that many bullets at the same time and hit the incoming bullets with each one? Impossible. Pop, 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 he was hit by several bullets, and blood immediately gushed from his mouth. His face was full of shock and resignation. Yes, how did the captain know what happened here? How did he know that the murderer was Xiao Ran? He ranted for a long time, but it turned out to be a joke? He hated it. He died unwillingly, his eyes wide open. He died with his eyes wide open. Xiao Ran fired 3 more bullets, which hit the 3 men in the ear and the head, but they only trembled slightly due to the impact of the bullets, and they were obviously dead. He then went over and pressed the button 3 times to send the 3 bodies into the alternate dimension. Heh, I even took the corpses with me. Let's see how Lu Yong can reverse the current situation. Even if you have a lot of combat experience, how can you reverse the situation without the bodies? It was only inevitable that he absorbed the 3 powers. Chapter 195, Returning to Qingfeng Garden. In order to send the bodies into the alternate space, Xiao Ran inevitably had to touch the bodies, and naturally absorb the alien energy. He had already absorbed 2, so it wouldn't be a problem to absorb 2 more. Xiao Ran took out the bodies of the Diamond Man and the Bear Man, and absorbed their abilities as well. 5. However, their powers were of different strengths. The strongest were the Bear Man, the Diamond Man, and the Bird Man, which were about the same level as the Madwoman, meaning that each of them had absorbed 2 powers. The Years of the Wind and the Young Man were weaker, and should have only absorbed 1 power. Did they get these abilities from hunting or from experiments to create superhumans? Xiao Ran could only guess. But that's not important. What matters is that Xiao Ran has absorbed 13 powers. This directly doubled the number of powers he absorbed. It can be imagined how terrible the side effects will be. Xiao Ran couldn't help but grit his teeth. Does he have to resort to eating whatever he can get his hands on and go after the women here? Forget it. I'd rather jerk off. He left as soon as the side effects had not yet set in. He didn't go to the underground center to check it out because it had completely collapsed and there were no living people there, so he couldn't even try to find out any information. Besides, Xiao Ran was only interested in the supernormal ability users, and he didn't care what this laboratory was doing before the end of the world, because almost everyone had already died. Xiao Ran left immediately. He drilled out of the hole, entered the small forest next to it, and after running a short distance, he released the hovercraft and left. To Qinghong Building or Jiufu Community? It's too far, it's a 3-hour journey. The closest one is Qingfeng Garden, only 10 kilometers away, and it only takes about 15 minutes to drive there. There. Xiao Ran immediately made a decision. I have so many supplies, how can I not find a woman? While driving the hovercraft over, he checked the changes in his abilities. First, the space gate, which had become 100 by 100 meters. No, this picture is too small. Xiao Ran frowned. It should have become close to 200 by 200 meters, which is too much of a difference. Is this the upper limit? Xiao Ran only frowned slightly at this point, because he had long felt that the size of the spatial gate was already sufficient. Now that it's 100 by 100 meters, can even aircraft carriers fit in? Finally, the release distance has increased dramatically, from 6 meters to 9 meters in one go. 9 meters. Xiao Ran was delighted. Compared to the size of the space gate, the casting distance was the key, which meant that he could attack targets at greater distances and could also make defenses earlier. Space perception? It has increased to 32 meters. This is amazing. Xiao Ran is standing in a building, even if it is on the ground floor, he can still see the entire 8 floors in his mind, assuming that the first floor is 4 meters high. If he were standing on the 9th floor, he would be able to control the 8 floors above and below. After so many battles, Xiao Ran realized the importance of intelligence. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. And spatial awareness is even more abnormal. I can see you through any number of walls. If the spatial gate and spatial cutting can also be infinitely extended. I dare not think about it, it's too awesome. Finally, the range of spatial cutting has also increased to 25 meters. This made Xiao Ran very happy. He wished that this skill could be released directly across the planet, and with spatial awareness, it would be only me hitting you, and the opponent would die without knowing who did it. 25 meters, well, there is still a long way to go, let's continue. Xiao Ran just needs to keep absorbing his superpower, and if there is no upper limit to the distance, then killing people across the globe is not a fantasy. Thinking too much, thinking too much. From Xishan to Dongshan, the straight line distance is too short, and there are no obstacles above Taihu Lake, so Xiao Ran became more confident and increased his speed a little. So it was only 10 minutes later that he arrived at Qingfeng Garden. 1 kilometer outside the community. He folded up the hovercraft, completed the modifications in the small forest, put on his helmet and skis, and then skated out, heading for Qingfeng Garden. Because Xiao Ran didn't know if the madwoman had sent the message, or if Lu Yong and the others had received it, or if they had taken action immediately after receiving it. But in any case, it was definitely a good idea to be careful and cautious. It has been 2 days since the incident with the crazy woman. If Lu Yong and the others have received the message, they will probably have already taken action by now. Xiao Ran deliberately wore a white outfit, plus a white helmet and white skis. Who could spot him in this white expanse? If you don't wear goggles, you'll get dizzy just by looking at it a few times, so it's a miracle if anyone can find him. Even so, Xiao Ran was still very careful and quietly sneaked into the community. His spatial awareness was turned on, and it was constantly on. Within a 32-meter radius, he had everything under control. How exaggerated is this? He walked past a villa, and not only could he see everything that was going on in that villa, but he could also see everything that was going on in the villas next to it and the villas next to that. 32 meters, almost as high as a 10-story building. He stopped, his brow furrowed. Because these villas are full of corpses. Everyone had died in a horrible way, obviously suffering a lot before they died. So, Lu Yong and the others had been here? They wanted to force the murderer of the madwoman to confess, so they tortured these people severely. In the end, they must have been able to piece together Xiao Ran. After all, he was an outsider and he wiped out the Chang family. Even if others don't know that the Chang family has a psychic, there are more than 50 people in the Chang family. Can someone who can wipe out the Chang family overnight be an ordinary person? As fellow supernaturals, Lu Yong and the others should have guessed Xiao Ran's identity as a supernatural being right away. They just didn't know what ability Xiao Ran had. So, are Lu Yong and the others still there? The best strategy is to find a villa and guard it, to see if anyone comes in or out. If not, wait until night, when the fog is dense, and then move. With the cover of the fog, Xiao Ran is the true king. The problem is, Xiao Ran has just absorbed a large amount of supernatural power, and the side effects are about to explode. He doesn't have that much time to wait. Xiao Ran thought about it and decided to take action. Lu Yong and the others should know that they left the day before yesterday, and they must have checked the mansion and found that there was indeed no one there. What would they do? If it were me, I would send a few people to stay and guard, and I would go wherever I wanted. After all, who knows if I'll be able to come back? The side effects won't wait for me. I have to check that there are no living people here. Otherwise, I'll have to go back to the camp. Please don't be the latter. He moved quietly, his white clothes making him seem like a ghost in the snow. The lack of fog during the day has improved his efficiency, but compared to his already impressive spatial awareness of 32 meters, this is not much of an improvement, because he can now see several villas from here with his eyes closed. What a skill! Xiao Ran sighed again. What is modern warfare about? Information. With his spatial awareness, he is the king of information, and this ability will continue to improve. It's amazing. He found a living person. A woman, hiding in the attic of the villa. It was a secret room, full of gold and silver jewelry and mountains of banknotes, but for the moment, they were no different from rubbish. Well, there's a backup. Chapter 196 Guameyao, more. Xiao Ran did not go to find the woman. First, it's not the right time. What if there are still people from Lu Yong's gang in the neighborhood? Second, he is still a bit picky. Although this woman is good-looking, with big breasts and a round butt, it would be better if she were a young woman in the early summer or autumn. Why am I thinking about this now? I have enemies. This is definitely not because I am a lecher, but because the side effects are affecting him. It must be. Xiao Ran continued to move forward. If these villas had basements or secret rooms, he would have sensed them. However, these were commercial properties. Even if they were high-end, they were built to be lived in, so the developers didn't bother with solid rock. There were no villas with basements here, only secret rooms. There are not just 1 but 5 villas with secret rooms. Xiao Ran saw that there were living people in all 5 secret rooms, some with 1, some with 2, and some with 3. Finally, he arrived at the Chang family mansion. Even though this building is 5 stories high and about 100 meters wide, Xiao Ran had already completely figured out the situation in the entire building after walking around it for only half of the way. Someone is here. Xiao Ran saw that there were 9 people shivering in the room. When he left, Xiao Ran took all the fuel and firewood, and even took the generator apart. It was very easy to install, so the 9 people could only shiver in the room. What's more, Xiao Ran took away the bedding and other things. He was afraid that if he left them here, someone would use them. They were personal items, and if someone else used them, they would have to be thrown away. However, these people were all wrapped in thick quilts. They were obviously brought from other villas. The 9 people, all men, were gathered around a tape recorder, the same one that the crazy woman had brought with her. Obviously, they were just staying to try their luck. What if Xiao Ran came back? Xiao Ran immediately thought about it. Should he act or not? He couldn't do it. He made his decision in an instant. Because if he killed these 9 people, what if Lu Yong and the others came to ask about the situation? If there is no answer, what does that mean? Someone he left behind was killed. So, Lu Yong and the others will come over immediately. Xiao Ran is not afraid in general, but the side effects of absorbing the supernatural power have not yet disappeared. Does he have to fight while holding a baby? This pervert is unacceptable to him. Xiao Ran imagined himself as Lu Yong, putting himself in his shoes. He would either ask about the situation every hour or have his subordinates report to him every hour. If he couldn't get in touch with them, then something must have gone wrong. Therefore, these 9 people cannot move for the time being. At least until he has dealt with the side effects. Xiao Ran quietly went back and entered a villa. There was a secret room, and the woman in the secret room was the most beautiful of all the survivors, with a very good figure. The only drawback was that she was a little bit older, probably over 30, but she was very well maintained and still fresh. Moreover, women in their 30s are very mature and full of mature charm. Young people don't know how good an aunt is, mistaking a young girl for a treasure. But I'm not going to choose. I want them all. Xiao Ran went straight to the secret room and knocked on the door. It was an electronic lock, which was a bit complicated. Xiao Ran didn't want to break it violently, which would cause a lot of noise, so he decided to use a softer approach first. The woman inside was obviously startled, and then showed signs of fear. Xiao Ran smiled and said, "I'm Xiao Ran. I used to live in the Chang family mansion. You should know me, right?" The woman didn't say anything. She thought Xiao Ran was bluffing. This is a secret room, no one should know. Xiao Ran was not in a hurry, even though he was already getting angry. He took out the barbecue rack, lit a fire, then put on the beef and lamb skewers and started grilling. Soon, a tempting aroma wafted out. Xiao Ran sprinkled a handful of soul cumin on it at the right time. Who could resist this aroma? Not to mention that there is nothing delicious now, even before the disaster. If you pass by the barbecue stall, try smelling this flavor. If you haven't eaten, it will make you drool, and if you have eaten, you will want to have a few skewers. The woman inside obviously smelled it, and her stomach started to grumble. She was hesitant. The people outside should know that she is inside, otherwise why would they be barbecuing here? So, even if she doesn't open the door, the end result is that she will starve to death or die of thirst. But this person is just using this method to lure her out. Is he telling the truth? Is it really so? After some more thought, she finally opened the door to the secret room and walked out. Xiao Ran's eyes lit up. Although spatial perception can see countless details, Xiao Ran is used to seeing people with her naked eyes, and what she sees with her eyes is indeed different. This is the most intuitive and natural impact. Her appearance is basically a 90, and her figure is also above 90. She is clearly 30 years old, but her waist is still so thin that it can be pinched, and her butt is round and full, as if she were about to burst out of her skirt. Full and plump. This mature charm is really not for little girls. Are you really Xiao Ran? The beautiful woman asked in a trembling voice, but her eyes were fixed on the roast meat, and she swallowed her saliva unashamedly. She had been in the secret room for more than a day, and even if she was hungry and thirsty, she dared not go out. She was really hungry and thirsty. Xiao Ran nodded and asked casually, "What happened here?" "I don't know either." The beautiful woman shook her head. "I suddenly saw a group of people rushing into the community, and after a while, there were screams. Then I saw someone running away from home, and someone was chasing after him. After a few steps, he shot the man dead." She seemed to think of this picture and couldn't help but tremble all over. "Xiao Ran," she paused for a moment, as if considering how to phrase her words, and then said, "Can you let me eat something? I haven't eaten for more than a day." She looked at Xiao Ran with her watery eyes, and her flirtatious eyes seemed to be able to speak, making people's hearts flutter. Xiao Ran was waiting for her to say this, but when he looked at the beautiful woman, he said curiously, "Why do I feel like I know you?" The beautiful woman couldn't help but laugh, saying, "It's strange that you don't recognize me. After all, I've only been out of the spotlight for over a year. My name is Guamei Yao." Xiao Ran, however, looked confused. He had never heard of Guamei Yao. His background meant that he could not possibly be a star chaser, and he simply did not have the conditions. After getting married, he was even busier with housework and child-rearing, and even when he watched TV, he would only glance at it when he walked past the living room. So, he really didn't know what star this Guamei Yao was. He thought that Guamei Yao looked familiar, probably because he happened to catch a glimpse of her on TV when he was passing by the living room while doing the housework. Chapter 197, Female Stars and Billionaires. Xiao Ran didn't ask any more, but Guamei Yao seemed to have opened a conversation and continued talking. "I also became famous at a young age. I became famous after I took my first commercial when I was 13. I continued to take on more and more roles, and I became a nationally renowned star." Guamei Yao looked back on her memories. This was her high point, and she missed it so much that she even temporarily forgot about her hunger. "At the age of 25, I met the lucky star of my life, and also the evil star. Su Tianlin of the Hangda Group began a fierce pursuit of me." She laughed at herself. Although Su Tianlin was already almost 50 years old, he had founded a supergroup with a trillion-level turnover, so naturally he had the charm of a mature man, and I quickly fell for him. But I realized later that Su Tianlin had no intention of divorcing his wife and was only playing with me, coveting my youth and beauty. But with his help, I had already entered the international arena, and I could not do without Su Tianlin's connections and financial resources to help me continue to sprint. But later, my relationship with him was finally discovered by the media, and I was forced to issue a statement to withdraw from the entertainment industry. No one knows that I have not actually broken off my relationship with Su Tianlin. On the contrary, I have truly become his pet bird, and I will never be able to leave him. This is my cage. Su Tianlin comes to pamper me every few months. He's been coming less and less recently, probably because he's got his eye on a new target. After all, there are always plenty of young and beautiful women in this world. After she finished speaking, she couldn't help but sigh, and even had a hint of tears in her eyes. Did Xiao Ran feel sympathy for her? Not at all. You chose your own path, and if you weren't greedy for wealth, would Su Tianlin have been able to break your legs? What a successful and mature man. Isn't that ridiculous? If you didn't know him and didn't know his identity, would you still think he had the charm of a mature man? What a joke. So, you couldn't resist the temptation and were smashed into bed by Su Tianlin, and that was entirely because of the other person's billions of dollars. Actresses do make money, and Xiao Ran believes that Guamei Yao has a few $100 million or even $1 billion in wealth, but after seeing the true luxury of the upper class, her wealth may not be enough. For example, Mr. Su can buy a villa in any resort, or even buy a hotel. Buy a cruise ship, buy a plane, or even buy an island. Stars make money, but can they buy like this? Guamei Yao has been in the entertainment industry since she was a child, so she definitely values money more. Therefore, she is actually more susceptible to temptation. The difference is that ordinary rich people are not her type, because she herself can be considered a member of the rich and powerful. And why is this beautiful woman so sentimental at this time? Why do I have to say these things? Is she trying to arouse my sympathy and desire to protect her? After all, she has created a character who is bullied. She is an actress, and who knows how much of her emotions are real and how much is just acting for the audience. Xiao Ran doesn't care at all. It's none of his business. He changed the subject. Do you want to eat? Guo Meiyao nodded and looked at Xiao Ran with her beautiful big eyes. Needless to say, she is a professional actress. Her eyes are very expressive, as if they could speak. Xiao Ran smiled lightly. If you want to eat, you can. You know. Guo Meiyao's expression froze. Xiao Ran had thoughts about her, and this naturally escaped her eyes. Men, seeing a woman as beautiful and sexy as her, if they don't have any thoughts, it can only be said that there is something wrong with the other person's body, and they are not men at all. However, she didn't want to be a prostitute, selling herself once and for all. She wants Xiao Ran to take her with him. Although this is still a case of using sex to get what you want, this is the difference between being supported and being a streetwalker. No matter how bad the world is, she shouldn't be reduced to the same level as a streetwalker. So, she first told her story, of course with the intention of arousing Xiao Ran's sympathy. Once a man's sympathy and desire to protect are aroused, coupled with her beauty and skills, what is difficult about capturing a man's heart? But Xiao Ran is too calm, even cold-hearted. You have 10 seconds to think about it. 9. 8. No need to count down. Guo Meiyao smiled wryly. She knew that Xiao Ran was counting down deliberately to put pressure on her, but what could she do even if she knew that? The supplies are in someone else's hands. I promise. She nodded. Xiao Ran made a gesture of invitation. She was a veteran of the entertainment industry and knew how to assess the situation. Otherwise, if she had been a newcomer, she might have thrown a tantrum and slammed the table. Guo Meiyao quickly judged the situation and made a helpless but optimal choice. Xiao Ran didn't bother her and just watched her eat. At first, Guo Meiyao ate very elegantly, as if she were not eating barbecue on the side of the road, but rather steak in a high-end restaurant. But she was really hungry, and since the disaster, she had not eaten well. The more she ate, the more she wanted to eat, and she gradually became embarrassed. Xiao Ran couldn't help but smile. A movie star? Ha, what's the difference between her and ordinary people? It's just an aura. Now that the aura has been shattered, she's back to normal. I'm full. Guo Meiyao finally said. Then let's get started. Chapter 198, Kill the Pawns First. That night, the fog was dense and heavy. Xiao Ran calculated that it was a good time to travel. He climbed out of the window and headed in the direction of the mansion. With a spatial awareness of up to 32 meters, could he possibly get lost while walking in the neighborhood? Of course not. Xiao Ran soon arrived at the mansion and knocked on the door. Only the Xiao family had shoveled the snow away from the door. He slammed the door with all his might. The 9 people inside were gathered together watching a drama on their phones. They must have brought a power bank, otherwise how could they use their smartphones for days on end? When they heard the knocking, the 9 people were taken aback. What the hell? Now someone is knocking on the door? Could it be the residents of the community? But how dare they come to us? Are they not afraid of death or have they gone crazy? Anyway, let's report it to the team leader first. They quickly picked up the walkie-talkie on the table and pressed the call button to make a call. After a while, a sweet voice came from inside. Did you find something? The 9 of them looked at each other, all showing a disgusted expression. It wasn't the captain, it was Feng Pingping. However, Feng Pingping's name sounds like a woman's, and so does her voice, but she is actually a man, and they call her Feng Niangpo in private. Ha, there's nothing wrong with him, so how could he possibly become a test subject for that hospital group? They were most afraid of Feng Pingping because whenever they let him hear the slightest hint of disgust for his identity, he would kill them. It's fine to kill him, but more often than not, he likes to torture people, making them scream for days before they finally die. So, even though they were talking on a walkie-talkie and the other party couldn't see their expressions, the 9 of them still squeezed out smiles and said in unison, "Back to Boss Feng, someone is knocking on the door right now." Knocking? At this hour? In the distance, Feng Pingping couldn't help but look out the window. There were 3 bloody corpses lying next to him, and it was hard to see their faces because he had peeled off their skin. He was covered in blood, but he looked calm and smiled, saying, "Interesting. This person must have been lying in wait in the neighborhood to be able to find his way here in the fog. The purpose is, well, now that he's killed you, I won't be able to get there in time." When the fog clears at dawn, I'll be able to leave, and he'll be able to leave too. You've died in vain." Hearing this, the 9 of them were about to cry. "This is too scary." Feng Pingping smiled again, saying, "But this is just my guess. What if that person is starving and comes to the door asking for food? Go open the door and report back to me immediately if you find anything. If you don't report back, it means you've all been killed. You don't have to say the last 2 sentences." Although the 9 people were scared stiff, they had no choice but to walk toward the front door. What gave them some courage was the 3 guns in their hands. Not everyone has them, but aren't 3 guns enough? We have guns, so what are we afraid of? Someone patted the gun to encourage the others. Yes, we have guns, even Feng Yang Pao wouldn't dare stand and let us shoot. Right. When we get to the door, we'll open it and start shooting without thinking. What if it's a beautiful woman who actually wants to come to us for food? Someone whispered. Bang, he got hit on the head. Look at you, you're still afraid of not having women to play with? Right, more people are coming to our camp. We can have any woman we want. Okay, wait. Zhao Laoqi and Shan Bao, you two go open the door. Lin He and Ma Tao, you come with me. We'll take up a triangular position and kill that bitch. One person gave the orders, and he was indeed the leader of the 9, named Lu Shicheng. As they spoke, the 9 men arrived at the door. Who is it? Lu Shicheng deliberately called out to make sure that the other party was at the door. Xiao Ran had already seen all the details of the 9 people's movements through spatial awareness, and even the speed of each person's heartbeat. He replied, I'm just passing by. It's foggy outside, and I'm looking for a place to get out of the cold. Suddenly, I feel like a woman in her 30s. Male. Lu Shicheng and the other 9 people looked at each other. Now their last hope was gone, and they all revealed a strong desire to kill. Damn it, why is it a man? If it really was a weak woman, they wouldn't have to gather together to watch the drama tonight. Open the door. Lu Shicheng said, and at the same time as the other 2 gunmen, he pointed his gun at the door. Zhao Laoshi and Shan Bao grabbed the door handles on the left and right respectively, and then pulled hard to open the 2 thick doors at the same time. Squeak! At this moment, the figure of a man also appeared in front of them. He was dressed in white, and even wore a white helmet on his head. They couldn't see his face clearly, but they didn't care. There would be a dead man soon. What did it matter what he looked like or what his name was? At the same time, Lu Shicheng and the other 2 pulled the trigger. Bang 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 bang. The gunshots were continuous, but the man at the door didn't even try to dodge, so he must have died beautifully. After firing several shots, the 3 of them stopped. However, they all looked shocked. The man in front of them was not injured at all. How is that possible? They fired so many bullets, they couldn't have missed every shot. But there wasn't a single wound on this man's body. Why? Xiao Ran smiled, and in a flash of thought, the bullet that had just been sent into the other dimension shot out. 1 bullet for 1 person. Bang bang bang, everyone was hit in the forehead, without exception. Under spatial perception, these bullets seem to be guided with precision, so there is no reason for them to miss. The 9 people fell to the ground in an instant. Xiao Ran closed the door first, and then collected the bodies of the 9 people. It's done. He went upstairs and saw the walkie-talkie on the table. After thinking about it, he picked up the walkie-talkie, but first said hello to the mobile phone. Then he pressed the intercom button and played back the voice he had just recorded on his phone, but the voice had become female. Voice changer software. After a long time, just when Xiao Ran was about to give up, a voice finally came out of the intercom. Chapter 199 Feng Pingping. What's your name, little sister? At first, the voice sounded like a woman, but if you listen carefully, it was clearly a man. What a coincidence! Xiao Ran first spoke into the phone, then through the voice-changing software, my name is Su Hui, and you? My sister is Feng Pingping. The other person said, did my little sister kill all my men? Xiao Ran repeated the operation just now and said, they wanted to do something indecent to me, so of course they only had to die. It's okay, they're just a few ordinary people. We can always find more. Feng Pingping giggled, making Xiao Ran's skin crawl. Sister, what kind of superpower do you have? Supernatural powers? Xiao Ran pretended to be surprised, and after a few seconds, he said, "Are you talking about superpowers?" "Yes, it is supernatural power, a gift from heaven after the disaster." Feng Pingping said, "Those who can awaken their supernatural powers are the lucky ones chosen by heaven. Humans will be led by us to rebuild a new kingdom on these ruins." "Ha, who says they're crazy? Listen to this, they are clearly ambitious." Xiaoran smiled and said, "My superpower is to control liquids." When he said this, Feng Pingping filled in the blanks in her own mind and said, "Oh, I understand. The main component of blood is water, so you can completely control the blood in the bodies of my subordinates, causing them to have a cerebral hemorrhage or even burst their hearts. This ability is really good. It can make people die in a very painful way." He laughed, as if he didn't care about his 9 subordinates at all. If they die, so be it. It's hard to find a superhuman, but ordinary people are everywhere, right? What time is it now? As long as you throw out food as an enticement, who wouldn't be happy to follow you around? Sister, don't worry. Those few people who died don't matter at all. I'll come pick you up tomorrow. We have a camp here. As long as you have supernormal abilities, you can take a leadership position. Come over, and I'll make you a big official." Feng Pingping was painting a picture of a cake for Xiaoran. Xiaoran pretended to hesitate for a long time before saying, "Okay, I'll wait for you, sister." "It's a deal." Both sides turned off their walkie-talkies. In a house in the distance, exactly 4 kilometers away, a voluptuous woman was looking at herself in the mirror, twisting and changing dresses. Her back is very slim, but look at the face in the mirror again. Even with heavy makeup, it still can't hide the fact that he is actually a man. The Adam's apple alone could not hide it. At his feet were 4 bloody corpses, 2 large and 2 small, all of them dead in the same way, their faces peeled off and bled to death. "Good sister, you have to wait for me immediately until I peel off your face, hee." He changed into a bright red dress and began to apply lipstick. A female psychic with the ability to control water, hee, simple. Forget it, I'd better tell the captain, so he doesn't blame me again. But I'll tell him before we leave tomorrow. He just lay there among the 4 corpses, letting the blood flow over him and soak his body, but he didn't care at all. Instead, he looked peaceful, breathing more and more steadily, and falling asleep peacefully. Xiaoran smiled. The bait has been thrown out, and the prey should be hooked. He used voice-changing software to create a new persona for himself, a female superhuman, and a bit of a dumb blonde. He directly told the type of superhuman power, which is tantamount to handing the enemy the gun upside down. Therefore, tomorrow Feng Pingping will most likely come alone. After all, superpowers can only be absorbed by one person, and who wouldn't want them? Especially in this environment, great power is the guarantee of survival and a good life. I hope the group of supernaturals at the camp haven't started a civil war. It's already a surprise that they've fought to the point of brain damage. To say that they can still unite and share their superpowers? Xiaoran doesn't believe it. If they didn't fight each other, was it because no one wanted to be the first to stand out? Otherwise, they would be attacked by the group? Moreover, it is impossible for a single person to have all the power. Even if they are strong, they are still limited. Therefore, the strong must endure and allow the existence of people with superpowers under their command. Otherwise, they will be like me, not building a faction and becoming a lone wolf. When they are together, these superpowered people have to consider coordinating their relationships with each other. They can't eat alone, but when they go out, do they still leave opportunities for others? They are crazy, but they are not stupid. After some thought, Xiaoran decided to be more cautious. He had to be prepared in case Feng Pingping was really a fool and brought a group of supernaturals with her. It depends on the situation. I'd rather give up this hunt and prioritize my own safety. Only when you are alive can you talk about the future. Xiaoran did not go to find Guameyao again, but went to bed alone. He didn't go back to setting up the generator, but instead used the battery to power the electric blanket and heater, and then lay down in the bathtub, with the electric blanket underneath, and just made do with what he had. Sleeping in the bathtub is of course for safety reasons. In case someone really breaks in, it is relatively safer here. He couldn't sleep for a while, and couldn't help but think about things. Today, he was supposed to grade Su Qingmei and the others, but since he had to move his family, he had to put the grading aside for the time being. It doesn't matter, as long as you're alive, everything else is trivial. He finally fell asleep. The night passed. In the morning, Xiao Ran washed his face and teeth hastily, and after eating breakfast, he changed places and began to rest his eyes. He was waiting for Feng Pingping. Alone, or with a group of people, depending on the situation. On the other side, Feng Pingping was also getting ready to set off. Oh, I forgot to tell the team leader. He pinched his fingers together, picked up the walkie-talkie, tuned to a frequency and calling out to the team leader, calling out to the team leader. Zizi, no one answered. But after a while, a voice came through the walkie-talkie, "You're out of range, you're not supposed to be calling the captain." Feng Pingping didn't care, and said, "I found a prey and am about to start the operation. I'm reporting it to the captain." "Okay, just tell me. I'm bored anyway, so I'll see if I can contact the captain." "Okay." Feng Pingping gave Xiao Ran's false identity, false abilities, and real address, and then turned off the walkie-talkie and set off. He didn't want to be distracted by the sudden sound of the walkie-talkie during the operation. He was only about 3 kilometers away from Qingfeng Garden. He opened the window and jumped out. He couldn't help but shiver, but his clothes were also covered in bird feathers, so it was just a cold shiver. This damn weather. He let out a sigh and rushed out on his skis.